The Jita, having given up attachment to the fruits of work, the yogis perform action in the world through their body, mind, intelligence, and purified senses for the purpose of purifying the Atman. V. 11. All others, including those who have attained sthiti powers through the four means other than samadhi, accrue karma of the other three types, tri, vidha, black, white, or mixed. This is because all other actions ensue from the ahakra, ego, the klesa of asmita. As long as the klesas underpin actions, more specifically, as long as there is a false sense of self, considering oneself to be the body and mind, underpinning any action, good or bad, or, put differently, as long as one thinks that it is one's praktic self who is acting, etymologically, ahakra means I am the doer, then the results of action, whether good or bad, accrue to this self. Vijanabhiku again quotes the Jita, always satisfied, without any dependency, having given up attachment to the fruits of activity. The yogi, although engaged in activity, does not actually do anything. 20. And when action, karma, is performed because it is prescribed, Arjuna, having renounced attachment to its fruits, then that renunciation is considered to be sattvic. 18. 9. Also of relevance here is the Jita's description of the yogi as one who remains fixed and does not waver, being undisturbed by the guas and seated as a detached witness, thinking it is only the guas that are active. 14. 23. The Jita is pervaded by verses of this nature. As the Jita informs us, desire is situated in the senses, mind, and intelligence. 3. 40. The soul does not desire, since it is complete, and fully self-fulfilled. Desires pertain to the stimulation of the body or mind. The point is that, since Patanjali has informed us that desires are the product of misidentification with the body and mind, one who realizes the true nature of Atman gives up all desires pertaining to the body and mind and hence accrues no karma. As outlined in the second chapter, karmic reactions accrue only to those actions performed with desire for their fruits. 4. 8 Tatas tad, Vipnagunmivabhivyaktir vasananam tata. From this the three types of karma, tad, those, vipaka, fruition, anugan, in accordance with, eva, only, abhivyakti, manifestation, vasananam, of the subliminal impressions. From these three types of karma the activation of only those subliminal impressions that are ready for fruition in the next life occurs. The purport of the sutra according to the commentaries is that at the time of death, most people will contain in their karmasaya, or storehouse of karma located in the siddha, all kinds of mixed karma good and bad that has yet to bear its fruit. This karma will not all fructify in only one future life. Therefore, if one's next birth happens to be that of a celestial being, to use the example from the commentaries, then only the karma and saskras from one's storehouse pertinent to that specific birth will activate, abhivyakti, that is, only those saskras relevant to the celestial realm will surface in one's siddha. One may have other saskras pertaining to a hellish, a human, or an animal existence, which remain dormant until some other future birth, when they will manifest. The contrary is true, one may be undergoing a hellish, or human, or animal existence, and thus experiencing the fruits of one's impious or mixed activities of a past life, while nonetheless preserving the saskras of one's more pious previous activities dormant in one's siddha until they eventually manifest in some future birth as, say, a celestial. This, of course, addresses the age-old question of why good things happen to bad people, or bad things to good people. From a yogic perspective, if a person appears wicked but is experiencing good fortune, in essence that person is reaping the good effects stemming from a segment of pious activities performed in a previous life. However, that person is simultaneously sowing impious seeds in the present, the effects of which will be reaped in some future birth when suffering will be experienced as a consequence. The reverse is the case with the apparently good person who appears to be suffering bad fortune. The term used for subliminal impression here is vasana. Patanjali and the commentators do not always seem to distinguish between Vasana and Saskra. Indeed, Saskra in the next sutra seems to have a very similar denotative range as the sense of Vasana here. Vasana might best be taken to refer to those innate saskras that remain dormant in this life, that are due to fructify in some future life, although they exert subconscious influence on personality in this life, and saskra to impressions and thoughts that are constantly being generated in this lifetime. 11 In other words, vasanas are latent and subconscious personality traits, and saskras are imprints being actively generated. The discussion is pertinent to this chapter since it is only when the fructifying power of the karma, asaya has been destroyed that pure liberation can ensue. As long as any type of saskras are activating in the siddha, they will divert the attention and awareness of purua from its pure nature. 4. 9 Jati, Disa, Kala, Vyavahitanam api Nantaryasumti, Saskrayer eka, Rupatvat Jati, type of birth, Disa, place, Kala, time. Vyavahitanam, being separated, api, although, Nantarya, non-interval, successive, sumti, memory, Saskrayo, of the subliminal impression, eka, Rupatvad, because of the oneness of form or identity because they are identical, there is an uninterrupted connection between memory and saskra, even though they might be separated by birth, time, and place. Vyasa unpacks the sutra by using the example of a cat. If the circumstances of one's specific karma at a given point in time require that one take the birth of a cat, one is injected into the womb of a cat and one siddha manifests the mind, set of a cat. This particular mind, set manifests partly as a result of the activation of saskras lodged in the siddha from some previous birth as a cat. There is, of course, a correlation between one's activities as a human and the segment of latent saskras these end up activating in the next life. Thus, cat saskras are triggered by cat-like or cat, appropriate activities performed in the human form. Now, posits Vyasa hypothetically, what if this previous birth were 100 lifetimes ago, or even 100 eons, or in some completely different place, Disa, Kala, Vyavahita. Patanjali in this sutra states that wherever or whenever those saskras were lodged in the siddha, when the appropriate conditions accrue for them to bear their fruit at a particular time, those saskras are triggered, reactivating and manifesting the cat-related memories and consequently producing a cat mentality. Karma in effect is the storage and eventual fruition of saskras, and saskras are memories of lived experiences. When the karmic conditions for a particular type of birth ripen as a result of their own spontaneous mechanisms, the saskras pertinent to that birth activate automatically while other saskras remain latent. One may argue, says Vaikaspati Misra, that the experiences of yesterday should be more fresh than the experiences of 100 days ago, and that therefore if one had been a human in the most recent past birth and a cat 100 births earlier, the experiences in the human birth should be fresher and more vigorous in the siddha and thus more potent in determining one's next birth. But the laws of karma do not work this way. Saskras remain equally stored in the siddha like seeds irrespective of whether they are of one's last birth or of a birth eons ago. When the conditions appropriate for the activation of a particular set of saskras, such as those corresponding to a cat experience, are triggered, the relevant saskras are automatically activated, just as at the sight of a meal containing something tasty like tamarind, the tongue automatically waters, says Akara. One is reminded here of the cicadas, locust-like creatures, which, in the year of first writing this chapter emerged from the earth in countless billions in various parts of the United States. These cicadas remain in hibernation buried underground for 17 years but, like clockwork, due to whatever internal driving forces or external conditions awaken them after 17 years, they emerge from the ground when the time is right even though they go on to live for only a few weeks. They then lay eggs before dying, and these eggs drop into the ground where they lie in hibernation for another 17 years. Likewise, due to the mysteriously complex factors surrounding the activation of a particular subset of karma, Saskras previously deposited in the citta lay dormant until the factors are ripe for their manifestation. When they manifest, they trigger further action, which produces a new set of saskras to be recorded in the citta in turn. Although one's next life as a cat draws from the saskras of a previous cat life that one underwent 100 births before, this does not mean that the two cat lives will be identical. Externally, the environment and landscape inhabited by the second cat life will be different, and thus this cat life will respond to different external stimuli and events producing different saskras in the citta. Internally also, even as the character of one's actions as a human followed by the corollaries of karma cause the original set of cat saskras to be activated at some point and to dominate the individual citta for a particular period such that it requires the body of a cat to express itself, the previous cat citta and the later one are not identical. The later one will have been molded and influenced by all the saskras accrued during the intervening 100 lives. While all these intervening saskras may not be activated during the second cat life, they have nonetheless affected and changed the citta and they do exert subtle influence. So the second cat life, while experiencing the activation of the saskras from the first cat life, will not be reliving identical experiences. 4. 10 Tazam Anadidvam Kasiso Nityatvat Tazam, of them the saskras, Anadidvam, being without beginning, ca, and, isa, desire, Nityatvat, because of being eternal the saskras are beginningless, because the desire for life is eternal. The desire for life is eternal, says Vyasa. Everyone wishes, may I not die, may I live. 12 He cites the example of a very young child who shows an instinctive fear of death. If the child starts to slip from his mother's lap, elaborates Vaikaspati Misra, he will exhibit symptoms of fear and grasp his mother's necklace. From where does such a fear arise? Not from the three means of attaining valid knowledge accepted by the yoga school in I. 7. Sense perception, inference, and verbal authority. Authority: the child has not perceived or experienced death in this life, is too young to infer its existence, and has obviously not heard about it from verbal authorities. So the fear must spring from previous saskras, previous death experiences recorded on the citta that are not graphically remembered by the child but that nonetheless exert a latent influence that is sufficient to give the child a sense of fear in a precarious situation. One cannot argue that such fear or awareness is inherent in the child, say the commentators, since that which is inherent is not in need of an external cause to manifest. Inherent means it is continually present, like heat that is always inherent and manifest in fire, but fear is experienced only in certain situations where there is an external cause, such as when one is attacked by someone wielding a sword. The argument of the commentators is that if fear of death is not inherent, it must be due to memory of past events activated in particular contexts. And the memory of death can be only from a previous life. In this way, the desire for self-preservation is observed in every creature, and this is because the unwelcome experiences of death in previous lives is recorded on every citta, manifesting as fear when triggered by a threatening external cause. The arguments found here are essentially those in 2.9 in the discussion of the Klesa Abhinavisa, clinging to life, fear of death being essentially the same as clinging to life. The commentaries then launch into a discussion of whether the mind is atomic in size, or omnipresent. The Nyaya school holds that the mind is atomic in size and can attend to only one sensation, or sensory input, at a time. This notion is rejected by the yoga school on the grounds that one can be eating a piece of corn and simultaneously experiencing the senses of taste, touch, sight, and smell of the corn. The Nyaya school would hold that the mind would be racing backward and forward among the senses of taste, touch, sight, and smell so quickly that these sensory impressions appear to be simultaneous, whereas in fact they are not. The Skya view is that the mind is of intermediate size, between atomic and omnipresent, and adjusts according to the size of the body, expanding or contracting, for example, to fit into the body of an ant or elephant. Vyasa analogizes this view to the light of a lamp, which can illuminate either a pot or a palace depending on the size of the contained space into which it is placed. Here then is another example of a minor technical difference between the Skya and Yoga schools, which otherwise share most of their metaphysics. The Skya and Jain schools hold that the Siddha expands and contracts depending on the size of the body, expanding to fill the elephant's form and contracting to fit into an ant's form, while the Yoga authorities claim that it is only the vittas of the mind that expand or contract, not the mind itself. This takes place in accordance with the specifics of the body due to the limitations of ahakara, ego. The mind itself is omnipresent. Vyasa states that the expansion of the mind occurs, in the case of the yogi, as a result of the practice of dharma, whether performed externally or internally. By expansion, he intends, I suggest, the expansion of the sattvic component of the mind. External dharma involves the use of the body, and internal dharma, which is superior, of the mind. The examples given by the commentators of external dharma are such things as acts of worship and charity. The internal ones are those listed in I-20: faith, vigor, memory, samadhi, and discernment. One further implication of the yoga view that the mind is essentially omnipresent but that its vittas contract and expand in accordance with the size of the body is noted by Vaikaspati Misra. He points out that at the moment of death there is no transmigration of a subtle body into a new body, in the sense of something exiting one mortal frame and somehow moving into another, Latin, trans, across, migrer, to move from place to place. If something is omnipresent, it cannot move from place to place, it is already everywhere. Therefore, at death, the all-pervading, and therefore motionless, mind encapsulating the Purusha simply adjusts its vittas to fit the contours of a new body. Vaikaspati Misra clearly differentiates this view to that of the other Hindu and Jain schools including Skya, namely, that the subtle body actually somehow relocates in space and time to a new body. 4. 11 Hichu, Fulralambana Saktatv M Abhavtad, Abhidva Hichu, cause, phala, fruit, effect, motive, Asraya, substratum, Lambana, support, Sanktatv, because of being held together. M, of them, Abhav, in the absence, Tad, those the Saskras, Abhidva, there is absence of since Saskras are held together by immediate cause, motive, the mind, and the object of awareness, the Saskras cease when the latter cease. Patanjali here identifies 4 ingredients that underpin and sustain Saskras. First, the immediate cause, Hichu, of the Saskras, says Vyasa, is action, more specifically, dharma and adharma, pious or impious activity, and their consequences. As we know, from dharma comes pleasure, and from adharma comes suffering. Subsequently, from pleasure comes attachment, everyone wants to perpetuate pleasure, and from suffering comes aversion, everyone wants to avoid suffering. These, in turn, provoke further actions, the effort to gain or preserve pleasure, and the effort to avoid or remove suffering. Such actions, whether in body, mind, or word, have effects in their turn. One's actions either benefit or harm others and are thus dharmic or adharmic. These perpetuate the chain of reactions noted above, and thus the 6-spoked wheel of Sasra, dharma, adharma, pleasure, suffering, attachment, and aversion, is perpetuated. The underlying cause of all this, including the more immediate cause of action, the driver of the will, is nescience, the root of the klesas, as discussed in 2.4. Ignorance corresponds to the spokes of the wheel, says Akara, since upon removing the spokes, the wheel collapses, and the saskras lose their effectiveness. Vyasa defines the second item listed in the sutra, motive, phala, as that which underpins the production of dharma and adharma, etc. Indicated above. One's motives prompt action, whether dharmic or adharmic, and these produce saskras and perpetuate the cycle. The term for motive here is phala, literally, fruit. One is motivated by the desire for an outcome or fruit. Additionally, in a sense, One's motives are the result of past experiences and thus are the fruits of past saskras. Saskras tend to perpetuate similar saskras, so it is easy to get caught in patterns of behavior. A certain type of saskra activates and prompts a corresponding type of action, which plants saskras similar to the original saskras that prompted the action, and a vicious cycle is perpetuated. To illustrate this, consider addictive behavior. Due to habitual past indulgence, a person craves, say, a cigarette, intoxicant, certain type of food, or sexual experience, which the person remembers as being the source of pleasure. When memory of this pleasure is activated in the form of saskras awakening in the citta, the person is impelled, or at least pressured, by the force of the saskric memory to repeat this indulgence, thereby planting a new but similar saskra that simply reinforces the original saskra such that it awakens with even more force next time, only to be indulged and strengthened yet again. Every time one feels like smoking a cigarette, due to the pressure of past memories of smoking, and then smokes, one is adding another set of saskras to the original cigarette saskras. Thus, clusters of certain types of saskras are continually reinforced and perpetuated, and develop into personality traits that can become very hard to break. By changing motive, one can break this cycle. Ultimately, one has to change one's base motive from desire to enjoy any kind of pleasure whatsoever to the desire for liberation, the desire to destroy the klesa of ignorance, to break the will entirely, but initially one can at least aspire for dharmic pleasure if one is caught in a cycle of adharmic behavior. Adharmic behavior produces unhappiness. The indulgence of craving does not bring genuine lasting pleasure but simply perpetuates frustration, hankering, and discontent. The substratum, asraya, of saskras noted as the third item on the list is, of course, the mind, or, more specifically, the karmasaya of 2:12, where saskras are lodged. And the commentators understand support, alambana, the last item on the list, to refer to an object one encounters that causes any particular saskra to activate, in other words, a catalyst. So, for example, the sight of a provocative picture of the opposite sex will likely incite sexually surcharged saskras to overpower the mind, thus this picture is the support for the appearance of those saskras. In short, as long as cause, motive, substratum, and support exist, saskras exist, and when these conditions are eliminated, saskras have no infrastructure within which to exist. Saskras are like a stream, says Ramananda Sarasvati, so if their source is cut off, they will be brought to an end. And when saskras are eliminated, sasra comes to an end. 4:12 Atangatas svarapatos adva, bedad dharmatita, past, anagatam, not yet happened, the future, svarpata, in reality, asti, there is, adva, path, time, bedad, because of the difference, dharm, of the characteristics the past and the future exist in reality, since they differ from the present only in terms of the time of manifestation of their characteristics. The following four sutras overlap the discussion initiated in 3:9-15. There, an understanding of the transformation of matter was relevant to the context of mystic powers, whereas the discussion of the transformation of matter in these sutras is in the context of the metaphysics of objects in external reality. That which does not exist cannot come into being, says Vyasa, and that which does exist can never be destroyed. As the Jita notes, of the non-existent there is no being, and of the existent there is no cessation of being. This conclusion is seen by the seers of truth from studying the nature of them both. 2:16. The three phases of time: the past as that which has already manifested, atita, the future as that which has yet to manifest, anagata, and the present as that which is manifesting, all actually exist in a sense, says Patanjali in this sutra, and are therefore objects of knowledge for the yogi. In 3:52, in apparent contradiction, the commentators stated that the past and future do not exist, but actually the same point is being made by both sets of truth claims. To understand the mechanics of this, it is important to keep in mind the principle of Sat Karyavata effects are latent in their causes. The past and the future may be unmanifest, but they are latent in the present, and thus their existence is very real in this sense. The future does not come from nothing, nor does the past fade into nothing. Past and future are thus perceivable by those able to recognize the finer causal levels of present reality. The point being made in the earlier discussion was that past and future do not exist as entities separate from the present. But they do exist in terms of their latent presence in the present, and Patanjali here is stressing this latter perspective. Akara refers to the standard Sat Karyavata illustrations from Skya 13. Yogurt as an effect must be potentially present in milk as its cause, otherwise, if an effect were totally non-existent in its cause, how could yogurt arise from churning milk? If something could arise that was non-existent in its cause, then why should not anything arise from churning milk, like gold, or elephants? The only product that can arise from milk is one whose characteristics are already inherent within milk. If the oilman could make oil from sand, continues Akara, why would he go to all the trouble of grinding sesame seeds? So, with reference to the concluding sentence of the commentary on the previous sutra, how can Sastras, which exist, ever be destroyed, given that things that exist can never be destroyed? As Akara points out, they are never actually destroyed in a metaphysical sense, but they can become non-productive, and this is the meaning intended when the texts speak of destroying Sastras. Sastras cannot be existentially destroyed, but they can be rendered obsolete, frequently referred to as burnt by the commentators. In terms of the goals of yoga, it is their ability to disturb the citta that is destroyed. 4. 13 Te Vyakta, Skma with Makron Gutana Te, they past, present, and future, Vyakta, are manifest, Skma with Makron, subtle, latent, Gwa, the three Gwas, Tmna, having the nature of the past, present, and future have the Gwas as their essence and are either manifest or latent. Moving this discussion to its deepest metaphysical essence, Patanjali here states that everything is essentially simply a combination of the three Gwas, and when these Gwas combine in specific ways and manifest the characteristics of any particular object, we consider that object to be present. When the object deteriorates and its ingredients dissolve into their essences, we consider that process to constitute the past. Actually, the object still exists but not in a manifest form, that is, the essential energy from which the object was a temporary configuration remains eternally existent. The future is that which remains potentially stored and locked up within the Gwas, waiting for the right configuration of circumstances to cause the Gwas to produce it. The present is simply the configuration of the Gwas that happens to be manifest, and the past and future are those which are latent. They are therefore all real in some sort of quasi-concrete way, as Patanjali indicated in the last sutra. However, in essence, all three are just the permutations of the Gwas. Vyasa quotes an unidentified verse from the Sastra, one does not become absorbed in a direct perception of the ultimate form of the Gwas, that which is perceived directly, is the trifles of Maya. 14 Vijanabhika quotes the Gita here, this divine Maya, illusion, of Minka, which is hard to overcome, is made up of the Gwas. 7. 14. No doubt in reference to the Advaita school of Vedanta thought, which holds the world of illusion. Illusion to be ultimately essentially unreal, Vijanabhiku hastens to add that in the yoga position, the effects of the Gwas may be temporary, but they are not unreal. The yoga school holds that Prakti and her effects are essentially and physically real, but due to the constant motion of the Gwas that comprise Prakti, her effects are ever changing. Illusion, then, for yoga, is to hold these effects to be permanent, not to consider them to be essentially unreal. 4. 14 Paramakat Vastu, Tadvam Parama, transformation, Ekatvad, singleness, unity, Vastu, thing, Tatvam, thatness, reality. The things of the world are objectively real, due to the uniformity of the guas that underpin all change. Patanjali here addresses the relationship between unity and diversity among the objects of the world. If everything in manifest reality is ultimately one, in the sense of having a unified source, ekatva, in the form of the guas, then, posits Vyasa, how is it that we find all the differences among things in our perception? The commentators take this opportunity to expand on the metaphysics of Skya and Yoga. Note again that there were nuances of differences circulating among followers of Skya. The Bhagavatapura, for example, speaks of several different schools in existence, 11:22.2-3. According to Vijñanabhikkhu, from primarily the tamasic element in Ahakra, itself an evolute from the highly sattvic buddhi, emanates the tanmatra, subtle element, of sound. Ahakra interacting with sound then produces akasa, the gross element of ether, which has sound as its quality. When ether, in turn, interacts with the tamasic element in Ahakra, the subtle element of touch is produced. The tamasic element in Ahakra then interacts with the subtle element of touch to produce the gross element air. Air is then affected by the same Ahakra and produces the subtle element of sight, and the same process involving interaction with the tamasic element in Ahakra progressively transforms sight into the gross element of fire, fire to the fourth subtle element of taste, taste to the gross element of water, water to the subtle element of smell, and smell to the fifth and final gross element of earth. The proportion of the tamasic element in Ahakra in the above series is progressively increased vis the other two guas as each element becomes progressively denser. Thus, as Bhojaraja points out, earth, relative to air, contains more tamas and air more rajas. Atoms, more precisely, subatomic particles, of physical matter, the Mahabhutas, are the smallest particles of elemental matter that can exist without matter dissolving back into its subtler substructure of tanmatra. Thus, in Vijñanabhikkhu's schema, the atoms of each of the gross elements are formed from a combination of the tanmatras, subtle elements, in the following way: earth atoms are formed from all 5 subtle elements of sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell. Water atoms are formed from the subtle elements of sound, touch, sight, and taste. Fire atoms are formed of sound, touch, and sight. Air atoms are formed of sound and touch. Ether has no atoms as it does not consist of parts. As a point of contrast, the Vedanta tradition has a slightly different schema whereby the atom of any gross element is made up of half its corresponding subtle element, and the other half by equal portions of the remaining 4 subtle elements. Thus the earth atom is half the smell tanmatra and half of equal portions, 1/8 each, of sound, touch, sight, and taste, and similarly with the other gross elements. We should keep in mind here that tanmatra refers to the powers, or subtle vibrational energies, manifesting as sound, touch, taste, etc. They are more tamasic in their constitution than their source, the even subtler vibrational energy Ahakra, but more sattvic than their products, the Au subatomic particles. It is these As that are the basic building blocks of the physical universe. The point of all this metaphysical specificity is that although there may be a unified material energy behind all reality in the form of the 3 guas of Prakrti, individual items of reality emerge when these guas and their products interact with each other in various ways, that is, when the sattvic, tamasic, and rajasic proportions of Prakrti are realigned. So we can see that earth mixing with water produces clay, a product different from both, says Vijñanabhikkhu, and this product itself transforms again when it interacts with fire and is baked in the form of a pot. Individual objects perceivable in external reality are simply individual mutations of the guas. Just as the lamp, says Akara, is a combination of wick, oil, and fire, so material products are specific combinations of the guas. Changing track, Vyasa considers the view of those who deny the reality of the external world, the idealists. Some, he says, argue that there is no physical object external to or independent of thought, that is, an object demonstrably exists only if it is cognized by thought. Proponents of this position note that there are objects that appear to be independent of thoughts but in reality are demonstrably internal to it, such as the objects imagined in dreams. Since there is nothing that can be known independent of thought, and since some so-called external objects, such as those perceived in dreams, are in fact not external at all, this school concludes that there are no demonstrable objects in reality at all that can be proved to be external to thought, they are all just constructions of the mind. Idealism obviously counters the yoga view that objects are real. 22. At least in terms of their essential nature of the guas as Patanjali has specified, a position loosely categorized as realism. Vijñanabhikkhu identifies the idealists referred to here by Vyasa as the Vijñanavada Buddhists. 15. But objective physical reality is self-evident, says Vyasa. There are no means to substantiate the claim that objective reality is a construction of the mind, unlike the imagined reality of objects in a dream that is countered upon waking. Nothing counters the reality of objects experienced in the waking state. 16. Hariharananda points out that, as a matter of fact, even the dream analogy supports the position of realism rather than idealism, since the objects constructed by imagination in a dream are actually mental imprints or memories, saskras, of real physical objects previously experienced in the waking state that then surface in the mind in a confused fashion when asleep. Akara makes the additional argument that supposing the objects of perceptions to be not real, but merely consciousness, entails consciousness being divided into subject and object. If the perception of a worm is actually merely a construction of consciousness rather than an external physical thing, then consciousness must be divided into consciousness as thing perceived, the worm, and consciousness as the perceiver, in other words, into subject and object. But this is not defensible, he states, and is akin to arguing that one can divide a light into two lights, light as illuminator and light as illuminated. 17. Vijñanabhikkhu, meanwhile, takes a swipe at the Advaita school of Vedanta stemming from Akara, who is considered by his opponents to be quasi-Buddhistic in his philosophy that the world is ultimately unreal. 18. 4. 15. Vastu, Samai Siddha, Vedate Vibhakta Panth Vastu, a thing, Samai, while remaining common, Siddha, mind, Vedat, because of difference, Teo, of it the mind and object of perception, Vibhakta, different, Panth, paths because there is a multiplicity of minds perceiving an object but yet the object remains consistent. There is a difference in nature between the object and the mind of the observer. Patanjali continues his discussion from the previous sutra, distinguishing the realist yoga philosophy from the philosophy of idealism. Clearly, various forms of idealism, which all the commentators identify primarily with schools of Buddhism, must have been prevalent on Patanjali's landscape, since he dedicates a number of sutras to the subject. 14-22, indeed, this is the only section of the text that engages so explicitly with another philosophical school. Consequently, some scholars see yoga as an internal updating of the old Ski tradition, partly with a view of bringing it into conversation with the more technical philosophical traditions that had emerged by the 2nd to 5th centuries, particularly the challenges represented by Buddhist thought. 19. The reader is alerted that the following section is unavoidably philosophical. One reason for this is that, from the sources of knowledge accepted by the Yoga school, Pratyeka, Anumana, and Agama, perception, inference, and verbal authority cannot be used in discussions with Buddhists. The sacred texts and human authorities accepted by the Hindus are not the same as those accepted by the Buddhists. In other words, there is no use quoting the Upanishads to resolve a philosophical issue, such as whether or not there is an Atman, if the opponent does not accept the Upanishads as authoritative sacred text. So, in discussions with those outside the Vedic fold such as Buddhists, verbal authority cannot serve as a common framework. Nor can perception. After all, where Hindu yogis might claim that they or their spiritual masters have perceived the existence of the Atman in the state of samadhi, Buddhist meditators might equally claim that they have perceived precisely the non-existence of any such Atman in the state ultimate to Buddhists, nirvana, each laying claim to direct perception. Where does the conversation go from there? Neither perception nor verbal authority, therefore, can serve usefully as a source of knowledge when debating with non-orthodox schools, only inference can. Therefore, the debates between the Hindus and Buddhists, both textual and actual, 20 adopted logic in critiquing the viewpoints of opponents, called Purvapaka. This makes for difficult reading for those not schooled in Indic thought, even as an effort has been made here to reduce the technicalities of the following sutras as far as possible. An object of the world, despite the fact that it remains a unitary object that remains constant in terms of its metaphysical makeup, vastu, samaya, can be experienced very differently by different minds. If the perceiver's mind is pervaded by sattva, says Vyasa, the object might engender sattvic qualities such as happiness in the mind. If pervaded by rajas, it might engender pain. If pervaded by tamas, forgetfulness. If perceived with the eye of wisdom, detachment. As Vaikaspati Misra, ever ready with more colorful examples, puts it, the same women may be beloved, hated, ignored, or approached with indifference by the individuals Katra, Vyamitra, Devdatta, and Matra, even though the woman remains the same object of perception throughout. If the same object produces different feelings in different minds, then the actual object itself, being common to all, must be different from the mind. But these differences notwithstanding, how is it that different people all perceive essentially the same basic source object in the first place, if the object is a construction of the mind as idealists hold rather than an object with external reality in its own right? If it is a mental construct, says Bhojaraja, then surely there would be a complete difference in the original object constructed by one person's mind as compared to the object constructed by another person's mind, not just a difference in the responses the same object invokes due to the differences of the observer's guas, but a difference in the very nature of the object itself. Why would Katra and his friends all perceive the same woman in the first place, irrespective of whether she provokes love, hate, or indifference? Why should an object construed as external in one person's mind be constructed simultaneously in another's mind? And even if we accept this for argument's sake, continues Vaikaspati Misra, if external objects that appear common to all are actually internal mental constructs that are somehow shared, why are not all individual mental thought constructs shared? If one person randomly thinks of the color blue, why is it that other people do not suddenly think of blue at the same time? Why are only supposedly external objects simultaneously perceived by all? And even if one goes further and accepts that such a common experience of an external object can spontaneously occur simultaneously, as internal mental constructs of numerous people, what is the original cause of the object's appearance? Can an object that has been constructed or imagined in one person's mind be transmitted to another's such that both individuals share the same supposed external perception of it? If so, whose mind, according to the philosophy of idealism, originally imagined all the varied perceptions in apparent, external reality common to all? Vijanabhika points out that one person does not share the dream of another, so how can people all share the perception of the same supposed object in the waking state? 21. If this is not due to transmission from one person's mind to another's, then how is it that the same shared object is being imagined by everyone simultaneously? And even if one allows that this can take place somehow or other, then why doesn't everyone have identical impressions all the time, asks Akara? For such reasons, says Vyasa, there must be a distinction between the object of perception and the instrument of perception, the mind. The minds may be different in terms of the qualities of their perceptions, but the object remains the same. This is Patanjali's thrust in the sutra. The object must be external to and independent of perception, or consciousness. Objects are not constructions of the mind, but svapradaham, grounded in their own right independent of perception, as Patanjali will clearly state in the next sutra, where the discussion continues. 4. 16 Nakaka, Siddha, Tuntram set Vastutad, Apramakam Tadaki Syat Na, not, Ca, and, Eka, 1, Siddha, mind, Tuntram, dependent, set, if, Vastu, thing, Tad, that mind, Apramakam, not evidenced by cognition, Tada, then, Kim, what, Syat, happens to it. An object is not dependent on a single mind for its existence. If it were, then what happens to it when it is not perceived by that particular mind? If an object, say a pot, were indeed merely a construction of the mind, what would happen to it, asks Vyasa rhetorically, if the mind were in a state of samadhi, or even if it were just plain distracted, that is, not focused on that particular object? Since it is supposed to be the construction of a single mind, would the pot then simply cease to exist when that person's mind is no longer aware of it? If so, then why can other people still see it? Moreover, the parts of an object not perceived by the mind would not actually exist, says Vyasa, according to idealism. If one perceives a person only from the front, does this mean the person's back does not exist because it is not within the sphere of perception? If so, how can a person's stomach exist without a back? He asks in a somewhat tongue-in-cheek manner. And, in a world where objective reality is simply the mental construction of the individual, conventional social interactions would completely break down, since there is no reason people's mental constructions of social norms should overlap in any coherent manner, adds Akara. If everything is a construction of consciousness, then why would the student and teacher both construct the same understanding of their respective social roles such that they might cooperate? How could any sane and standardized social system evolve from independently created mental imaginings? The objects of the world can therefore be only independent entities, as minds, too, are independent entities. They unite to fulfill their purpose, concludes Vyasa, which is to provide the Purua with Paga, experience. The objects of the senses provide distractions for the soul absorbed in sasra, and the mind and other faculties process these sense objects and present them to Purua. 4. 17 Tad, Yupark Pekatksatasia Vastujanata Janatam Tad, it the mind, Yupariga, colored by, pervaded, Apekatv, depending on, Cetasia, of the mind, Vastu, a thing, Janata, is known, Ajanatam, is not known. A thing is either known or not known by the mind depending on whether it is noticed by the mind. Here Patanjali presents the yoga position as to why, if objects are objectively real, they are sometimes known, Janata, and sometimes not known, Ajanata, to an individual. The process of cognition, according to yoga, occurs when the citta comes in contact with the sense objects. The objects of the senses are like magnets, says Vyasa, and the mind is like iron. Sense objects in the vicinity of the mind exert their pull on the mind. Patanjali uses the term Yupariga, colored, here, when an object colors the mind due to proximity, is pervaded or noticed by the mind, that object becomes known. Things that are not so pervaded remain unknown. In this way the mind is always changing, noticing one thing and then another. The citta assumes the form of a particular object, or is colored by it, like a cloth is colored when it comes into contact with dye, says Vijanabhiku. More specifically, the intelligence aspect of the citta internally replicates the external or physical features of the object, that is, it assumes the shape and contours of the object psychically, and then presents this image to Purua, which becomes aware of it by its consciousness reflecting on or pervading the citta. It is important to keep in mind that citta remains inert and unconscious throughout this process. It is still a product of praktic matter, however subtle. The ultimate experience of being aware of the object is the prerogative of Purua's awareness only. In this way, the citta itself becomes the object in terms of Purua's awareness. As a parting comment against the idealists, Akara notes that if physical objects are simply creations of the mind would either be omniscient, it should theoretically be able to create and thus gain knowledge of anything at all, or it would not create any objects of awareness, and thus nothing would be known. 4. 18 Sata Janata Siddha, Vitayas Tad, Prabho Puruasipramit Sata, always, Ja with Macron Ta with Macron, are known, Siddha, mind, Vitaya, changing state, permutations, Tad, that the mind, Prabho, of the master, Purusya, of the Purua, soul, Aparimitv, because of it not changing, the permutations of the mind are always known to its master, the Purua soul, because of the soul's unchanging nature. Here Patanjali presents an axiomatic truth in Hindu philosophy: the unchanging nature, Aparimitva, of Purua. Anything that changes cannot be eternal, since, obviously, if a thing changes into something else, the original thing ceases to be. Therefore, since the soul is eternal, it cannot change. The soul must in any event be unchanging, infers Vyasa, because if it were constantly changing by nature, as is the case of the mind, then its object of awareness, the mind's vitas, would be sometimes known to it and sometimes not known. This is not the case. Purua is always aware of the mind's vitas, even in deep sleep, which we recall is a viti in its own right. The mind itself, on the other hand, is sometimes aware of its objects of awareness, the sense objects, and sometimes not. Since the mind is always changing and roaming about, its objects, the sense objects of sound, etc., are sometimes in its sphere of perception and sometimes not, but the Purua-S awareness, in contrast, is constant and unchanging. The object of the Purua-S awareness is the mind, irrespective of the viti of the mind. Again, if the awareness of the Purua were also changing and roaming about, it, too, would sometimes be aware of its object, the mind, and sometimes not, but the fact is that the Purua is always aware of the mind, that is, it is always absorbed in one or other of the vitas. Therefore, says Vyasa, its core awareness is unchanging. It is accordingly distinct from the ever-changing mind. 4. 19 Na Tad Svabhasam Dayat Na, not, Tad, it, the mind, Svabhasam, self, illuminating, Dayat, because of its nature as that which is to be perceived. Nor is the mind self, illuminating, because of its nature as the object of perception. In this sutra, Patanjali rejects the position, identified by the commentators as being that of the Vainasika Buddhists, that the mind is itself self-aware or self-illuminating, svabhasa, like fire, which does not need any outside agent to illuminate itself. In this view, accordingly, there is no need to posit the existence of an outside source of awareness in the form of Purua. The mind itself is held to be self-aware, the source of awareness. But in yoga epistemology, mind is clearly the object of awareness. When one says, I am afraid, I am angry, etc., the mind in the form of anger or fear is the object of awareness, requiring a distinct subject of awareness, an I. Otherwise it would be like saying the cooking is cooked or the cutting is cut or the going is gone, says Vaikaspati Misra. The act and the object of activity cannot be the same thing. Any object of awareness, like a pot, cannot also be the subject of awareness. That which is perceivable requires a perceiver, says Bhojaraja. If the pot perceived were identical with the perceiving subject, one should rather say I am the pot, not I see the pot. Moreover, points out Hariharananda, if the mind itself were the subject of awareness or I, in the example I am afraid, there would have to be one part of the mind that would be the I, or knower, and another part that would be the known or object of knowledge, the afraid. This is tantamount to accepting that there is a part of the mind that is the knower and a part that is the known, which admits a knower distinct from objects of knowledge and therefore approaches the position of the yoga school. And even if, in the fire example, one allows that fire illuminates itself without the need of any other agent. Nonetheless, fire itself is an object that is known by something outside of itself, namely, the perceiver of the fire seeing through the instrument of the eye. Another outside entity is still required to experience and establish the luminosity of fire in the first place. Therefore, the counterargument of fire is inadequate. In short, the mind, being an object of perception, cannot be subjectively aware or self-illuminating. Whatever illumination it seems to exude is the result of it being permeated by the illumination of the awareness of Purua, like the cloud appearing illumined due to the sun shining through it, or the iron bar becoming fiery due to being placed in and permeated by the fire. In short, subject and object must be distinct entities. Discussion of this issue continues in the next sutra. 4.20 Eka, some Kophanavadram Eka, 1. Some, time, ca, and, abhaya, both, anavadram, non-discernment. There cannot be discernment of both the mind and the object it perceives at the same time. Once more, Vyasa specifically directs his comments toward the Kaika, Vadans, those who believe in momentariness, another generic name for the Buddhists. Continuing from the previous sutra, his refutation of the notion that the mind is self-aware, he reads Patanjali here as presenting another argument that it would not be possible for the mind to be aware of itself as well as an object of awareness in the same instance in Kaika, Veda metaphysics. The argument is slightly technical. Buddhists hold that all aspects of reality, whether cognitive or material, do not have any essential nature but exist only for a moment, during which they produce effects before fading, and thus flavor immediately succeeding moments of existence. Since all phenomena are momentary, that is, all ingredients of reality last for only a moment, any object in reality, such as a pot, although appearing to remain the same for a long period of time, is actually undergoing change at every moment in all its parts. Apparent continuity is merely the production of similar but successive effects each moment, like the different stills of a movie reel, which give the impression of a continuous object but are actually distinct images following each other in rapid succession. This includes the mind. It, too, consists of a series of momentary minds. See discussion in 2.32. Obviously, this Kaika, Veda position is in opposition to the Yoga school, which holds that the mind, and all objects of reality, does have an essential nature that endures, in the sense that it is an evolute of the eternal guas of Prakti, and that the subject of awareness, Purua, also endures eternally. Thus, the main difference between the Buddhist and the Yoga positions in the matter of the momentary perceivable nature of external reality is that Yoga metaphysics holds that, while reality is indeed a flow of ever-changing moments, all such change is caused by the flux of the underlying substructure, guas, which are eternal essences, where the Buddhists deny any eternal essences at all in reality. But we can note that both schools agree that surface-level reality is always in flux. Now, in the cognition I know the pot, there is an element of self-awareness represented in the I and an element of object awareness represented in the pot. The cognition I know the pot, while appearing to the conscious mind to be a solitary and uniform thought, actually involves two separate cognitions, one for the I, an act of self-awareness, and another for the pot as object of awareness. However, if, as per the Kaika, Veda position, everything arises for only one single instant, this would mean that the mind could be aware of itself for only one instant and then aware of any other object such as a pot for another, separate instant. In other words, if one were to posit that there is no Purua, soul, as subject of awareness, and if everything in objective reality arises and exists for only one instant, as the Buddhists suppose, then during that instant the mind would not be capable of being self-aware, the I inherent in any act of cognition, as well as simultaneously being object-aware of something else such as a pot. If the mind were momentary and self-illuminating, it would use up its momentary existence being aware, because self-awareness is an act, and all acts are momentary in Buddhism. Since one cannot be self-aware and object-aware at the exact same time, then the act of self-awareness uses up the existential lifespan of the moment, so to speak. The mind would then find itself in the same situation in the next which would also be spent being self-aware, and so on with the next, ad infinitum. Where, then, would there ever be a moment free in which to be object-aware? There would never be any room for object-awareness if the mind were momentary and self-illuminating as per the Kaika Veda position. One would never be aware of anything in external reality. The argument is a reductio ad absurdum, called tarka in Hindu logic, whereby the opponent's position is shown to lead to impossible consequences. The yoga position, of course, is that it is the purua that is self-aware or self-illuminating, and the mind, which is object-aware, and these two separate entities coexist and are enduring rather than momentary. Thus the functions of illumination or self-awareness on the one hand, and of object-awareness on the other, are divided between two permanent, separate, and distinct entities, thereby bypassing the problems of Akaika Veda metaphysics in positing a self-illuminating mind that is simultaneously object-aware. Naturally, the entire yoga premise is that there is an eternal autonomous purua that can be realized, hence the need to engage with Buddhist views denying the existence of such an entity. 4. 21 Siddhantara, Di Buddhai, Buddharita Prasagasumti, Sakara Ca Siddha, mind, and Thara, other, Di, if it is seen, Buddhai, intelligence, Buddh, of the intelligence, Adiprasaga, excessive contact, unwarranted stretch, Sumti, memory, Sankara, confusion, mixing up of, Ca, and if the mind were cognized by another mind, then there would be an infinite regress of one intelligence being known by another intelligence. Moreover, there would also be confusion of memory. In the last sutra, the Buddhist notion of mind was considered from the perspective of the subject of awareness. Patanjali and the commentators now engage in technical, psychological analysis from the perspective of the objects of awareness. Let us say the momentary mind, as understood in certain schools of Buddhism, becomes aware of a pot and generates the idea of a pot that exhausts the mind's existential moment of existence. By whom would that idea of a pot be known, if there is no purua? Vyasa argued in the previous sutra that the subject of awareness and object of awareness cannot coexist in the same siddha at the same moment, so, by a logic parallel to that outlined in the previous sutra, the mind's awareness of the pot can be only the object of awareness, but without a subject. The opponent, at this point, could introduce the idea that there is another subsequent momentary idea, and it is this second idea that is the knower of the first idea. First of all, as Hariharananda notes, this essentially entails postulating a future, that is, subsequent mind, as knower of a present mind. The problem with this is that the two would not overlap since their nature is momentary in Buddhism. In other words, if everything is momentary, how can a future entity know a present entity when the latter would have become past and thus expired when the future entity became present? Furthermore, even if this were not the case, if this second idea is the knower or subject of the first idea, then the first idea becomes the object of the second idea, but one is still left without a subject for the second idea. And if one introduces a third idea as knower of the second idea, then a fourth, and so on, one ends up with the infinite regress, adiprasaga, noted by Patanjali in the sutra. Patanjali's second comment in the sutra pertaining to the confusion of memory, sumti, sakara, is also somewhat technical and understood by the commentators as pointing to the fact that all the ideas noted above would produce saskaras of the same form. The pot becomes the object of awareness for the mind during its moment of existence, and is placed as a pot saskara in the siddha, as all objects of awareness are. But then this mind with its image of a pot itself becomes the object of awareness for a subsequent momentary mind, transferring its potsaskra to the second momentary mind, and this, in turn, to a third momentary mind, and so forth. There would be knowledge of the pot, knowledge of the knowledge of the pot, knowledge of the knowledge of the knowledge of the pot. Now, each of these minds in this momentary series would manifest, imprinted with its own inherited set of saskras of this original pot. Patanjali seems to be saying that such multiple sets of consecutive saskras of the pot would throw memory into confusion, since, in the absence of an unchanging, unifying agent and of the same enduring saskra, there would be no way of knowing which memory of the pot in the series pertained to the original pot or object of knowledge or idea. There would just be a confused multiplicity of duplicated saskras. Moreover, the agent perceiving the original pot, being momentary, would not be the same agent recollecting it at a later moment. Thus memory would not be clear in the sense of identifying and connecting one saskric memory to its original corresponding object, since there would be no constant witness to connect them. Memory has always featured in the arguments of the orthodox Hindu schools against Buddhism. To say, "This is the pot that I saw yesterday," requires that the saskra of that pot be retained from one day to the next such that one can remember it. This suggests continuity of saskra, which goes against the notion of momentariness. If one argues that there is a stream of momentary samskaras within which the saskra of a previous moment subtly transmits its impression or stamp on the next, and this second on the third, and so forth, such that there appears to be one constant saskra but is in reality a stream of successive moments, then other difficulties arise. Such a process of transmission would require that the saskra exist for at least 2 or 3 distinct cause, or moments. There must be a moment when the saskra receives the impression, perhaps a moment when it exists in its own right, then at the very least a moment when it overlaps with the subsequent saskra such that it can transmit its impression upon it, and then, perhaps, another moment in which it dissolves. According to the followers of other systems of Indian thought, most entities endure for at least 3 moments: origination, duration, and cessation. 22 Without such overlap, there could not be a stream of continuity. This entails more than one moment, which is not admitted by adherents of the momentariness view, Kaika, Veda. 23 Such arguments are expressed in the Vedanta tradition and adopted by most Hindu philosophical schools. 24. Moreover, if the mind continues to exhaust its momentary existence in object awareness rather than subject awareness, there would be no awareness of a subjective self, says Akara. How could we function in the world without any notion of a subjective self? We would all meet each other in bewilderment, he quips. There is thus the need of a subject, in the yoga view the Purua manifesting its awareness through the Siddha to be the witness of ideas and provide a basis for continuity. Vyasa considers another Buddhist view, which Vijnanabhiku again identifies as that of the Vijnanavadins, or Yogacara Buddhists. In Buddhism in general, the human persona consists of 5 skandhas, layers of personhood: form, sensation, perceptions, saskras, and consciousness. None of these is permanent, including consciousness. All 5 layers consist of constantly changing streams of interdependent point moments, each one codependent on and interconnected with others. Some Buddhists, Vyasa states, hold that there actually is a mind, called sattva, literally, beingness 25, which appropriates these layers, then discards them constantly for new layers every moment. The more common term for this mental substratum in Yogacara or Vijnanavada Buddhism is alaya, vijnana. Since the postulation of such a sattva starts to approach the notion of a purua, he continues, they become fearful of the implications of this move and hasten to deny its existence as anything other than momentary. All in all, from the perspective of the yoga school, confusion arises by attempting to deny the existence of a purua as the witness of the mind. Having said this, one can reiterate that, at least in terms of Prakti, Buddhism and yoga both agree that surface, level reality is momentary and flows in a stream of ever-changing flux. As will be discussed in 433, where they differ is that in yoga this all takes place in a constant, eternal, and enduring substratum, prakti. In Buddhism, in addition to there being no purua as the witness of prakti, there is no such entity as prakti underlying the momentary flux of surface reality. 422 Sita Apardisikramis tad, Akarapatos ve buddhi, Savdanam sight, of consciousness, Apardisikrami, unmoving, tad, that, Akara, form, apata, pervading, entering into a state, sva, its own, buddhi, intelligence, Savdanam, knowing although it is unchanging, consciousness becomes aware of its own intelligence by means of pervading the forms assumed by the intelligence. Having argued that the mind is not self-illuminating but rather an object of knowledge, the question now arises as to how the mind is known at all by purua, given the yoga axiom that purua is changeless, apardisikrama, and does not act in any way. If purua were directly aware of external objects, if there were no siddha, it would itself be an actor, by virtue of interacting directly with the world, as well as ever, changing, by virtue of being aware of, processing, and thinking about one object after another, as is entailed in everyday consciousness. If purua were subject to change in this way, it would not be eternal. Eternal means unchanging. Therefore, purua is passive and unchanging, according to yoga metaphysics. Consequently it is the siddha that changes and modifies itself according to the objects of perception pots or any other objects of the world, molding itself into a replication of these objects, apati. One recalls the example of copper being poured into a mold and thereby taking the form of that mold. This transformed siddha, that is, siddha molded into the particular form of the external object, the pot, is presented to the changeless and eternal purua. The consciousness of purua, which eternally radiates forth, thereby becomes aware of the siddha in this particular mold of a pot. Purua has not changed or transformed by being aware of siddha and its machinations, nor has it acted. Its awareness has merely encountered the siddha in its modified forms of pots and so forth. The light of a movie projector does not change or act when it pervades the ever-changing reel flowing in front of it. Its unchanging nature is simply to shine. Pervaded by Purua's awareness, the siddha in its turn becomes animated as the movie reel becomes illuminated when pervaded by light. Thus the siddha can act and continually change into the forms of the world, meanwhile allowing the Purua, as witness, to remain inactive and unchangingly aware. The siddha is also conceptualized as acting as a mirror and reflecting the Purua. Vakaspati Misra presents again the classic illustration of the moon reflected in rippling water. When Purua becomes aware of its reflection in the modified siddha, it becomes aware of an apparently transformed Purua, that is, of its reflection in whatever is going on in the siddha, which appears animated due to being pervaded by the Purua's awareness. This is compared to the moon's reflection in water agitated by the wind, which makes the moon's reflection and, by extension, the moon itself appear to be moving with ripples. Of course, it is only the reflection of the moon that moves with the ripples. The moon itself remains unchanged in the sky, but an ignorant person might mistake the rippled reflection of the moon to be the actual moon. Similarly, the Purua becomes identified with its distorted reflection by the siddha and thus becomes aware of and identified with sasric life despite the fact that, in reality, it itself is autonomous, aloof, and unchanging. Vyasa quotes the following verse: "The sages teach that the hidden place in which the eternal Brahman is to be found is not the netherworlds, nor the mountain caves, nor deep darkness, nor the caverns of the oceans. It is the vitas of the intelligence which appears identical to him by which it is hidden." 26 We can note here, as an aside, that although the Upanishadic term Brahman is not used by Patanjali, Atman, of course, is, Vyasa is here clearly equating it with Purua. 423 Dra, Daya Parakta Siddha Sarvartham Dra, the seer, Daya, the object seen, Uparaktam, colored, Siddham, the mind, Sarvartham, knows all objects. The mind, colored by the seer as well as by that which is seen, knows all objects. The Siddha is the pivot of Sasric existence. On the one hand, it assumes the forms of the objects of the world. On the other hand, it itself is the object of Puru's awareness. Thus, says Vyasa, it is colored by both object and subject, by the inanimate sense objects and by Purua, the ultimate source of awareness. By reflecting Puru's consciousness, as well as the inert objects of the world, it assumes the forms of both consciousness and unconsciousness, and hence, in Patanjali's terms, is colored, uparakta, by them. Like a crystal, it can reflect disparate things in its various facets. Here again we see the mind compared to the crystal. Depending on the point to be made, sometimes the Purua is compared to a crystal, e.g. Vakaspati Misra in I. 3, and other times, as we find here, the Siddha is compared to the crystal. In the former instance, the point is to illustrate that just as the crystal remains clear even though it might appear to be colored by an adjacent object, so does the Purua remain pure, even though its awareness appears to be colored by the adjacent Siddha with its vitas. But here the same example is used to illustrate that it is the mind that is infused with both consciousness distinct from itself on one side, and with the objects of the senses, also distinct from itself, on the other, as the crystal can be infused with both red and other colors distinct from itself in its various facets. This is why, says Vyasa, it is easy to subscribe to the idealist views discussed in the previous sutras. Since objects of consciousness are revealed by the mind, it is understandable that some might think they are products of the mind. 27 Likewise, since the mind reflects the consciousness of Purua, it is understandable that some might suppose that the mind itself is the source of consciousness. These views deserve sympathy, says Vyasa. However, if one is truly to realize the source of all consciousness, one must develop a clear understanding of the nature of Purua, of the Siddha, and of the objects of perception. Hence the previous sutras were directed by Patanjali at challenging certain views that might bear resemblances to the yogic position. The correct view according to the yoga school is that there are three entities in the process of knowledge: the knower, the instrument of knowledge, and the object of knowledge, Purua, Siddha, and the sense objects. And true discriminative knowledge, Viveka, is the understanding of the difference among them. 4. 24 Tad, Asakaya, Vasana, Sitram Api Parartham Sahatya, Karat Vat Tad, that, Asakaya, uncountable, Vasana, subconscious impressions, Sitram, variegated, API, also, Para, other, Artham, purpose, Sahatya, combination, union, Karat Vat, because of acting that mind, with its countless variegated subliminal impressions, exists for another entity other than itself, because it operates in conjunction with other instruments. Patanjali concludes the discussion concerning the nature of the mind and consciousness. The mind consists of unlimited saskras of pleasure, pain, knowledge, etc. It is therefore a construction made of many parts. It also works in conjunction, sahatya, with other entities such as the senses, sense objects, and so forth. Things that are combinations of parts and work in conjunction with other entities, state the commentators, have been conjoined for the purpose of something else, not for themselves. In fact, when the parts of a constructed entity are pulled apart, the entity ceases to exist as a coherent entity. Therefore, it has been put together originally for an entity other than itself. A house is a construction of different parts that exist with other entities. It does not exist for itself but for another entity, a resident. As we know, the mind exists to provide either experience or liberation. The experience of pleasure that it activates is not for itself, nor is its manifestation of the experience of pain, knowledge, etc. for itself. These are to be experienced by some other entity. That other entity cannot itself be a construct consisting of parts, for the reason outlined above, it must be something of a different nature. That other is the changeless, partless Purua. 4. 25 Vaya, Darsana Atma, Bhava, Bhavna, Vinavti distinction, Dharana, the seer, Atma, the self, Bhava, nature, Bhavna, meditation, Vinavti, cessation for one who sees the distinction between the mind and the soul, reflecting on the nature of the self ceases. Just as the existence of seeds is inferred from blades of grass shooting forth in the rainy season, says Vyasa, so the existence of saskras from the practice of yoga in a past life is inferred in the case of one whose hair stands on end and whose tears flow when hearing about the path of liberation. 28 The commentators discuss how, due to the performance of yoga in a past life, a person is spontaneously attracted to the practices of yoga in the present life. In such a person, they say, curiosity about the nature of the self. Who am I? Who was I in the past? What is this life about? Where will I go when I die? Arises spontaneously. Just as the lush verdancy of the rainy season points to the existence of seeds that had remained dormant until the onset of the rains, so the saskras accumulated from the practice of yoga in a past life lie dormant until conditions in a present life reactivate them, at which time they sprout spontaneously. One is then drawn automatically to the practices of yoga and the association of fellow yogis, and loses interest in the more superficial aspects of mundane existence. Ka states in the Gita that the unsuccessful yogi, that is, the one who does not quite complete his or her journey in life, is reborn into a pious or prosperous family, or a family of yogis. Then such a person gains a revival of his insight from the previous birth, and strives again for perfection from that point where he or she had left off in the past life. 6. 41-43. However, continues Vyasa, Patanjali is indicating in the sutra that when one has actually realized the self, questions such as who am I cease, hence, the prioritization of pratyeka, experience, by Patanjali, I. 49. From the three sources of knowledge accepted by the yoga school in I. 6. The other two, Anumana and Agama, inference and verbal authority, can help remove doubt, says Hariharananda, but only actual experience completely dissolves all questions. Existential questions are, after all, the products of Siddha, albeit of the Akliya variety noted in Sutra I. 5, which are advantageous to the ultimate goal of yoga. But once one actually experiences the distinction between the real self and everything else, all existential questions evaporate. As the Muaka Upanishad states, all doubts are dispelled, for one who has seen the truth. 2.9. 4. 26 Tada Vivka, Nimna Kavalya, Pragparam Siddham Tada, then, Vivka, discrimination, Nimnam, inclined toward, Kavalya, aloneness, ultimate liberation, Pragparam, inclined toward, Siddham, the mind at that point, the mind, inclined toward discrimination, gravitates toward ultimate liberation. When, says Vyasa, Siddha recognizes this distinction between itself and the Purua, the mind of the yogi, which had previously been interested in sensual gratification, undergoes a transformation. As Patanjali indicates, it becomes inclined toward the knowledge born of discrimination, of this distinction, and gravitates toward liberation, Kavalya. As discussed in 2.26, it is Vivka that destroys ignorance, and this brings about Kavalya. 2.25. 4. 27 Tak, Chidru Pratyantari Saskrabhya Tad, that, Chidru, break, interval, Pratyaya, ideas, and Tari, other, Saskrabhya. Subliminal impressions during the intervals in the state of discriminate awareness. Other ideas arise because of previous saskras. Patanjali states that even in the mind that is inclined toward liberation, there are breaks in the flow of vivka, discrimination, of the difference between purua and siddha. Conventional thoughts such as, I am, this is mine, I know, I don't know, etc. pop into the mind of the meditator, says Vyasa. From where do they come? These are merely the effects of previous saskras, which are gradually dwindling away. The sense of I remains even in Samprajanata, Samadhi, Vijnabhika reminds us. And even a very renounced yogi who begs for his food as an ascetic, says Vaikaspati Misra, must be conscious of his body and of hunger, etc. to do so. Thus, even as they dwindle, thoughts pertaining to the Praktic body and mind continue to arise even in the minds of advanced yogis. 4. 28 Hanam Ea with Makron Klesavad Uktam Hanam, removal, m, of them, Klesavad, like the afflictions, Uktam, is said the removal of these previous saskras is said to be like the removal of the Klesa afflictions. Just as the Klesas become burnt seeds incapable of sprouting, says Vyasa, 2. 10-11, the seeds of latent saskras noted in the previous sutra that might arise and interrupt the yogi's meditation are likewise singed by the fire of knowledge, jnana. The Klesas, we recall, are the cause of srik existence. Once they are burnt up, they do not provoke action and thus no further saskras are generated. But one is still left with the latent saskras accrued prior to the elimination of the Klesas, which may activate and pop into the yogi's mind. This sutra states that any such residual saskras are also burnt up in the same way as were the Klesas. Thus, they can no longer sprout and give birth to any further thoughts. As for the knowledge, jnana, saskras, which burn up the other saskras, says Vyasa, these continue to exist until the ultimate goal of the mind is achieved. We recall that saskras are never actually destroyed. They can, however, become burnt such that they will not produce seeds. They then dissolve back into the Praktic matrix when the mind itself is dissolved after final liberation. 4. 29 Prasakin Pi Akuzadasia Sarveda Vivka, Kyatar Dharma, Megha Samdi Prasakin, in meditative wisdom, API, even, Akuzadasia, of one who has no interest, 29 Sarveda, entirely, Vivka, discrimination, Kit, insight, Dharma, virtue, Megha, cloud, Samdi, state of meditative absorption for one who has no interest even in the fruits of meditative wisdom on account of the highest degree of discriminative insight, the samadhi called Dharma, Megha, cloud of virtue, ensues. The commentators sometimes seem to take technical terms such as prasikhyana and Dharma, Megha here, and terms such as prajna, I. 20, 48, 2. 27, 3. 5, Vivka or Vivka, Kyati, 2. 26, 28, 3. 52, 54, 4. 26, 28, or Kyati alone, here and I. 16, 3. 49, as more or less synonyms, or with minor nuances of differences. 30 Vaikaspati Misra here takes prasikhyana to refer to the means of restraining all outgoing mental activities, and Dharma, Megha as the state ensuing when even prasikhyana in its turn is restrained. Both these terms occur here for the first time. The commentators take Dharma, Megha to essentially mean the highest state of Vivka, discrimination. Hariharananda says it is the omniscience ensuing from discrimination, but understand the sutra as saying that when the yogi has no interest in the benefits accruing from discernment, his discernment has reached its perfection. Specifically, say the commentators, when the yogi has absolutely no interest even in the powers by which he gains control over all things, but, contrarily, actually begins to perceive even these attainments as dukkha, suffering, then his unflinching discrimination is secure and total. We recall that in I. 16 Vaikaspati Misra considered the Paravaragyam, higher dispassion toward everything made of the guas, to be Dharma, Megha. For Vijnabhiku, Dharma, Megha is a state of jivan, mukti, liberated while still embodied. 31 Why this level of samadhi is called Dharma, Megha, Dharma cloud, is an interesting question, as is the question of which level of samadhi in I. 17 and I. 42 to 44 it might correspond to. The commentators don't remark on the latter, but in terms of the former question, Vijanabhiku says that, like a cloud, this state reigns Dharma, which totally uproots the klesas and all karma. Akara states that the supreme Dharma it reigns is Kaivalya, the final and ultimate state of liberation. 2. 25, 3. 50, 55, 4. 26. In this state, the yogi's body is like an empty house, he says, all desires to enjoy it have evaporated, no further ideas are created in the citta, and the purua is left alone in the serenity of pure self, knowledge. Ramnanda Sarasvati takes dharma in another of its semantic meanings, as knowable things, along the lines of its usage in 4:12, and understands the state of samadhi to be one in which the yogi knows all knowable things. Taking dharma in yet another of its etymological meanings, virtue, Hariharananda says that as a cloud pours rain, so this state of samadhi pours the highest virtue effortlessly. This includes knowledge of the self, which the yogi, he says, can see as plainly as a piece of fruit in the palm of his hand. Given that he finds dharma, Megha used only once in other Hindu sources, Klostermayer examines the meaning of the term in Buddhist sources and, in conjunction with the next sutra, concludes that it is a state reached after many trials, where there is no longer any danger of the yogi sliding backward due to the elimination of the klesas and karma. The metaphor of rain appears to be most appropriate since it extinguishes fire, washes away impurities, and provides a necessary condition for growth. 1986, 262. Feuerstein equates dharma with the primal guas, since dharma, like gua, can also mean quality, and the state of dharma, Megha, is when the yogi has conquered all other conditionings and nothing but the primary raw undifferentiated gua still obscure his all-pervasive vision. 1974, 46. All of these interpretations of dharma, Megha, fit within the contours of yoga philosophy. 4:30 Tata klesa, karma, nivti tata, from there, klesa, the obstacles, affliction, karma, of karma, nivti, the cessation. From this comes the cessation of the klesas impediments to yoga and karma. Once this state of dharma, Megha, has been attained, says Vyasa, the 5 klesas and all dormant karma are destroyed, more precisely, burned, to their very roots. With the roots burned, the seeds can no longer sprout and the yogi at this point is liberated even while still alive. How so? Poses Vyasa. Because lack of discrimination, avidya, is the cause of sasra. 2:4, 24-25, so one situated in unwavering discrimination is no longer in sasra. 2:26, though still alive. This is the jivanmutta. The term jiva is used for the atman or purua in the context of sasra, that is to say, in the sense of the embodied soul, and mukta means liberated. So jivanmutta is a soul still embodied in the world but self-realized and liberated. Such a state is accepted by most Hindu schools. 32 As was discussed, such persons do not create new karma, their dormant karma is rendered ineffective and thus they are subject only to the karma already activated for the present life, that is, they live out the remainder of their natural life. According to the Vedanta tradition, 4:1.5, this notion goes back to the Chandogya Upanishad, there is a delay here only until I am liberated, but then I will attain the goal. 6:14.2. 33 The Skikarika compares this to a potter's wheel. When the potter stops pumping the pedal, the wheel does not suddenly stop but slows down until all the energy already activated or pumped into it has been expended. Similarly, the karma already activated at birth for a yogi's life needs to be exhausted. Such a person absolutely never returns to sasra after death, adds Vyasa, as indicated in numerous Hindu texts, E.G. Gita 8. 21, 15. 6. 4. 31 Tada Sarvavarana, Malapetasia Jainanasianantyaj Jainiyam Alpam Tada, from this, Sarva, all, Vara, covering, Mala, impurities, Apetasia, been removed, Jainanasia, of knowledge, Anantyad, because of being endless, Jainiyam, that which is to be known, Alpam, little. At this point, because of the unlimited nature of knowledge when all impurities have been removed from it, that which remains to be known is little. The nature of the pure mind is sattva, and the nature of sattva is knowledge and illumination. When covered by tamas, the mind is obscured, when affected by rajas, it is stimulated. When all traces of rajas and tamas have been removed, there is nothing impeding the unlimited knowledge inherent in sattva from knowing everything. The siddha, we recall, is all, pervading in the yoga school, and thus its inherent ability to know, when not obstructed, is likewise all, pervading. It is ahakra, ego, Hariharananda reminds us, the asmita of 2. 6, that causes the potential all, pervading nature of the mind to restrict itself to the limited body and its organs. When ego is removed, the mind regains its all, expansive potential. Limited things, like pots, are known. When they are pervaded by the mind channeled through the instruments, limitations, of the senses. By extension, when the mind bypasses its identification with the senses and recovers its all, pervasive nature, it can pervade and thereby know everything unlimitedly. Just as after the rainy season, says Vaikaspati Misra, the sun, no longer obscured by monsoon clouds, shines everywhere with intense light, so does knowledge pervade all things after the influences of rajas and tamas have been eradicated from the mind. That which remains to be known is as irrelevant as a firefly in the sky, says Akara. 34.4. 32 Tata Kta with Macron Rtha with Macron Na with Macron Parama, Krma, Parasamaptir Gun Tata, from that, ta, accomplished, Arthanam, goal, Parama, mutation. Transformation, Krma, sequence, Parasampti, cessation, Gun, of the Gwas. As a result, there is a cessation of the ongoing permutations of the Gwas, their purpose now fulfilled. The Gwas have now fulfilled their purpose, says Vyasa, which, as we know, is to provide either material experience or liberation. 2. 18. They have become redundant and do not care to stay even for a moment. The ongoing permutations, parama, krma, of the Gwas refer to the change inherent in parictic existence, which is caused by the constant maneuverings and interactions of the Gwas with each other. Change is for the purpose of experience. With the yogi's complete detachment from any sort of experience, even those of the sthis, the Gwas no longer have any impetus to provide a never-ending variety of stimulation, as the dancer ceases from the dance. After she has been seen by the audience, so Prakti ceases after having revealed her nature to the Purua. Prakti says I have been seen and never again comes before the sight of Purua, Skyakarika Lix, LXI. 4. 33 Ka, Pratyaji Paramparnta, Nirgriya Krima Ka, moment, instant, Pratyaji, counterpart, correlative, partnership, dependent existence, Parama, change, mutation, Aparanta, utmost limit, Nirgriya, is perceivable, Krima, sequence, progression. The progression of any object through time corresponds to a series of moments. It is perceivable at the final moment of change. The Gwas are always in flux, and thus material reality is a flow that can be considered a series of moments, Ka. These moments are related together in a krima, progression, or sequence, which is what Patanjali intends by a progression corresponding to a series of moments, Ka, Pratyaji. The ongoing existence of an object through time, then, is actually the continuum of a series of imperceptible moments in the lifespan of the object, as noted in 352. Time, in yoga, is nothing other than a series of moments, which is nothing other than the movement of atoms and subatomic particles. More precisely, the subatomic AU composition of all objects is constantly in motion at every moment, and a moment, ka, is the period of time it takes an AU to move to the space immediately adjacent to it. Hence, saying that an object is moving through time is to say it's subatomic. Subatomic composition is in constant motion. 35. On this point, to be sure, the Yoga school agrees with the Kanaka, Veda Buddhists, nothing is static but changes every ka, minute. Therefore, when we say a cloth has become old, in reality we are referring to a certain cut-off point in this sequential flux, which Patanjali here refers to as the final moment of change, parama, aparanta, which occurs at the very end of a series of changes. At the moment the cloth is just about to disintegrate, the ongoing sequence of ever-changing moments becomes unavoidably visible such that it becomes clear to all that the cloth is old. But we can infer that preceding stages of change in the object's progression from new to old existed, says Vaikaspati Misra, the stage of slightest change, very slight change, noticeable change, more noticeable change, and unavoidably noticeable change. The cloth does not suddenly become old all at once at the end, says Vyasa. It constantly undergoes change from its very inception. Thus material reality is never static but always in motion. Does this mean there is nothing permanent? Asks the rhetorical objector, 36, again alluding to the Buddhist view. Specific transformations of prakti such as the particular sequence of the guas underpinning the cloth may be impermanent, but the overall and ongoing movement and sequencing of the guas in general is permanent. 37. Thus prakti manifest as a pot is impermanent, but prakti herself, the ultimate ingredient underpinning the pot, is permanent. It is here that yoga metaphysics departs from Buddhism, which does not recognize any ultimate substratum to reality. There are actually two types of permanence, says Vyasa, the permanence of change in general, that is, the permanence underpinning the constantly changing guas, and the permanence of the unchangeable, purua. These are both permanent because their essential nature is never destroyed. This essential permanent nature is obvious in terms of all that has been said throughout the text about purua, but the same applies to prakti. Prakti is constantly in flux because of the agitation and non-stop interactive dynamic of the guas, and this causes the effects of prakti, such as pots, to be temporary, but the essential underlying nature of prakti herself is eternal and constant. Or in other words, says Vijanabhikkhu, prakti's essential causal nature does not become past as does the nature of all praktic effects such as pots. Therefore, Vyasa noted that there are two types of permanency, one in which mutations in the form of effects such as pots keep changing but the underlying essence remains permanent, which is prakti, and one in which there are no mutations to begin with, simply pure unchanging essence, which is purua. The latter is devoid of the 6 kinds of changes associated with all living beings: birth, endurance, change, growth, decline, and destruction. The commentators then consider an opponent who might question whether or not there is an end to these constant permutations of the guas. If one states that there is not, then this would seem to contradict the previous sutra, which indicates that there is an end to these permutations. If one takes the alternative and states that there is an end, one would seem to be contradicting Vyasa's commentary to the sutra, which states that there is no end to them. Vyasa accordingly points out that there are some questions that depend on context and cannot be answered categorically. Some questions, such as whether all that is born will die, have categorical replies irrespective of context. But some questions require contextualization. Is humankind the superior species? Requires a nuanced response. Humankind may be superior to animals but inferior to the gods and sages. Likewise, is the sequence of births and deaths eternal? Has no universal answers but requires nuance. It has an end for those in whom Discriminate awareness has dawned but not for others. Along the same lines, the permutations of the Guas have an end for the liberated yogi but no end for those bound in sasra. This answer, says Vaikaspati Misra, addresses the hypothetical notion that invariably pops up, that if everyone were to get liberated, wouldn't Prakti and her Guas then cease to mutate and transform, having no further role to play? Living beings are endless, he states, because they are countless. And posing certain questions, adds Vijanabhikkhu, is to engage in fruitless inferential logic and, ultimately, a waste of time. 4. 34 Purardha, Snya with Makron Na with Makron Gun Pratiprasava Kaivalyasvarapa, Prada Va City, Saktir Iti Purua, of the soul, Artha, goal, Sunyanam. Devoid of, Gun, of the Guas, Pratiprasava, return to the original state, Kaivalyam, aloneness, liberation, Svarapa, essential nature, Prada, situated, Va, or, city, Acti, the power of consciousness, Iti, thus ultimate liberation is when the Guas, devoid of any purpose for the Purua, return to their original latent state, in other words, when the power of consciousness is situated in its own essential nature. Kaivalya literally means the state of Kevala, or aloneness, onlyness, one's own-ness, not connected with anything else-ness. In other words, Purua's awareness is now absorbed exclusively in its own nature as Purua and completely uncoupled from even the highest and finest states of pure Siddha or Buddha. In Vyasa's terms, the Guas have accomplished their function of providing experience or liberation at this stage, the latter, and are now devoid of any function. Purua now lives in total isolation, its power of consciousness no longer aware of anything else except itself, unconnected with the Siddha and the world of Prakti it had mediated. The red rose has been removed from the environs of the crystal, says Vijanabhikkhu, which regains its original pure hue, devoid of the red reflection of the rose. Actually, Purua had never been bound. Vijanabhikkhu quotes the Skakarika, certainly, therefore, no Purua is bound, or liberated, nor does it migrate, it is Prakti abiding in manifold forms that is bound, migrates, and is liberated, LXII. 38 The yogi's physical body and cognitive apparatus can now return to the elements through reverse involution, the Pratiprasava mentioned in the sutra, and in I. 10. The Saskras, etc. dissolve into the mind into the ego into the Maha, Buddhi, and the latter into Prakti. The yogi's sojourn in Sasra is now officially and totally over. What exactly the eternal experience of final liberation consists of is not a topic that Patanjali has chosen to attempt to discuss. Nor does he address the relationship between the liberated Purua and Isvara. The task he set for himself was to lay out the path by which the bound Purua can free itself from bondage. Obviously, the actual experience of liberation is by definition a state beyond thought and words, as repeated so eloquently in the Upanishads. There are, of course, very elaborate and expansive theologies offering an analytic systematization of the experience in liberation, especially among the Isvara-centered theistic schools of thought evidenced in the Puras such as the Vaishnava or Bhagavata traditions. Such theologies describe in some detail the possible eternal interactions between Isvara and the liberated Puruas in various Brahman realms beyond the domain of Prakti. For such theologies, liberation, as outlined by Patanjali, is just the first step. Once liberated from Prakti and its effects and having gained awareness of its true identity, the Purua is eligible to enter into a divine relationship with God, Isvara. The Saivite and Sakta traditions, too, have produced sophisticated elaborations on the experience of liberation from within the contours of their particular clusters of theologies. Such bhakti, devotional, movements see themselves as picking up where Patanjali left off. As we have repeatedly stressed, while one must be careful not to project alien theologies onto the author of the Yoga Sutras, A wide variety of these devotional currents had certainly swept across the Indian subcontinent by Patanjali's time, and it is most probable that he would have been affiliated with a devotional sect. 39 But Patanjali himself chose to be tantalizingly elusive about Isvara and completely silent about the actual experience of liberation. He focused his enterprise on the area of knowledge concerned with the methods for bringing the yogi to the point of liberation, rather than on elaborating on this state, or on the nature of Isvara and the relationship between this being and the liberated Purusha, as some of his predecessors, contemporaries, and successors set out to do. One wonders whether this was because Isvara theologies were already adequately accounted for, or at the very least, developing firm roots on the religious landscape of his day, and he felt the need for a more specific and circumscribed treatise on a less ambitious topic. As such, with Purusha embarking in the sutra on an eternal experience of pure self, awareness in a dimension completely uncoupled from Prakti and her permutations, Patanjali's task is now complete. Iti Patanjali, Virasite Yoga, Sutra Katirtha Kavalya. Thus ends the fourth chapter on Samadhi in the Yoga Sutras composed by Patanjali. Chapter summary. The chapter begins by listing other means of attaining the sthis 1. This is followed by some comments on Prakti's relationship with her effects 2 to 3 and by the phenomenon of the creation of multiple minds by the yogi 4 to 5. A more advanced discussion of karmas 6 to 7, saskras 8 to 11, and time and the kwas 12 to 14 then ensues. The next section critiques Buddhist idealist notions of the mind 15 to 21, followed by a discussion on the yoga view of the relationship between mind and consciousness 22 to 26, and of distractions to meditation 27 to 28. The chapter ends with Dharma, Mega and its effects 29 to 33, and then ultimate liberation 34. Concluding reflections. It has been a wonderful, inspiring, and privileged journey engaging so intensely with the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. It is clear to me that the text is destined to remain the primary manual for meditative practice for the Atman-based traditions, but now not just in India, as it has been for almost 2 millennia, but the world over. Moreover, in addition to its primary function as a spiritual manual containing clear and precise information about how to actually and factually directly experience the human soul in this life, the Siddha/Purusha dualism of the text has much to offer modern discussions on the philosophy of mind and consciousness, and the Saskara/Klisa model has enormous contributions to make to contemporary approaches to therapy and psychoanalysis. A number of issues nonetheless repeatedly presented themselves in the course of this engagement with the Yoga Sutras. I, as others, found myself lamenting the lack of more extensive access to Patanjali's views on topics of great importance that are only touched upon in a peripheral fashion in the text. That these questions present themselves stem from a number of causes: the extreme brevity of the sutras, which sometimes merely refer to or touch upon aspects that remain undeveloped in their specifics, Patanjali's undeviating focus on one very specific goal, the attainment of Siddha, Viti, Nara, with little attention directed to unpacking anything not directly related to this end, and the likely imposition of certain skya elements on Patanjali by the commentators that are not explicit in the sutras themselves. I here briefly touch upon 4 such areas: kartva, agency, or free will, the nature of the skya as both cosmic and individual components of prakti, the nature of kavalya, liberation, and the role of isvara, Purusha and free will. Although Patanjali himself does not explicitly deny agency, free will, to the Purusha, the yoga system tends to be associated with the skya view that agency is a function of buddhi, not of Purusha. Thus, the SA with Macron Khya with Macron Karakas specifically locates agency, kartva, in the kwas and not in Purusha. XX relegates adhyavasaya, judgment, as the prime characteristic of buddhi, not Purusha, and ascribes the choice of performing dharma or adharma, right or wrong, as states bhavas, of buddhi. XXIII. Despite centuries of criticism by other schools on this point, the later Skya Sutras still promote this position. It is the ego, ahakara, which is the agent, not the Purua. 6. 54. It is the Skya view that Vaikaspati Misra, for example, approvingly imports into his commentary. Although the self is certainly self-illuminating, it does not perform any act, and so in the absence of acts, it is not an agent. 1. However, it must be noted that Patanjali neither explicitly endorses this view nor denies free will to Purua. The question must then be raised whether the denial of agency to Purua is a Skya feature unwarrantedly foisted upon the Yoga Sutras. We must, I suggest, consider that Patanjali may not have subscribed to the Skya view, given the prescriptive and effort-centered nature of the system he has outlined in his sutras. But first, let us consider why ascribing free will to Buddhi rather than to Purua is problematic. If agency does not reside in consciousness, but in the intellect, then, in essence, it is the Buddhi that is attaining liberation, not the Atman, as the Skya-Karikas are quite happy to pronounce. Actually, no one is bound, no one liberated, no one transmigrates in Sasra, it is actually Prakti. In her various forms who is bound, transmigrates, and is liberated, LXII. It is ultimately Buddhi that is subject to ignorance, Buddhi that gains discrimination and insight, and Buddhi that exerts the will to attain liberation. The entire yoga process is undertaken by Buddhi. The various degrees of slight, mediocre, and ardent practice of I-22 are the product of Buddhi's application and enterprise, not Purua's. Purua eternally remains the detached witness. One must thus accept a Purua who has no agency or responsibility for its apparent condition. The problem with this perspective, of course, is explaining how there can be any impetus from the part of unconscious matter toward liberation, or toward any type of action, for that matter. Even if this could take place, why should the Purua be connected with decisions made not by itself but by some completely extraneous entity? And why would the Purua be implicated in the first place? From the Skya perspective, that one Purua even apparently attains liberation and another does not is an occurrence taking place because of saskras manifesting in the Buddhi. Sattvic saskras of discrimination are activated in a siddha because of previous conducive saskras, which are caused by previous saskras in turn, in a beginningless series. Why this particular concatenation of saskras should follow this trajectory for one Purua rather than another is a question that is avoided by the tradition by positing that embodiment, albeit with a potential end, is without beginning. Granted that the cause of initial embodiment is sidestepped in this way by all Indic soteriological systems, the problem of why one Purua endeavors, or appears to endeavor, for liberation and another does not is particularly acute when free will and agency are denied to the Purua in the first place. This stark feature of the system has attracted the criticism of not just modern scholars of the text but traditional scholars from other schools in ancient India. Overall, other than certain strains of Skya, the galaxy of Hindu and Jain traditions have recognized agency as a quality of the Purua. And strains of Skya itself, from the period prior to the emergence of the philosophical traditions, such as those represented in the Maitreya 3, as well as the Mahabharata, 12. 303.8, explicitly accept the self as the agent, card. 2. But by the time the Vedanta Sutras had been compiled, the need was felt to demarcate the Vedanta position in contradistinction to at least certain other strains of Skya that had become mainstream. The Vedanta Sutras, which are explicit about the agency of Purua, dedicate 9 verses to the topic, 2. 3.33 to 39, also 4. 4.8. 3. The first of the verses points out that the injunctions of scripture would be pointless if Purua were not a moral agent capable of either following them or rejecting them, and the latter commentators have much to say. Here, scripture is not directed at something insentient, says Madhva, but at a conscious being. For and anyway, if Prakti were the moral agent, says the Vedanta commentator Ramuja, then, there being one Prakti common to all Puruas should have the same experience, so how would one account for the diversity of experience? The Strakta, An early text of the Jain tradition raises the same objection. They, the adherents of the Skya philosophy, boldly proclaim, when a man acts or causes another to act, it is not his soul, Atman, which acts or causes to act. How can those who hold such opinions explain the variety of existence in the world? January 1st, 1314. 5. The Nyaya, Vaiyika, and MMA with Macron SA with Macron traditions all accept will as a quality of the Atman. 6. And later scholastics, especially the Nyaya school, take Skya to task here. The 11th century logician Udayana, in his Nyayakosumanjali, Part I, argues that if will resided in Buddhi, then either there would always be Sasra or there would always be Moksha. He builds up his argument by noting that either Buddhi is eternal or it is not eternal. If it is eternal, there would never be any liberation, Purua would be eternally bonded with Buddhi. If, on the other hand, as an evolute of Prakti, Buddhi is not eternal, then, prior to coming into being, what would cause it to attach itself to the ever-free, autonomous Purua? How can Buddhi come to be associated with the pure Purua, if the latter is simply a pure witness? Without some impulse or act of will from its side, Purua could never be bound by Buddhi but would remain ever free. Hence, it would be in either a state of perpetual Sasra or one of perpetual Moksha. It is thus philosophically indefensible from within the contours of Skya metaphysics to speak of a soul in Sasras striving for release. Almost all modern scholars of the text have grappled with this issue, either alighting on this anomaly to critique the system by, for example, arguing for some unavoidable corollary consequence to which the denial of agency leads its proponents, or suggesting, as I have done, that Patanjali himself cannot be assumed to have denied some form of agency in Purua. Thus Phillips, 1985, argues that if free will is situated not in Purua but in Buddhi, then no one who had ever attained Kaivalya by disconnecting from Buddhi would find any will in the pure Purua to return and inform others about it. No one could report back about the experience, there being no will to do so in the state of pure consciousness. Therefore, the Yoga Sutras are the product of scholastics, not enlightened yogis. On the other hand, Coelman, 1970, in his superb and highly appreciative analysis of yoga philosophy, strives to resolve the dilemma by separating will as essential freedom, which he assigns to the pure Purua, and the actual function of choice, which he relegates to the Praktic organism. The willing, however, is not necessarily bound up with choosing. Consequently, the characteristic attribute of will, that is, freedom, is not the capacity to choose, but rather self-dependence, svatantrata. Liberty of choice arises from the conditioning factor of the self's Praktic organism, while perfect freedom is, together with pure awareness, the very essence of the self. 257-75. Taking this a step further, one might posit that ultimate free will to seek either pure awareness or Praktic awareness is a quality of Purua, but how that will manifests in the specifics of choice is a function of Prakti. Perhaps the most sophisticated argument that provides positive inferential support to a position open to Patanjali accepting agency in Purua is to be found in the work of Ranganathan, 2007-2008, forthcoming. The basis of Ranganathan's argument is that terms such as Dharma must be understood as key philosophical terms throughout Indian philosophy. Despite an apparent diversity in its semantic range, he argues that Dharma does in fact have a shared meaning in all schools and one that touches upon morality in one way or another. 7. In his translation of the Yoga Sutras, Ranganathan argues that scholars have failed to recognize the very different position the Skyakarika and the Yoga Sutras have taken on the role of Dharma, despite the term's consistent meaning for both schools and despite the different emphasis given to morality in general in both texts. In Skya, Dharma is a function of Buddhi, with Purua a mere passive witness. In Yoga, Dharma takes on a more active and prescriptive role. The failure to recognize the distinction between the passive orientation of Skya and the far more active and prescriptive flavor of yoga has resulted in some of the traditional commentators foisting the Skya position of Purua's lack of agency onto the Yoga Sutras without warrant. His overall thesis is that once we recognize that the Yoga Sutras and texts such as the Skyakarika have very different things to say about Dharma, then we can no longer accept that the Yoga Sutras hold that Puruas are not agents. Thus, given the fact that there is no explicit rejection of agency anywhere in the text, we need to interpret Patanjali as advancing the position that Purua is an active agent in its situation. In step with this practical and ethical emphasis is Patanjali's correlative affirmation that persons, Puruas, are not only transcendent beings of consciousness and knowledge, but volitional beings. Indeed, he characterizes Puruas as having the characteristic of Cetana, Yoga Sutra 29, which in Sanskrit not only denotes consciousness and knowledge, but also the will. Patanjali emphasizes that persons are in control, they are the master of the character of the mind, Yoga Sutra 4:18, that the will is what accounts for the troubled, bound state of the individual, Yoga Sutra 4:9-10, and that this state provides persons with the opportunity to be the cause of their own liberation, Yoga Sutra 2:23. Yet popular and scholarly accounts of the Yoga Sutra, blurred with the value theory of Skya and Advaita Vedanta, marginalize both the ethical and empowering aspects of yoga theory, 2008, 22. We concur with this overall position. For there to be any coherence to the law of karma, the condition of the living beings in Sasra, and the decision to take up the path of yoga and follow the yamas and niyamas of 2:30-45, or the friendship, compassion, joy, and equanimity prescribed in I-33, or essentially any of the prescriptions of the Yoga Sutras, one must assign free will to the Purua as the ultimate agent of its condition. The tattvas, cosmological or individual. Another problem that remains unclarified in the Skya and Yoga traditions, and has long vexed scholars, is whether the tattvas, or evolutes from Prakti, are to be considered cosmological or psychological. In other words, there is only one source, Mula, Prakti, but how many buddhis and ahakras are there? Does each individual have its own buddhi and ahakra, or is there one cosmological buddhi and ahakra common to all? It seems clear to me from the various normative sources on Skya touched upon in the introduction that buddhi and ahakra as well as the Tanmatras and Mahabhutas are clearly both cosmic and individual. 8. We have argued in 3:16 that the ability to merge the individual buddhi into the cosmic buddhi is essential to an understanding of the mechanics of the sthis in Skya metaphysics. In other words, to understanding how the yogi can affect gross matter by the power of buddhi. And the 10 karmendriyas and jnanendriyas of Skya would appear to be individual rather than cosmic, even as these do not appear in other Skya lists. 9. But with all the evolutes, the question nonetheless remains, how does the cosmic buddhi and ahakra, and so on, become fragmented into the plurality of individual ones? How does Prakti fill in the forms of nature with its evolutes? 4:2. I find myself envisioning this process like that of someone poking his fingers into a blown-up balloon without popping it. The fingers are individually tightly covered with the balloon rubber, yet this rubber remains connected with the greater totality of rubber of the rest of the balloon. Similarly, when the Puruas are injected into Prakti, they are enveloped in individualized layers of Prakti such as buddhi, and so on, yet these layers remain somehow potentially connected to the cosmic buddhi. While the specifics of such questions remain puzzling, for the purposes of yoga, it seems safe to assume that these types of cosmological issues were of no concern to Patanjali, hence they remain undeveloped. 10. Just as his incomplete treatment of Isvara shows interest primarily only in Isvara's relationship with the goal of Siddha, Viti, Nara, so Patanjali's interest in the tattvas is individual and psychological rather than cosmological in any sort of a systematic manner. As Larson notes, Since the classical skya is concerned only with the isolation of pure consciousness or purua, the world is irrelevant apart from its function as a means to salvation. In other words, the classical skya is not concerned with the world in itself except insofar as it is instrumental in the discrimination of the isolated or pure purua. 1979, 203. Enlightened action and the nature of Kaivalya. While texts such as the Gita clearly promote action as better than renunciation and inaction. 3. 4-8, 12. 12. Scholarship on the Yoga Sutras, primarily modern rather than traditional, has tended to view full Kaivalya as incompatible with action in the world and occurring only after the demise of the physical body. Most scholars have read the text as suggesting that the complete eradication of primordial avidya ignorance can only result in the total breakdown of biological and psychological embodied existence. Any type of action, after all, can occur only by means of the utilization of the false self, that is, the non-self of mind and body, and thus Purua's complete immersion of awareness in its own true self requires the complete withdrawal of its awareness from the external coverings of the body and mind. The yogi in the Kaivalya state thus becomes dysfunctional. The instant awareness externalizes and becomes aware of other, it loses awareness of the self, that is, Purua, I. 3-4. Verses such as 2:22, 2:25, and 4:34 are fairly explicit that Prakti disappears from the purview of Purua when it attains Kaivalya, the very meaning of which is precisely aloneness. Feuerstein ably represents this perspective. As we have seen, Vyasa promoted the view that deliverance is possible even when still alive. But this standpoint is not sanctioned by the Yoga Sutra. As long as the self has not cut all connections with Prakti, it cannot be said to stand in its true form, Sva Rupa. What philosopher yogins like Akarad taught as Jivan, Mukti can, to the follower of classical yoga, only mean close proximity to final emancipation. For him, as for Ramanuj, release follows upon death, when the body has fallen off. 6. Deha, and whenever a liberated person takes on a body again, either composed of gross or subtle matter, he is no longer residing in freedom, but is again subject to the laws governing the machinery of the universe. Even when residing in the highest and purest realms of nature, he remains subject to a thin veil of illusion, Maya, since Prakti is avidya or nescience. Feuerstein 1974, 47. In this perspective, as long as the Purua remains embodied, it can necessarily do so only by associating with illusion. Consequently, yoga has generally been perceived as a world, renouncing tradition that does not reconcile itself with work in the world, or enlightened action. The most vociferous opponent of this understanding of Kaivalya has been Vichar. Yoga allows for an enlightened, participatory perspective that can embody a rich sense of dharma, suggesting a responsiveness to life that no longer snares the yogin morally or epistemologically. At this high-level realization in yoga, action does not end but becomes purified of afflicted impulses, klesas. Non-afflicted akliya action remains for the liberated yogin. Yoga extends the meaning of purification and illumination of human identity to incorporate an enlightened mode of activity as well as knowledge. We need not conclude that liberative knowledge and virtuous activity are incompatible with one another, nor need we see detachment as an abandonment of the world and the human relational sphere. Vichar 1999, 794-95. While Vichar has been criticized for suggesting that yoga as presented by Patanjali specifically means enlightened engagement in the world, 11 there is merit in his insistence that the two are not incompatible. Although the emphasis on enlightened action in the world is clearly much more prominent in the Gita than in Patanjali, it is not incompatible with the Yoga Sutras. Patanjali's teachings seem clearly geared toward promoting a compassionate, 33, moral, and ethical, 29 ff, that is, a highly sattvic social lifestyle. Indeed, this is reflected right at the beginning of the text by the category of akliya, vitas, that is, vitas not subject to ignorance and the other klesas. This can only point to an enlightened mode of acting in the world. Now, one cannot deny that in the actual state of nirbija, samadhi, the yogi is completely dysfunctional. He or she has, after all, withdrawn consciousness from all sensual activities, pratyahara, 2:54-55, and completely stilled all vitas whatsoever, such that the entire psychophysical organism is absolutely closed down. And the Puras and epics are full of stories of yogis who simply check out, so to speak, discarding their bodies and siddhas by their yogic prowess and entering permanently into the liberated state at will. 12. But it seems to me that both these perspectives can be harmonized into the life of the Jivanmukta. If we accept agency in Purua, as we have done, there is nothing preventing the yogi from depositing a saskra into the siddha prior to entering the state of nirbija, samadhi, to activate and pull consciousness back into the praktic state at a certain point, a sort of saskric alarm clock. Of course, the only motive to do this would be out of compassion for those still stranded in the cycle of birth and death who have sought, or might seek, shelter and guidance from the yogi as guru, a notion akin to that richly developed in the Bodhisattva tradition of Mahayana Buddhism. But there is nothing in Patanjali that speaks against the possibility that certain Puruas can will to remain embodied in Prakti, utilizing the Akliya, Vitas of I. 5. For the purpose of aiding other living beings. This state of Jivanmukta is certainly accepted by the commentators. Again, the Gita gives more specific instruction as to precisely what action in the world might look like, e.g. 2:47 ff and throughout, but I see the Yoga Sutras as an indispensable manual for constructing a profound understanding of mind and of the meditational process that can be incorporated very harmoniously with the Gita's more developed notion of social duty, as its theism can be incorporated into the Gita's far more developed theology of the role devotion to Isvara plays in all this, as will be discussed below. This leads to a larger discussion on the nature of Kaivalya. If we are to use human reason to engage with the sutras, which, needless to say, runs counter to the entire thrust of the text, which is to transcend reason, numerous questions pertaining to the liberated state present themselves. First of all, if Puru's pure awareness is all pervading, as yoga holds it to be, and Prakti, too, is all pervading, then how can Purua ever be unaware of Prakti? How can Purua be unaware of another entity if Puru's all pervasive awareness is infinitely and eternally coextensive with this other all pervading entity? How can a light not illuminate objects in a room if it pervades the room? Can Purua somehow ignore this all pervading fellow entity, Prakti, with which it shares infinity and eternity, and yet be all pervasively aware? Is enlightenment Purua somehow ignoring infinite and all pervading Prakti and being simply aware? In a content less fashion, an exact opposite of embodied existence, where Purua is ignoring its own infinite and all pervading nature and focusing awareness on Prakti. Some have gone so far as to attempt to resolve this dilemma by imposing an Advaita Vedanta position on the text, which, as discussed previously, involves holding that Prakti herself is an illusion, superimposed by ignorance, and thus, when avidya is dispelled, so is the very existence of the manifest world and all Prakti. 13. Clearly, rational thinking on this matter is bound by spatial and temporal categories, hence Patanjali does not attempt to lead us into an understanding of Kaivalya. Such questions require us to either problematize the claims of yoga or accept the repeated claim of the yoga/Vedanta/Upanishadic traditions that since liberation is, by definition, a state beyond the intellect, then human reason, ex hypothesi, cannot fathom its experience. This position is, of course, so frustrating to the philosopher and critical thinker who limits his or her epistemology to rational thought, but so obvious to the mystic, who seeks to transcend it. Isvara. Perhaps the most intriguing question raised by the sutras is the relationship of Patanjali's mysterious Isvara, the transcendent special Purua, with other liberated Puruas. According to Koelman, Patanjali's low, key approach to Isvara was diplomatic, the consequence of maneuvering within the contours of certain later Skya traditions that had become dominant in his day. We believe that Patanjali Yoga is essentially theistic. But as G.R.F. Oberhammer has proved, the Patanjali doctrine of the Supreme Lord had to express itself in terms of a philosophical school, the Skya school, which has no room for God. The Patanjali doctrine of the Supreme Lord is the outcome of two different milieus, that of the existential experience of God of the yogis and that of the atheistic conceptualizations of Skya doctrine. Patanjali made use of the existing Skya doctrine, and was therefore compelled to make use of tenets foreign to Skya thinking in a vocabulary proper to that system. 1970, 64. In I-24, we presented our position that Isvara's identity and role when interacting with the Purus within the realm of Prakti cannot be extracted from the greater theistic landscape of Patanjali's day, but what of Isvara's interaction with the liberated Purus beyond this realm? Obviously such a consideration can only be purely speculative, invoking theologies external to the text, since Patanjali has chosen to focus only on the characteristics of Isvara exclusively relevant to his circumscribed goal of Siddha, Viti, Nara. Vijnabhiku, situated in a later more theistically saturated milieu, operates under no such constraints. Quoting the Matsya and Kurumpuras, he states, a yogi is said to be of three kinds, the Bhaudika, the Skya, and, thirdly, the one who has attained the highest level of yoga, the Antyasrami. In the first category, there is contemplation of the elements 14, in the Skya the second there is contemplation of the imperishable Purua, and in the third is said to exist the final contemplation of the supreme Isvara. 15. When you perceive that I Isvara am the one pure, eternal, blissful supreme Atman, that is called the great theistic yoga. All other forms of yoga practiced by yogis that are elaborated on in sacred texts are not equal even to the 16th part of this Brahman yoga. That yoga, in which the liberated yogis directly perceive the universal Isvara, is considered to be the highest yoga of all yogas. 16. Here we have the Puric notion that the direct realization and experience of Isvara by fully liberated yogis who have already realized the individual Purua by the classical techniques of Patanjali type meditation is higher than merely remaining absorbed in the individual self. According to these Vaishnavistic traditions, there are Saivite parallels, there is a progressive nature to types of practice. Thus, for example, in the Gita, after asserting that meditation on him is superior to meditation on the Atman, 12. 1-2, Ka outlines a very definite hierarchy of spiritual practice. The highest possible form of yoga is spontaneous and complete absorption on his personal form at all times, 12. 8. Second to this is regulated meditative practice, abhyasa, to fix the mind on him undeviatingly, 12. 9. Next best is performing actions directly for his worship and service, 12. 10. After which comes performing other types of actions but giving up their fruits to him in worship, 12. 11. These devotional practices are followed in the Gita's hierarchy by three lower forms of yoga, which are devoid of devotion, renunciation of the fruit of action, followed by conventional meditation for realizing the individual Atman, by fixing the mind on something other than Isvara, followed by knowledge of the Atman. There are thus 7 levels of spiritual practice in this hierarchy. Meditative absorption on Isvara is ranked highest, and conventional meditative absorption on the individual Atman is ranked 6th. What this means, as can be seen from the quote to which Vijnabhika draws our attention, is that the theistic traditions hold that there are progressive stages even after enlightenment has been attained. Kaivalya, absorption in Purua, is preliminary to devotion to the Supreme Purua, Isvara, as the Gita clearly indicates, 1854. In the words of the Bhagavatapura, even sages who are freed of the bondage of Sasra and delight in the Atman, practice pure devotion to Vayu, such are the qualities of Hari. I. 7.10. Thus, meditation on Isvara surpasses realization of the Atman. The liberated state, consequently, is multidimensional. It is not a universalized or monolithic experience for all yogis. The Bhagavata Pura, along with other Puras and the Mahabharata, even speaks of realms called Vaikuha, situated in Brahman beyond the range of Prakti for the yogi who has attained absolute meditative devotion for Vayu, realms wherein the liberated Atman eternally interacts with Isvara in love and devotion. Vaikuha is the highest realm, where Vayu resides. 24.14. This is the highest region, v. 12.26, beyond the world of darkness and Sasra. 4. 24.29, x. 88.25, the destination of those who have transcended the three guas, even while they are still alive. 11. 25.22, and beyond which there is no higher place. 2. 2.18, 2. 9.9. The peaceful ascetics who reach that place never return. 4. 9.29, x. 88.25 to 6. The residents of Vaikuha do not have material bodies, but have pure forms. 7. 1.34. These forms are like that of Vayu. 3. 15.14 ff, also known as Nryaa. Vayu/Nryaa resides in Vaikudha with Sri, the goddess of fortune, in palaces with crystal walls. Bryant 2007, XXXVII, 8, 17. In other words, realizing the individual Purua is only the first step on the spiritual journey. The higher goal is to then devote oneself to Isvara and, ultimately, attain to his eternal Brahman abode, the kingdom of God. But, even as such theologies had pervaded the theistic landscape of Patanjali's time, all this is taking us far beyond where Patanjali himself has chosen to leave us in the Yoga Sutras. We can only resort to injecting the much more developed theistic theologies developing in his day, such as those that came to be expressed in the Bhagavata Pura, translated by the author 18, into the text if we wish to speculate on how Patanjali himself might have envisioned the liberated state, and what any connection therein might be between the individual Purua and Isvara, or where any such relationship might take place. Patanjali has not attempted to use rational conceptual thought to express states beyond reason and conceptualization. He has chosen not to take us into the other side. He has directed his efforts to guiding us how to get there. The task he set for himself was clearly defined in verse I. 2 right at the outset of his project, Siddha, Viti, Nara, and he has kept his eye on that ball with remarkably singular focus. On this score, at the very least, his contribution to understanding the nature of mind and of consciousness, and his presentation of a very clear and experience-based path of liberating the individual Purua self from the cycle of Sasra, transcends cultural or religious boundaries, and seems destined to remain a living and perennially relevant classic in the spiritual archives of humanity. Chapter summaries. Chapter I, Meditative Absorption. The chapter begins by introducing and defining Yoga 1 to 2. This is followed by a discussion of the 2 possible options for awareness 3 to 4, a description of the Vittas 5 to 11, and how to control the Vittas by practice and dispassion 12 to 16. Then comes the division of Samadhi into Samprajanata and Asamprajanata 17 to 18 and how to attain these 20 to 22, after the discussion of other states that might resemble it 19. Isvara is then introduced as the easy method of attaining Samadhi 23, along with his nature 24 to 26 and the chanting of his name 27 to 29. The chapter describes the distractions of the mind and their accompanying effects 30 to 31 and prescribes meditation on any object to combat them, with various examples presented 32 to 40. Samapatti is introduced with its varieties 41 to 45 and their fruits 46 to 48 and object 49. The chapter concludes with a discussion of Samprajanata, Samadhi preceding the final stage of Asamprajanata 50 to 51. Chapter 2, Practice. The chapter begins with an introduction of Kriya, Yoga 1, its effects 2, and a discussion of the kleshas, which it removes 3 to 11. Karma and its consequences are outlined 12 to 14 and the principle of suffering established 15 to 16. This is followed by the characteristics of the seer and the seen 17 to 22, the conjunction between them 23 to 24, and the definition of liberation 25 to 27. Next, the 8 limbs of yoga are introduced as the means to attain liberation 28 to 29, and the remainder of the chapter is dedicated to these, the yamas and their universality 30 to 31, the niyamas 32, the means to counter tendencies contrary to the yamas amd niyamas 33 to 34 and the side benefits accruing from observing them 35 to 45. Next, asana, the third limb, is presented 46 to 48, followed by prima, the fourth limb 49 to 53, and pratyahara, the fifth 54 to 55. Chapter 3, Mystic Powers. The chapter begins by concluding the definitions of the last 3 limbs of yoga 1 to 3, which are distinguished from the others by constituting sayama 4 to 6 and being internal limbs 7 to 8. A discussion of the state of nara ensues 9 to 12, followed by the metaphysics of the relationship between substratum and characteristic 13 to 15. The remainder of the chapter is then dedicated to an extensive discussion of various mystic powers accrued from the performance of sayama on a variety of things 16 to 48, culminating in omniscience followed by ultimate Kaivalya liberation 49 to 55. Chapter 4, Absolute Independence. The chapter begins by listing other means of attaining the sthis 1. This is followed by some comments on Prakti's relationship with her effects 2 to 3 and by the phenomenon of the creation of multiple minds by the yogi 4 to 5. A more advanced discussion of karmas 6 to 7, saskras 8 to 11, and time and the guas 12 to 14 then ensues. The next section critiques Buddhist idealist notions of the mind 15 to 21, followed by a discussion on the yoga view of the relationship between mind and consciousness 22 to 26, and of distractions to meditation 27 to 28. The chapter ends with Dharma, Megha and its effects 29 to 33, and then ultimate liberation 34. Appendix Devanagari, transliteration and translation of Sutras Chapter I, Meditative Absorption Prathama Samadhi, Pta. 1 Atha Yoganosasanam. Now, the teachings of yoga are presented. I. 2 Yoga Siddha, Viti, Nara. Yoga is the stilling of the changing states of the mind. I. 3 Tadadras Varapi Vasthanam. When that is accomplished, the seer abides in its own true nature. I. 4 Viti, Sarapyamitaratra. Otherwise, at other times, the seer is absorbed in the changing states of the mind. I. 5 Vitae Apakateya. There are 5 kinds of changing states of the mind, and they are either detrimental or non-detrimental to the practice of yoga. I. 6 Prama, Viparaya, Vikalpa, Nidra, Samtiya. These 5 Vitas are right knowledge, error, imagination, sleep, and memory. I. 7 Pratyanam and Gampramni. Right knowledge consists of sense perception, logic, and verbal testimony. I. 8 Viparyayo Mithya, Jnanam added, Rupa, Pradaham. Error is false knowledge stemming from the incorrect apprehension of something. I. 9 Sabda, Jnananupati Vastu, Sunya Vikalpa. Metaphor consists of the usage of words that are devoid of an actual object. I. 10 Abhava, Pratyayalambana Vitir Nidra. Deep sleep is that state of mind which is based on an absence of any content. I. 11 Anubhuta, Vyisam Pramoasamti. Memory is the retention of images of sense objects that have been experienced. I. 12 Abhyasa, Virjibhi. 10, Nara. The Viti states of mind are stilled by practice and dispassion. I. 13 Tatrasti Tayatno Bisa. From these, practice is the effort to be fixed in concentrating the mind. I. 14 Sa2 Durga, Kala, Nirantarya, Satkara Sevito Da, But my practice becomes firmly established when it has been cultivated uninterruptedly and with devotion over a prolonged period of time. 15 D Niravika, Vyaya, Vitasya Vasakara, Saj Varajyam Dispassion is the controlled consciousness of one who is without craving for sense objects, whether these are actually perceived, or described in scripture. 16 Tat Parapurua, Kyatirgwa, Vatyam higher than renunciation is indifference to the Gwas themselves. This stems from perception of the Purua, soul. 17 Vitarka, Vikaranandasmita, Rupanugamat Samprajna Samprajanata Samadhi consists of the consecutive mental stages of absorption with physical awareness, absorption with subtle awareness, absorption with bliss, and absorption with the sense of I-ness. 18 Virama, Pratyayabhyasa, Purvasaskra, Eona. The other Samadhi Asamprajanata, Samadhi is preceded by cultivating the determination to terminate all thoughts. In this state only latent impressions remain. 19 Bhava, Pratyayovideha, Prakti, Layanam for some, those who are unembodied and those who are merged in matter, the state of Samprajanata is characterized by absorption in subtle states of Prakti. 20 Sraddha, Virya, Samti, Samadhi, Prajna, Purvaka Itaram. But for others, the state where only subconscious impressions remain is preceded by faith, vigor, memory, Samadhi absorption, and discernment. 21 Tifra, saved Msuna. The state of Samprajanata is near for those who apply themselves intensely. 22 Mdu, Madhyat Himatrat Vat Tato Pi Via. Even among these, there is further differentiation of this intensity into degrees of mild, mediocre, and ardent. 23 Isvara, Pradhan Va. Or, this previously mentioned state is attainable from devotion to the Lord. 24 Klisa, Karma, Vipakazayahir Aparma Purua, Vyavara. The Lord is a special soul. He is untouched by the obstacles to the practice of yoga, karma, the fructification of karma, and subconscious predispositions. 25 Tatra Naratisayam Sarvajana, Bijam. In him, the seat of omniscience is unsurpassed. 26 Purvamapi Guru Kalanane Vakadot. Isvara was also the teacher of the ancients, because he is not limited by time. 27 Tajya Vikaka Prava. The name designating him is the mystical syllable O. 28 Taj, Japas Tad, Artha, Bhavanam. Its repetition and the contemplation of its meaning should be performed. 29 Tata Pratyak, Setanadhigamo Pi Antarayabhava. From this comes the realization of the inner consciousness and freedom from all disturbances. 30 Vyadi, Sthayana, Saya, Pramadalajiavarati, Vaitranti, Darsanalabda, Bhumakatvanavas Thidadvani Siddha, Vikaps te enteri. These disturbances are disease, idleness, doubt, carelessness, sloth, lack of detachment, misapprehension, failure to attain a base for concentration, and instability. They are distractions for the mind. 31 Dukkha, Dormanasagam, Ijayadva, Svesa, Prasvesa Vikepa, Saha, Bhava. Suffering, dejection, trembling, inhalation, and exhalation accompany the distractions. 32 Tat, Pradidradam eka, Tatvasa. Practice of fixing the mind on one object should be performed in order to eliminate these disturbances. 33 Matri, Kuru, Mudito Pekasuka, Tukka, Pwipwaya, Vi Bhavanata Siddha, Prasadanam. By cultivating an attitude of friendship toward those who are happy, compassion toward those in distress, joy toward those who are virtuous, and equanimity toward those who are non-virtuous, lucidity arises in the mind. 34 Prakardana, Vidrabhi Va. Prasya or stability of mind is gained by exhaling and retaining the breath. 35 Vyayavat Va. Pravtir Utpana Manasa Sthiti, nibandhani or else, focus on a sense object arises, and this causes steadiness of the mind. I. 36 Visoka Vajatimat or steadiness of mind is gained when the mind is pain-free and luminous. I. 37 Vita, Raga, Vyaya Va Siddham or the mind becomes steady when it has one who is free from desire as its object. I. 38 Svapna, Nidra, Jain Lambana Va or the mind can become steady when it has the knowledge attained from sleep and dreams as its support. I. 39 Yathapimata, Dhyanad Va. Or steadiness of the mind is attained from meditation upon anything of one's inclination. I. 40 Paramua, Parama, Mahatvanto Syavakara the yogi's mastery extends from the smallest particle of matter to the totality of matter. I. 41 Ka, Vitar Abhajatasyevamurgrad, Kriha, Kriutad, Sta, Tad, and Janata Sampati Samapati, complete absorption of the mind when it is free from its vitas, occurs when the mind becomes just like a transparent jewel, taking the form of whatever object is placed before it, whether the object be the knower, the instrument of knowledge, or the object of knowledge. I. 42 Tatra Sabdartha, Jainana, Vikalpai Sikra Savitarka, Sampati in the stage, Savitarka, Samapati, Samadhi absorption with physical awareness is intermixed with the notions of word, meaning, and idea. I. 43 Samti, Parasudho Svarapa, Sunyavartha, Madra, Nirbasa Nirvitarka Samapati, absorption without conceptualization, occurs when memory has been purged and the mind is empty, as it were, of its own reflective nature. Now only the object of meditation shines forth in its own right. I. 44 Adyavasavikara Nirvikara Siaskma, Vyakyata. The states of samadhi with subtle awareness and without subtle awareness, whose objects of focus are the subtle nature of things, are explained in the same manner. I. 45 Skma, Vyayadvaklaiga, Paridavasanam the subtle nature of things extends all the way up to Prakti. I. 46 Ta'iva Sabja Samdhi these above mentioned Samapati states are known as Samadhi meditative absorption with seed. I. 47 Nirvikara, Vaisarati Dhyatma, Prasda upon attaining the clarity of Nirvikara, Samadhi, there is lucidity of the inner self. I. 48 Bharatatra Prajna in that state, there is truth, bearing wisdom. I. 49 Srutanumana, Prajanavyam Anya, Vi Arthat Vadat seedless samadhi has a different focus from that of inference and sacred scripture, because it has the particularity of things as its object. I. 50 Taj, Jasaskro Naya, Saskra, Pratibandhi the Saskras born out of that truth, bearing wisdom obstruct other Saskras from emerging. I. 51 Tajyapinara Sarva, Naran Nirbja Samdhi upon the cessation of even those truth, bearing Saskras, Nirbhaja, Samadhi, seedless meditative absorption, ensues. Iti Patanjali, Virasite Yoga Sutra Prathama Samadhi, the thus ends of the first chapter on Samadhi in the Yoga Sutras composed by Patanjali. Chapter 2, Practiced Vaishya Sadhana, 2. 1 Tapa, Svadhyaya Svara, Pradni Kriya, Yoga Kriya, Yoga, the path of action, consists of self, discipline, study, and dedication to the Lord. 2. 2 Samadhi, Vaidvanrita Klisa, Tanu, Karartha Ca the yoga of action is for bringing about samadhi and for weakening the impediments to yoga. 2. 3 Avidyasmita, Raga, Dvebanavis Klesa with Makron. The impediments to samadhi are nescience, ego, desire, aversion, and clinging to life. 2. 4 Avidyaketram Udhir Prasapta, Tanu, Vikina dream. Ignorance is the breeding ground of the other klesas, whether they are in a dormant, weak, intermittent, or fully activated state. 2. 5 Anatyasusi, Tukmasunitya, Susi, Sukatma, Kyatir avidya ignorance is the notion that takes the self, which is joyful, pure, and eternal, to be the non-self, which is painful, unclean, and temporary. 2. 6 dg. Darsana, Saktir Ekatmati Vasmita ego is to consider the nature of the seer and the nature of the instrumental power of seeing to be the same thing. 2. 7 Sukhanozayirga. Attachment stems from experiences of happiness. 2. 8 Tuknuadva aversion stems from experiences of pain. 2. 9 Svarasa, Vahi Vijayopita throw Binavia. The tendency of clinging to life affects even the wise, it is an inherent tendency. 2. 10 Te Pratiprasava, Hey Skma with Macron. These cliches are subtle, they are destroyed when the mind dissolves back into its original matrix. 2. 11 Dhyana, Hayas Tad, Vitaya. The states of mind produced by these cliches are eliminated by meditation. 2. 12 Klisa, Mlakarmaseota, Janma, Vedanya. The stock of karma has the cliches as its root. It is experienced in present or future lives. 2. 13 Sathi Mutad, Vipakojityur, Pag. As long as the root of cliches exists, it fructifies as type of birth, span of life, and life experience of an individual. 2. 14 Te Hlata, Paratapa, Vulpwipwaya, Hitudvat. These the type of birth, span of life, and life experience bear the fruits of pleasure and pain, as a result of the performance of virtue and vice. 2. 15 Parama, Tapa, Saskra, Tukurkwa, Viti, Viraksya Tuksamiva Sarva Vivkana. For one who has discrimination, everything is suffering on account of the suffering produced by the consequences of action, by pain itself, and by the Saskras, as well as on account of the suffering ensuing from the turmoil of the Vitas due to the Kwas. 2. 16 Hituksam Anagatam. Suffering that has yet to manifest is to be avoided. 2. 17 Dry Iosayagohaya, Hitu. The conjunction between the seer and that which is seen is the cause of suffering to be avoided. 2. 18 Prakasa, Kriya, Stiti, Silam Dendrit Maka Pagpavargritadrasayam. That which is knowable has the nature of illumination, activity, and inertia. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. It consists of the senses and the elements, and exists for the purpose of providing either liberation or experience to Purua. 2. 19 Vivya, Liga, Matralinganigwa, Parvi. The different stages of the Gwa qualities consist of the particularized, the unparticularized, the distinctive, and the indistinctive. 2. 20 Dradai, Drasudo Pipratyanopeya. The seer is merely the power of seeing, however, although pure, he witnesses the images of mind. 2. 21 Tad, Artha Eva Diasitan. The essential nature of that which is seen is exclusively for the sake of the seer. 2. 22 Nitrata Prati Nam Api Anam Tad, Anya, Strav. Although the scene ceases to exist for one whose purpose is accomplished, the liberated Purua, it has not ceased to exist altogether, since it is common to other not liberated Puruas. 2. 23 Sva, Svami, Actius Varapapalabdi, Hitusayaga. The notion of conjunction is the means of understanding the real nature of the powers of the possessed and of the possessor. 2. 24 Tajya Hitura Vidya. The cause of conjunction is ignorance. 2. 25 Tad, Abhavatsayag Bhaitvohna Tad, Dekaivalyam. By the removal of ignorance, conjunction is removed. This is the absolute freedom of the seer. 2. 26 Vivka, Kyatir Aviplavahanopya. The means to liberation is uninterrupted discriminative discernment. 2. 27 Tajya Saptata Pranta, Bide My Prajna. The yogi's true insight has 7 ultimate stages. 2. 28 Yognanda Sati, K. Jainana, Diptir, Avivka, Kit. Upon the destruction of impurities as a result of the practice of yoga, the lamp of knowledge arises. This culminates in discriminative discernment. 2. 29 Yama, Nyamasana, Prema, Pratyahara, Dra, dhyana, samadhi with makron v agna. The 8 limbs are abstentions, observances, posture, breath control, disengagement of the senses, concentration, meditation, and absorption. 2. 30 Ahimsa, Satyastya, Brahmacharya Aparigraha Yam. The yamas are nonviolence, truthfulness, refrainment from stealing, celibacy, and renunciation of unnecessary possessions. 2. 31 Jati, Disa, Kala, Samine Vakan Sarva, Bhama Maha, Vratam. These yamas are considered the great vow. They are not exempted by one's class, place, time, or circumstance. They are universal. 2. 32 Saka, Santo, Tapa, Svadhyayesvara, Pradni Nayam. The observances are cleanliness, contentment, austerity, study of scripture, and devotion to God. 2. 33 Vitarka, Badhain Pratipaka, Bhavanam. Upon being harassed by negative thoughts, one should cultivate counteracting thoughts. 2. 34 Vitarka Histayakta, Karatanamada Labha, Krodha, Moha, Purvakamdu, Madhyat Himatra Tukoinanta, Vala iti Pratipaka, Bhavanam. Negative thoughts are violence, etc. They may be personally performed on one's behalf by another, or authorized by oneself. They may be triggered by greed, anger, or delusion, and they may be slight, moderate, or extreme in intensity. One should cultivate counteracting thoughts, namely, that the end results of negative thoughts are ongoing suffering and ignorance. 2. 35 As, Pratyahi Tad, Sunadhau Vera, Taiga. In the presence of one who is established in nonviolence, enmity is abandoned. 2. 36 Satya, Pratyahi Kriya, Vilasrayavam. When one is established in truthfulness, one ensures the fruition of actions. 2. 37 Astya, Pratyahi Sarva, Ratnopasthanam. When one is established in refrainment from stealing, all jewels manifest. 2. 38 Brahmacharya, Pratyahi Virya, Lba. Upon the establishment of celibacy, power it attained. 2. 39 Aparigraha, Sthairyi Janma, Kathan Tat, Sambadha. When refrainment from covetousness becomes firmly established, knowledge of the whys and wherefores of births manifests. 2. 40 Sakitsvka, Jagupsa Parayer Asasarga. By cleanliness, one develops distaste for one's body and the cessation of contact with others. 2. 41 Sattva, Suddhi, Samanajya Ekagrayendriya, Jayadma, Darsana, Yagyadvani. Ca. Upon the purification of the mind, one attains cheerfulness, 1. Pointedness, sense control, and fitness to perceive the self. 2. 42 Santatanutama Sukha, Lba. From contentment, the highest happiness is attained. 2. 43 Kendriya, Siddhara Suddhi, Kate Tapasa. From austerity, on account of the removal of impurities, the perfection of the senses and body manifests. 2. 44 Svadhyayad Iya, Devata, Samprayaga. From study of scripture, a connection with one's deity of choice is established. 2. 45 Samadhi, Siddhar Isvara, Pradhan. From submission to God comes the perfection of samadhi. 2. 46 Sthira, Suksam Asanam. Posture should be steady and comfortable. 2. 47 Prayatna, Sethilyananta, Samapatibhyam. Such posture should be attained by the relaxation of effort and by absorption in the infinite. 2. 48 Tatodvandnapita. From this, one is not afflicted by the dualities of the opposites. 2. 49 Tasminsathi Svesa, Prasvasayar Gati, Vikata Prima. When that asana is accomplished, Prima, breath control, follows. This consists of the regulation of the incoming and outgoing breaths. 2. 50 Ba Hyabhyantara, Stamha, Vitidasa, Kala, Sakibhai Parado Durga, Skmaprima. Manifests as external, internal, and restrained movements of breath. These are drawn out and subtle in accordance to place, time, and number. 2. 51 Ba Hyabhyantara, Vaikepkatirtha. The fourth type of prema surpasses the limits of the external and the internal. 2. 52 Tadachate Prakvaram. Then, the covering of the illumination of knowledge is weakened. 2. 53 Dre Susiya Yagyata Manasa. Additionally, the mind becomes fit for concentration. 2. 54 Svavi Isamprayaj Satasia Svarapanikara Evendra Pratyara Pratyahara, withdrawal from sense objects, occurs when the senses do not come into contact with their respective sense objects. It corresponds, as it were, to the nature of the mind when it is withdrawn from the sense objects. 2. 55 Tata Parama Vyatendram. From this comes the highest control of the senses. Iti Patanjali, Virasite Yoga Sutra Dvaishya Sadhana. Thus ends the second chapter on sadhana in the Yoga Sutras composed by Patanjali. Chapter 3, Mystic Powers Tritya Buddhi. The 3. 1 Dasa, Bandha Sitasyadra. Concentration is the fixing of the mind in one place. 3. 2 Tatra Pratyaya Eka, Tanadadhyanam. Meditation is the one pointedness of the mind on one image. 3. 3 Tadavartha, Matra, Nirbsa Svarapa, Sunyamiva Samdhi. Samadhi is when that same dhyana shines forth as the object alone and the mind is devoid of its own reflective nature. 3. 4 Trayamakatra Sayama. When these three are performed together, it is called Sayama. 3. 5 Taj, Jade Prajlika. From Sayama comes insight. 3. 6 Tajya Bhaitmiya Vinayaga. Sayama is applied on the different stages of Samadhi. 3. 7 Trayam and Taragam Parvebhya. These three dhyana, and Samadhi are internal limbs compared to the previous limbs of Yoga. 3. 8 Tad Api Bhayar, Aganir Bijajya. Yet even these are external limbs in relation to Sitla Samadhi. 3. 9 Vyathana, Nara, Saskrayar Abhibhava, Pradurbhavanara, Ka, Sitan Vayonara, Parama. The state of restraint, Nara, is when there is disappearance of outgoing I.e. worldly saskras and the appearance of restraining saskras. These emerge in the mind at the moment of restraint. 3. 10 Tajya Prasanta, Vahita Saskrite. The mind's undisturbed flow occurs due to saskras. 3. 11 Sarvarthate Grateo Kayadeyo Sitasya Samadhi, Parama. The attainment of the Samadhi state involves the elimination of all pointedness I.e. wandering of the mind and the rise of one pointedness I.e. concentration. 3. 12 Tatapana Santo de Tatulya, Pratyayo Sitasya Ekagratha, Parama. In that regard, the attainment of one pointedness occurs when the image in the mind that has just passed is the same as the image in the mind that is present. 3. 13 Atanabdendra Udharma, Lakavasth, Param Vya with Macron Khya with Macron Ta with Macron. In this way, the change in the characteristics, state, and condition of objects and of the senses is explained. 3. 14 Santo Ditavyapadzaya, Dharmanupati Dharmaya. The substratum is that which underpins past, present, and future. 3. 15 Kramniyat Vaparamniyat Hitu. The change in the sequence of characteristics is the cause of the change in transformations of objects. 3. 16 Parama, Traya, Sayamd Athitanagata, Jainanam. When Sayama is performed on the three transformations of characteristics, state, and condition, knowledge of the past and the future ensues. 3. 17 Sabdartha, Pratyayana Mitardarat Hyasat Sakaras Tad, Pravibhaga, Sayamd Sarva, Buddha, Ruta, Jainanam. Due to the correlation among word, meaning, and idea, confusion ensues. By performing Sayama on them separately, knowledge of the speech of all creatures arises. 3. 18 Saskra, Skarat Purva, Jati, Jainanam. By bringing previous saskras into direct perception comes the knowledge of previous births. 3. 19 Pratyayajyapara, Siddha, Jnanam. From their ideas, one can attain knowledge of others' minds. 3. 20 Naca Tad, Slambanata Sivi Tat, that knowledge is not accompanied by its object, since this object is not the object of the yogi's mind. 3. 21 Kaya, Rupa, Sayam Tad, Grahaya, Sakti, Stamhikeku, Prakasa Samprayaj Antardhanam. By performing sayama on the outer form of the body, invisibility is attained. This occurs when perceptibility is obstructed by blocking contact between light and the eyes. 3. 22 Sopakrama Nirapakrama Ca Karma Tad, Sayamd Aparant Tad, Jnanam Aripya Va Karma is either quick to fructify or slow. By sayama on karma, or on portents, knowledge of one's death arises. 3. 23 Maitritya Balani. By sayama on friendliness and such things, strengths are acquired. 3. 24 Balahasti, Baladini. By practicing sayama on strengths, the yogi attains the strength of an elephant, etc. 3. 25 Pravtaloka, Nyasatskma, Vyavahita, Vipraka, Jnanam. By directing the light of cognition, one obtains knowledge of subtle, concealed, and remote things. 3. 26 Bhavna, Jaina Suryi Sayam. By performing sayama on the sun arises knowledge of the different realms in the universe. 3. 27 Kandratara, Vyaha, Jnanam. By sayama on the moon, knowledge of the solar systems. 3. 28 Druvtad, Gati, Jnanam. By sayama on the pole star comes knowledge of the movement of the stars. 3. 29 Nabi, Kakarkaya, Vyaha, Jnanam. By sayama on the navel plexus of the body comes knowledge of the arrangement of the body. 3. 30 Kaha, Kyupkut, Pipasa, Nivti. By sayama on the pit of the throat comes the cessation of hunger and thirst. 3. 31 Gurm, Na with Macron Ya with Macron Sterium. By sayama on the subtle tortoise channel, steadiness is attained. 3. 32 Murdha, Chitai Siddha, Darsanam. By sayama on the light in the skull, a vision of the Siddhas, perfected beings, is attained. 3. 33 Pratibhad Va Sarvam, or, by intuition, comes knowledge of everything. 3. 34 Hde Siddha, Savid. By sayama on the heart, knowledge of the mind ensues. 3. 35 Sattva, Puruayaratyanse Krayo Pratyavayo Paga Parathat Vatsvartha, Sayam Purua, Jnanam. Worldly experience consists of the notion that there is no distinction between the Purua self and pure intelligence, although these two are completely distinct. Worldly experience exists for another I.e. for Purua. By sayama on that which exists for itself I.e. on Purua, comes knowledge of Purua. 3. 36 Tata Pratibha, Ravat, Vedanadar Sasveda, Vardajayant. From this, intuition as well as higher hearing, touch, vision, taste, and smell are born. 3. 37 Te Samadhavyupasarg Vyathain Sadaya. These powers are accomplishments for the mind that is outgoing but obstacles to samadhi. 3. 38 Bandha, Krat, Sethilyat Prakara, Savdank Ca Satajyapara, or via. By loosening the cause of bondage, and by knowledge of the passageways of the mind can enter into the bodies of others. 3. 39 Yudana, Jayajjala, Paka, Kokdivasaga Utkrantai Ca. By mastery over the Yudana vital air, one attains the power of levitation and does not come into contact with water, mud, and thorns, etc. 3. 40 Samana, Jay Valanam. By mastery over the Samana vital air, radiance is attained. 3. 41 Radrakeo Sambandha, Sayam Divyasritram. By sayama on the relationship between the organ of hearing and the ether, divine hearing is attained. 3. 42 Kaikeo Sambandha, Sayam El Lagu, Tula, Samapats Kekeza, Gamanam. By performing Sayama on the relationship between the body and ether, and by performing Samapati on the lightness of cotton, one acquires the ability to travel through the sky. 3. 43 Bayir, Akalpita Vitir Maha, Videhatata Prakvara, Kia. The state of mind projected outside of the body, which is not an imagined state, is called the great out of body experience. By this, the covering of the light of Buddhi is destroyed. 3. 44 Schula, Svarapa, Skmvairthavadva, Sayamt Buddha, Jaya. By Sayama on the gross nature, essential nature, subtle nature, constitution, and purpose of objects, one attains mastery over the elements. 3. 45 Tato Imdi, Pairdurbaidvakaya, Sampad, Tad, Dermanabhyatasiya. As a result of this, there are no limitations on account of the body's natural abilities, mystic powers such as aim, etc. manifest, and the body attains perfection. 3. 46 Rupa, Lvaya, Bala, Vajra, Sahananatvanikaya, Sampat. The perfection of the body consists of possessing beauty, charm, strength, and the power of a thunderbolt. 3. 47 Graha, Svarapasmatanvayarthavadva, Sayamt Indriya, Jaya. By the performance of Sayama on the process of knowing, on the essence of the sense organs, on ego, on inherence the guas, and on the purpose of the guas comes control over the senses. 3. 48 Tato Mano, Javatvavakara, Vaidva Pradhana, Jaya. As a result of this comes speed like the speed of mind, activity independent of the bodily senses, and mastery over primordial matter. 3. 49 Sattva, Puru Anyata, Kyati, Matrajya Sarva, Vaiditvam Sarva, Jaitvam Ca. Only for one who discerns the difference between the Purua and the intellect do omniscience and omnipotence accrue. 3. 50 Tad, Viragyat Api Doa, Bija, K Kaivalyam. By detachment even from this attainment I.e. omniscience and omnipotence, and upon the destruction of the seeds of all faults, Kavalya, the supreme liberation ensues. 3. 51 Snyupanam and Tri Sagasmakarapunar, Anaya, Prasakt. If solicited by celestial beings, the yogi should not become smug, because the tendency toward undesirable consequences can once again manifest. 3. 52 Ka, Tad, Krameo Sayamt, Vivka, Jajana. By performing Sayama on the moment, and its sequence, one attains knowledge born of discrimination. 3. 53 Jati, Lekha, Disar Anyatane Vakadat Tuliaos Tata Pratipati. As a result of this, there is discernment of two comparable things that are not distinguishable by species, characteristics, or location. 3. 54 Trikasarva, Vyaya Sarveda, Vyayam Akrama Siddhi Vivkaja Jainanam. Knowledge born of discrimination is a liberator, it has everything as its object at all times simultaneously. 3. 55 Sattva, Puruveo Suddhi, Samai Kaivalyam Iti. When the purity of the intellect is equal to that of the Purua, Kavalya liberation ensues. Iti Patanjali, Virasite Yoga, Sutrati of Buddhi. Thus ends the third chapter on Buddhi in the Yoga Sutras composed by Patanjali. Chapter 4, Absolute Independence Catered Kavalya, 4. 1 Janmavati, Mantra, Tapa, Samadhi, Ja with Makron Sadaya. The mystic powers arise due to birth, herbs, mantras, the performance of austerity, and samadhi. 4. 2 Jati, Anthara, Paramapraktipir. The changes in bodily forms that take place in other births is due to the filling in by prakti. 4. 3 Nimitame Prayahaka Praktan Vara, Vedas 2 Tata Ketra Kavat. The instrumental cause of creation is not its creative cause, but it pierces the covering from creation like a farmer pierces the barriers between his fields. 4. 4 Nirma, Sidney Usmita, Matrad. Created minds are made from ego only. 4. 5 Prapti, Bed Praya Hakasiddhamakam there is one mind, among the many created by the yogi, which is the director in the different activities of the different bodies. 4. 6 Tatradhyana, Jam Anasayam from these 5 types of minds that possess these, the one born of meditation is without the storehouse of karma. 4. 7 Karmakalka Yoginas Tri, Vidamitaram. The karma of a yogi is neither white nor black, of everyone else, it is of 3 types. 4. 8 Tatas Tad, Vipnagunmivabhivyaktir Vasananam from these 3 types of karma the activation of only those subliminal impressions that are ready for fruition in the next life occurs. 4. 9 Jati, Disa, Kala, Vyavahitanam Apinantarya Samriti, Saskrayer Eka, Rupatvat because they are identical, there is an uninterrupted connection between memory and Saskra, even though they might be separated by birth, time, and place. 4. 10 Tazam Andadvakasiso Nityatvat the Saskras are eternal, because the desire for life is eternal. 4. 11 Hichu, Fulralambana Saktat M Abhavtad, Abidvas since Saskras are held together by immediate cause, motive, the mind, and the object of awareness, the Saskras cease when the latter cease. 4. 12 Atengatas Varapatos Di Adva, Bedat Dharm the past and the future exist in reality, since they differ from the present only in terms of the time of manifestation of their characteristics. 4. 13 Te Vyakta, Skma with Makron Gudana the past, present, and future have the Gwas as their essence and are either manifest or latent. 4. 14 Paramakat Vastu, Tatvam the things of the world are objectively real, due to the uniformity of the Gwas that underpin all change. 4. 15 Vastu, Samai Siddha, Bedate Irvibhaktapanth because there is a multiplicity of minds perceiving an object but yet the object remains consistent, there is a difference in nature between the object and the mind of the observer. 4. 16 Nakaka, Siddha, Tantra Vastu Tade Pramakatadaki Syat an object is not dependent on a single mind for its existence, if it were, then what happens to it when it is not perceived by that particular mind? 4. 17 Tad, Yupark Pekatksatasya Vastu Janata Janatam a thing is either known or not known by the mind depending on whether it is noticed by the mind. 4. 18 Sada Janata Siddha, Vitayas Tad, Prabho Puruasipramit the permutations of the mind are always known to its Lord, the Purua soul, because of the soul's unchanging nature. 4. 19 Na Tad, Subsidayat nor is the mind self, illuminating, because of its nature as the object of perception. 4. 20 Eka, Samkophanavadram there cannot be discernment of both the mind and the object it perceives at the same time. 4. 21 Siddhantara, Di Budhai, Bhavtharita Prasagasamti, Sakara Ca if the mind were cognized by another mind, then there would be an infinite regress of one intelligence being known by another intelligence. Moreover, there would also be confusion of memory. 4. 22 Saitari Pradisacramis Tad, Akarapatos Ve Budhai, Savdanam although it is unchanging, consciousness becomes aware of its own intelligence by means of pervading the forms assumed by the intelligence. 4. 23 Dra, Diaparikta Siddha Sarvartham the mind, colored by the seer as well as by that which is seen, knows all objects. 4. 24 Tad, Asakaya, Vasana, Sitram Api Pirtha Sahatya, Karatvat that mind, with its countless variegated subliminal impressions, exists for another entity other than itself, because it operates in conjunction with other instruments. 4. 25 Vaya, Darsana Atma, Bhava, Bhavna, Vinavti for one who sees the distinction between the mind and the soul, reflecting on the nature of the self ceases. 4. 26 Tadavivka, Nimna Kavalya, Pirk Bitra Siddham at that point, the mind, inclined toward discrimination, gravitates toward ultimate liberation. 4. 27 Tak, Chidru Pratyantari Saskrabya. During the intervals in this state of discriminate awareness, other ideas arise because of previous saskras. 4. 28 Hanamiye with Makron Klesavat Uktam. The removal of these previous saskras is said to be like the removal of the klesa afflictions. 4. 29 Prasakin Pi Akuzadasia Sarveda Vivka, Kyatar Dharma, Meghasamdi. For one who has no interest even in the fruits of meditative wisdom on account of the highest degree of discriminative insight, the samadhi called Dharma, Megha, cloud of virtue, ensues. 4. 30 Tata Klesa, Karma, Nivti. From this comes the cessation of the klesa's impediments to yoga and karma. 4. 31 Tada Sarvara, Malapetasia Jainanasian and Pyajaniam Alpam. At this point, because of the unlimited nature of knowledge, when all impurities have been removed from it, that which remains to be known is little. 4. 32 Tata Kta with Makron Rtha with Makron Na with Makron Parama, Krma, Parasamaptir Gunm. As a result, there is a cessation of the ongoing permutations of the guas, their purpose now fulfilled. 4. 33 Ka, Pratyaji Paramparnta, Nirgrahaya Krma. The progression of any object through time corresponds to a series of moments. It is perceivable at the final moment of change. 4. 34 Purardha, Nya with Makron Na with Makron Gun Prataprasava Kaivalyas Varapa, Prata Va City, Saktir Iti. Ultimate liberation is when the guas, devoid of any purpose for the Purua, return to their original latent state. In other words, when the power of consciousness is situated in its own essential nature. Iti Patanjali, Virasite Yoga, Sutra Katirtha Kavalya. Thus ends the 4th chapter on Samadhi in the Yoga Sutras composed by Patanjali. Notes: please note that some of the links referenced in this work are no longer active. The History of Yoga 1. But see discussion in I. 1 for the accuracy of the translation union in the context of the Yoga Sutras. 2. The identification of these 4 yoga systems in the Bhagavad Gita was first popularized in Raja Yoga by Vivekananda, who made his initial impact in the West after his address to the Chicago Parliament of Religions in 1893. Sita Michelis, 2004, for a genealogy of Neo-Vedanta. 3. Throughout the present work, yoga refers to the philosophical school, or yoga tradition, while yoga indicates various practices or systems of yoga. 4. For a good example, see the Jain scholar Haribhadra's Yoga, Di, Samakya, Chapel 2003. 5. Vedic is an older form of Sanskrit. Both are members of the Indo-European language family. The earliest Sanskrit-speaking peoples, which are the easternmost branch of this family, are referred to as Indo-Aryans. 6. The earliest Vedic texts are the 4 Vedas, followed by the Brahmas, the Rayakas, and the Upanishads. 7. Due to the figure's horned headpiece, and the presence of animal motifs on this seal, it received the most attention and was unfortunately hastily identified as the Proto-Shiva seal. There is no consensus among archaeologists as to the cultural identity of the Indus Valley, but obviously one's position on the origins of the Indo-Aryan people is relevant to this discussion. Those holding the Indo-Aryans to be immigrants perceive the Indus Valley civilization as a non-Vedic culture whose decline more or less coincided with the arrival of the Indo-Aryans. Those considering the Indo-Aryans to be indigenous argue for a Vedic presence in the Indus Valley. See Bryant, 2001, for full discussion. 8. For a discussion of scholarship on the Kezan, long-haired mystic of G-Veda X. 136, C. Werner, 1989. 9. Interestingly, all the Upanishads wherein yoga is expressed belong to the same Vedic branch, that of the Black Yajurveda. 10. While the term Brahman is used primarily for the absolute truth in its all-encompassing aspect, and Atman for the more localized aspect of that same truth in the individual. The two terms are interchangeable in the Upanishads. 11. The earliest reference to yoga is actually in the Taittiriya Upanishad, 2. 5.4, after a discussion of the 5 kosas, or layers, that make up an individual, but whether this refers to a meditative technique is unclear. Werner, 1986, argues that this reference points to the merger of an older Vedic spiritual tradition with meditative techniques from non-Vedic traditions. 12. The sense here is that the yogi discovers the real self and thus becomes, and by removing awareness from the illusory self, thereby also ceases. 13. The text adds, one should practice yoga in a place that is flat, clean, free of grit, fire, and sand, near quiet running water, etc. Favorable to the mind, not an eyesore, and protected from the wind in a cave or sheltered place. Lightness, health, absence of desire, effulgent complexion, pleasant voice, nice fragrance, and little faces and urine, these are the first expressions of yogic practice. 14. This Upanishad adds tarka, inquiry, to the last 5 limbs found in Patanjali and reverses the order of Dra and Dhyana from that found in Patanjali's system. 15. This demarcation of Skya/yoga metaphysics in the Maitreya Upanishad extends to ridiculing the later Vedantic Advaita, non-dualistic, school of Upanishadic interpretation as not worthy of discussion, Kitad Abhasayam, 6. 7. Advaita Vedanta holds a radically monistic view of the world by rejecting the reality of Prakrti, matter, as illusory and considers only Brahman/Atman as real. The Skya/yoga traditions are dualist and accept the reality of both the world of Prakrti as well as Atman, which it calls Purua. 16. While both traditional narrative and critical scholarship consider the epic to have developed over the centuries, it had reached its present size of 100,000 verses prior the 5th century CE, when a land grant refers to it as consisting of this number of verses. 17. E.G. 13. 24, 18. 52. 18. For further discussion, see Brockington, 2005 and 2003. 19. C. Hopkins, 1901, 336, for discussion. 20. Vikara and Vitarka, C.I. 17 for discussion. 21. For extended analysis on this issue, see Bronkhorst, 1993. 22. C. Dasgupta, 1963, I. 229-30, for list. 23. C. Edgerton, 1924, 32, and Larson, 1989, 132. 24. Edgerton, 1924, 36. 25. Skya is first mentioned in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 6. 13.1. Where even the name of its reputed founder, Kapila, is found, v. 2. 26. C. For example, Bryant, 2004. 27. C. For example, Hara, 1999. 28. C. For example, Torella, 1999. 29. Specifically, this view sees yoga as a merger of 3 complexes, 1. One or more Skya traditions, 2. One or more Buddhist traditions, and 3. An emerging philosophical yoga tradition that is compiling various older ascetic and religious strands of speculation, 58 ff. More specifically, Larson finds 2 systematic philosophizing strains in ancient India, that of the AI, Tantra tradition of Skya, and the Abhidharma tradition of Sarvastivada and Sautrantika Buddhism, with systematic yoga emerging as a hybrid of that interaction, 1989, 134. 30. Schreiner, 1999. 31. See also 12. 293.30 and 296.42. 32. This has been amply stressed by Edgerton. Indeed, any formula of metaphysical truth provided that knowledge thereof was conceived to tend towards salvation, might be called Skya, 1924, 15. However, see Ramankrishna Rao, 1966, 270 ff, for an opposing perspective that does find grounds to identify distinctions between Skya and Yoga in the Mahabharata. 33. The ultimate absolute, Brahman, is understood as either a supreme personal being or a supreme impersonal consciousness, depending on the sects of Vedanta stemming from the Upanishads. 34. Although Patanjali arguably makes implicit reference to Brahman in I. 26-27, where he correlates Isvara with O. 35. Virasana is mentioned in 12. 292.8 and 13. 130.8 to 10, Brockington 2003, 20. 36. Nyaya Sutras 4. 2.42. 37. Vedanta Sutras I. 2.1.3 and commentaries. 38. C. Kane, 1977, 1419, for discussion. 39. For further discussion and references, see Brockington, 2003. 40. Cr. S. Bhattacharya, 1985, 3-15, for discussion. 41. Bhattacharya, Ibid. 101-102, considers the first instance of this identification of the three Patanjalis to be in the commentary by Puyarja on the 5th century grammatical text the Vakyapati. 42. C. Kane, 1977, 1396, and Larson, 2008, for discussion and references. Larson does not close the door to the possibility that the Patanjalis could be one and the same, in contrast, for example, to Woods, 1914, and R. S. Bhattacharya, 1985. Others, such as Dasgupta, 1922, are open to accepting the identity of Patanjali the grammarian and Patanjali of the Yoga Sutras, but not that of the commentator on Ayurveda. Larson, following Bhattacharya but drawing different conclusions, raises the relevant observation that connections among the three systems of knowledge were already being made by the philosopher and grammarian Bhartari in his Vakyapati. 43. A number of scholars have dated the Yoga Sutras as late as the 4th or 5th century CE. But these arguments have all been challenged. The main rationales for this date were laid by scholars such as Jacobi, 1911. These include the claims that the Patanjali of the Yoga Sutras is different from the Patanjali who is the commentator of the grammarian Pini. The Yoga Sutras address, implicitly, the Vijnanavada Buddhism of the 5th century, 415 ff, and so must postdate this school, and certain doctrines in the sutras are not evidenced in early Skya and Yoga texts, and so must belong to a later period. All such arguments are problematic. Prasad, 1930, was one of the first to point out that although the later commentaries beginning with Vyasa identify Patanjali's anti-idealism arguments as directed against Vijnanavada Buddhism, there are serious reasons to question whether this was the specific school of idealism prevalent at Patanjali's time. Second, whether or not the two Patanjalis noted above are the same is, to all intents and purposes, irrelevant to the date of the sutras. Finally, the doctrines specified as absent in early Skya and Yoga texts may nonetheless have been ancient doctrines and thus do not necessarily point to a late date. See also Dasgupta, 1974, 226-38, for further discussion. 44. R. S. Bhattacharya, 1985, 109 ff. 45. Not irrelevant here is the maxim of the grammarian tradition that if even as much as half a phoneme can be saved in the formulation of a rule, the grammarian rejoices as he would the birth of a son. 46. C. Larson, 2008, 86 ff, for recent discussion and references. 47. Hauer, 1958, considered the 5 strata of the texts to consist of the Niraya section, I. 1 to 22, the Isvara, Pradna section, I. 23 to 51, the Kriya, Yoga section, 2. 1 to 27, the Aga section, 2. 28, 3. 55, and the 4th chapter on the Nirma, Siddha, constructed mind. Frau Wallner, 1953, divided the text into 3 sections, the Niraya section, Pada I, Kriya, Yoga leading into Aga, Yoga, Padas 2, 3, and Pada 4, a later appendage. Dasgupta, 1922, argued that the 4th chapter, with its change in style and subject matter, was added later, especially since the particle iti concluding the 3rd chapter, indicated that the original text had ended at that point. 48. E.G. Bhattacharya, 1985. 49. As Feuerstein notes, our need for order in the sense of logical neatness, linear consecutiveness, is not necessarily shared by non-Western cultures, 1979, 41. 50. E.G. Feuerstein, 1979, Larson, 2008, Witcher, 1998, Chappell, 1994. 51. From their perspectives, Chapter I deals with the mind and the different levels of consciousness relevant to the goals of yoga, Chapter 2, with the mechanisms underpinning the relationship between the mind and consciousness, and the practical techniques required to attain higher levels of consciousness, Chapter 3, with the results that accrue from such practices, and Chapter 4, with establishing the yoga position on mind and consciousness in the context of rival views, and with the goal of realization of the true self. 52. Caution is required in attempting to bypass the commentaries and excavate an original set of pure Patanjalian teachings distinct from those of the later yoga school, since such enterprises, of course, require the projection of very much later philological assumptions and methods onto Patanjali with no means of verification. Even when rigorous attention is directed onto the chronology of philosophical terms and concepts in contemporaneous philosophical literature in an attempt to identify borrowings or influences from other traditions, terms were often drawn from a common pool but sometimes used to denote different things, both diachronically and synchronically in different philosophical contexts and knowledge systems. When seeking extraneous influence on a text, it is rarely certain who has influenced whom or whether commonalities between traditions indicate linear influence or two traditions dipping into this common pool. A fallacy is all too often made, in my view, of assuming that the first instance a concept or term surfaces in a text indicates that this text or tradition has consequently influenced all subsequent traditions wherein this concept or term is used. All that can be said, in fact, is that this concept can first be identified in an extant literary source at this time. One must be careful of hastily assuming that the concept itself did not exist prior to it being recorded in this way. 53. See, for example, Chappell, 1994. 54. For discussion and references, see Bronkhorst, 1985. 55. For examples, C.R. S. Bhattacharya, 1985, 43-47. 56. The etymology of Vyasa is derived from the root 6 plus as equals divide. 57. There are 4 world ages in Hindu cosmography, of which the 4th, the Kali Yuga, is considered to have begun in 3108 B.C.E. 58. For Akara, the entire world of change is an illusory superimposition on an unchanging, formless, qualityless, and impersonal Brahman, absolute truth. Thus, everything in the realm of matter, prakti, is illusory. Maya. The changing world of form simply does not exist from the perspective of absolute reality, or, perhaps more accurately, everything that appears to exist in the external world is, in reality, the changeless Brahman. Similarly, the apparent individuality of the multiple and multifarious living beings in the world, the Atmans, is also illusory. There is not an infinite number of living entities, there is only the undivided, all-pervading Brahman, hence the name of his school of philosophy, Advaita, non-duality. For Akara there is only one underlying truth, and all apparent dualities perceived in existence, the world of forms and individuals, are the product of illusion, avidya. 59. Quarterly Journal of the Andhra Research Society 2, 1927, 134 ff. 60. Hacker, 1968, and other Akara specialists, as well as scholars who have worked more closely with this commentary, are inclined to accept its authenticity. Rukmini, however, in her translation of the Yoga Sutra, Vivera of Akara, 2001, Ziv, rejects the authorship of the Vedanta in Akara. She offers as the most convincing evidence the fact that the Vivera contains some explicit references to statements made by Vaikaspati Misra, who lived after Akara. In contrast to this, Wessler, 1983, sees these influences as going the other way. Vaikaspati Misra's work shows clear vestiges of the influence of the Vivera. For this and other reasons, the matter remains unresolved. 61. For discussion of the dates of Vaikaspati Misra, as well as Patanjali and Vyasa, see Woods, 1914, Civ. 62. In Feuerstein's view, Vaikaspati Misra approached his subject matter with great candor and sympathy, but not from within the yogic tradition. This is corroborated by his whole style, and his preoccupation with philological and epistemological matters, as well as his anxious dependence on Vyasa, 1979, 30. 63. It had, however, been known since the publication of Al-Biruni's more famous work, India, published in 1887, that he had translated the Sutras, since it was quoted copiously in that work. 64. There were a number of Vaishnava commentators on the Vedanta who vigorously critiqued Akara's views, including Ramanuj in the 12th century. Ramanuj presented a position of Visadvaita, differentiated non-duality, that modified the basic metaphysical infrastructure of Advaita non-duality by proposing that there were differentiations within ultimate reality. Ramanuj posited a basic and eternal tripartite subdivision within Brahman, Brahman as supreme personal being, or Isvara, whom he correlated with Vayu/Enraya, Prakti, matter, and the Purua souls. For Ramanuj, these are eternal and real ontological categories, not illusory superimpositions on an undifferentiated Brahman, as Akara had posited, but they do not compromise the essential non-duality of the Absolute, since everything emanates from, and remains dependent on, Vayu. In one of Ramanuj's analogies, the relationship of the personal Brahman, Vayu, with Prakti and Purua is like that of the body and possessor of the body, although in one sense they are one, the latter is dependent on, and supported by, the former. Madhva, in the 13th century, further emphasized the divisions between these categories. Other Vaishnava commentators on the Vedanta added their particular sectarian nuances to the issue, of which Vallabha and the Caitanya school in the 15th century are noteworthy, and all of them drew upon the Upanishads, the Vedanta, and the Bhagavad Gita as sources of authority. In any event, Vijanabhiku's philosophy of Bhedabheda, difference in non-difference, overlaps with the main metaphysical tenets of these predecessor Vedantins, both in asserting the reality of the world and the eternal individuality of the souls, and in his critique of Akaras Advaita. For Vijanabhiku, Brahman is different from the world and the souls, insofar as the latter are the inherent manifestations of Brahman, which is the material and efficient cause of the universe. But Brahman is also non-different from the souls insofar as they have the same characteristics as Brahman. 65. Ramnanda Sarasvati wrote a commentary called Ratna Prabha on Akaras commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, the Brahmasutra, Vya. 66. See comments by his disciple, P. N. Mukherjee in Hariharananda, 1963, Preface. The subject matter of the Yoga Sutras 1. As Dasgupta notes, if the mind itself were conscious, then why would its states be sometimes conscious and sometimes unconscious? In other words, if the very nature of the mind were conscious, then all its states should always be conscious. There should be no unconscious or subconscious states in that which is, by definition, conscious. The fact that this is not the case suggests that consciousness lies in another entity behind the mind, which is conscious of some states external to it but not others. 2. C. Larson, 1983, for discussion. 3. Schweitzer states as follows: if mind and environment are held to belong to the same metaphysical realm, then mental content can both cause and be caused by other physical events. This at least opens the door to explaining mental representation and the evolution of cognitive structure through appeal to the interaction between an organism and its environment, while it is not at all clear that this door is open on a Cartesian account, 1993, 853. Along similar lines, he elaborates that AI adopts a computational paradigm, which assumes that all phenomena, whether artificial or natural, are founded on computational procedures evidenced in physical systems. Since the citta in yoga is an unconscious mechanism which manipulates the representational structures involved in perception, it can be characterized as computational, Ibid. 854. He further notes that, as in yoga, subjective experience is an element which is theoretically extraneous to the research programs of cognitive science and AI. 4. I use Indic throughout to refer to Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain commonalities. 5. It is an axiom in Indic thought that anything eternal cannot be subject to change. If the soul is eternal, it therefore cannot undergo changes. 6. The difference between the two schools is primarily one of focus. Both accept the liberation of Purva from Prakti as their goal, but Skya mostly concerns itself with metaphysics, analyzing what Purva must extricate itself from, namely, the manifestations of Prakti. In other words, liberation is attained by inference and intellectual reasoning, that is, with the path of knowledge, jnana. Yoga concerns itself more with the nature of the mind and the results accrued from its control, in other words, with active meditative strategies for attaining liberation. But there are also differences of nuance, perhaps the most important of which for our purposes, is that Skya conceives of the mind as consisting of three aspects: buddhi, intelligence, ahakara, ego, and manas, mind, whereas the yoga school conceives of these as interacting functions of the one citta, internal organ, rather than as three distinct metaphysical layers. Skya posits 50 components of psychic experience, which are simplified in yoga to 5 vittas, and while some later Skya traditions are non-theistic insofar as there is no mention of God, although there were important theistic variants, yoga is theistic. In addition, since citta is all-pervasive, in yoga there is an immediate transferal to a new body, in contrast to the Skya notion of a subtle body that transmigrates, Skyakarika XL, XLI. 7. Tellingly, Skya does not have very much to say as far as the means to liberation is concerned. Skyakarika LXIV is the only verse giving any indication as to how to attain release, but even this says little about an actual methodology. 8. The Mahabharata contains various strands. For example, compare Yudhishthira's dialogue with Bhidma and Sukha's dialogue with Vyasa in 12. 187, 239-41, respectively. 9. Hubin, 1999, 500. 10. Kapila was clearly a renowned sage in ancient lore and is mentioned widely, e.g. Svetasvatara Upaniyadvi. 2. Mahabharata 12. 290.3 and 337.59, Gita x. 26, Skyakarika LXIX, and as the fifth avatara of Vayu in the Bhagavatapura, I. 3.10. 11. C. Motaji, 1999, for a compilation of quotes attributed to Pankasika by later authors. This sage is also mentioned several times in the Mahabharata, e.g. Santi, Parvan 12. 307.211-12. 12. A number of commentators ascribe this original work to Kapila, the primordial disseminator of Skya. The 60 topics are specified in the Vayava text Ahirbudna Sahit. 13. Larson, 1979, 167. 14. Patanjali himself, however, explicitly mentions only sattva, 2. 41, 3. 35, 49, 55, and then in its sense of buddhi, intelligence. He does, however, refer to synonyms of all the guas in 2. 18. 15. Sattva literally means beingness. 16. When the guas maintain what we might call an equitension, Prakti remains in a pre-creative state of dynamic potential called avyakta. Once the equilibrium is disrupted, however, creation takes place. See Raman Krishna Rao, 1963, for a discussion. 17. The analogy of milk holds only in terms of the evolution of by-products. Where Prakti differs from milk is that it and its evolutes maintain their own separate identity while simultaneously producing further evolutes, unlike milk, which is itself fully transformed when producing yogurt. 18. There were a number of schematic variations of the Skya system in circulation, which enumerate the categories differently. 19. Specifically, Skyakarika XXIII uses the term adhyavasaya, ascertainment. It notes that the sattvic form of buddhi contains detachment, virtue, knowledge, and power, and its tamasic form the opposite of these. 20. See Podgorski, 1984, for an excellent discussion of Ahakra's pivotal role. 21. Technically manas is the function that ascribes the categories of samanya, genus, and vaya, particularly, mostly associated with nyaya, to cognition. It is savikalpa, pratyaka where brute sensory input is nirvikalpa, pratyaka, ci. 43 for discussion of these terms. 22. In technical Sanskritic philosophical terminology, the 10 matras can be considered the universals, samanya, of sound, taste, etc. rather than individuators, vaya, of particular notes of the scale, range of tastes, etc. 23. Since Purua is omnipresent, its adjacency with buddhi is not spatial, conceptualizing their relationship is one of the main philosophical problems of Hindu thought. 24. The genesis of ignorance is not a topic deemed resolvable by the human intellect in any Indic knowledge system and therefore not considered a fruitful topic of speculation. 25. Vyasa uses the term reflected image, pratibimba, only once in his commentary, 4. 23, to indicate that it is the objects that are reflected in the mind not the purua in the mind and / or vice versa as per Vaikaspati Misra and Vijanabhiku. Vaikaspati Misra sees the consciousness of purua reflected in buddhi, which then becomes as if conscious. In actuality, in his view, there is no contact between purua and buddhi. Buddhi is animated by the reflection of the purua pervading it and becomes a quasi-person, as it were. While this position seems determined to ensure that no change is ascribed to Purua itself, the problem with it, from the perspective of the detractors of the yoga school, is that since Buddhi is essentially inert prakti, it does not account for experience itself, which is the nature of Purua. Vijanabhikkhu, therefore, holds that while Buddhi may indeed become animated by the reflection of the Purua reflected in it, Buddhi and its permutations are then reflected back to Purua, which then actually experiences its states of mind. In this double reflection model, there is thus some form of real contact between Purua and Buddhi, even as the former remains unchanged and autonomous, insofar as it is the witness of Buddhi. It is due to ignorance that the states of Buddhi are imagined to be in Purua. The problem with this position is that it suggests Purua is subject to change, which counters an axiom of much Hindu, and certainly yoga, philosophy. Such differences underscore the recondite nature of any dualistic system of thought, Eastern or Western, in accounting for the mechanics underpinning the interaction between consciousness and matter, two ontologically distinct entities. 26. Rajas and tamas can never be completely eliminated due to the inherent constitution of prakti. 27. I use the notion of the soul as pure subjectivity or as subject, aware loosely throughout this commentary. The notion of subject is meaningful only in contrast to some interaction with an object. In ultimate asamprajanata, samadhi, by definition, there are no interactions with objects, therefore, the notion of subjectivity becomes inapplicable. However, I find it useful to retain the usage with this caveat so as to underscore the difference in the focus of awareness in yoga from other to pure self. The present translation and commentary 1. Or, for the non-theistic MMA with Macron essay with Macron, consisting of authorless eternal words. 2. Reductionism seeks to interpret a religious body of knowledge by reducing it to modern categories of explanation external to the knowledge in question, such as seeking known scientific, sociological, or psychological explanations for religious phenomena. 3. The Vedanta tradition accepts Samti texts where they are not perceived as contradicting the Smriti. 2. 1.1 and commentaries. 4. Literally, the opposing point of view. Commentaries frequently discuss opposing philosophical positions in order to identify their defects. 5. See reference in I. 1 to the Brahma texts, which concern Vedic ritual. Chapter I, Meditative Absorption 1. This invocation is found preceding the commentary of Vyasa in some recensions, although it is likely a later insertion. The term used for God here is Bhagwan, the same term used in the Bhagavad Gita, spoken by Ka to Arjuna, and in the Bhagavata-pura, the story of Ka's incarnation. The term used for Ka is Vasudev, a patronymic for Ka as son of Vasudev. 2. Vayu is considered God in the Vaishnava traditions, and either the source of the incarnation of Ka noted above, or derivative from him, depending on the sect. Ea is a multi-headed serpent upon which he reclines. C2. 47 for the traditional verse offered to Patanjali in the form of Ea. 3. Traditional sources enumerate 6 schools of thought that emerged from the Upanishadic period of the late Vedic age, although, as noted in the introduction, the first textual reference to such 6 schools can be attested only very late. Among these, the MMA with Macron essay with Macron school, noteworthy for its treatment of epistemology, formulated a rationale for perpetuating the old Vedic sacrificial rites. The Nyaya school was best known for developing rules of logic so that the debates between the various schools could be conducted according to conventions about what constituted valid argument. The Vaiyika school provided a metaphysics that perceived the created world as ultimately consisting of the combination of various eternal categories such as subatomic particles. The Skya school posited a contrasting metaphysical system in which the created world evolved out of primordial matter, prakti, from which the Purua, soul, must extricate itself. The Vedanta school was concerned less with the physical constituents of the material world and more with the relationship among Brahman, the supreme truth of the Upanishads, Atman, the individualized feature of Brahman, and the perceived world as an emanation of Brahman. Finally, the Yoga school as represented by Patanjali is less a philosophical school than a practical psychosomatic technique through which the Purua, the Atman of the Upanishads, can be realized as distinct from Prakti. As noted in the introduction, yoga referred to a cluster of meditative techniques, some form of which was common to numerous different schools and sects, rather than a distinct philosophical school. 4. The first sutra of the primary text for the Vedanta school, the Vedanta Sutras, is Athato Brahma, Jijnasa, now there is inquiry about Brahman. That of the primary sutra of the MMA with Macron SA with Macron school is Athato Dharma, Jijnasa, now there is inquiry into duty, and similarly that of the Vaidika school, Athato Dharma Vikasima, now we will explain duty. 5. As noted, throughout the text, yoga refers to the philosophy, psychology, and metaphysics of the tradition as a school, while yoga denotes the techniques, systems, and paths of the tradition as a body of practices. 6. For the Vedanta, MMA with Macron SA with Macron, and Vaidika Sutras, see note 3 above. Athato is a compound of Atha plus Atta. 7. For example, the Vedanta school, as its name denotes, presented itself as the antat or conclusion of the Veda. Ramanuj, the famous 12th century theistic commentator of the text, explains that Atha, now, in the first sutra of the Vedanta Sutras, Athato Brahma, Jijnasa, refers to one who has exhausted the study of Vedic ritualism and understood that the fruits that are gained from performing the sacrifices and works prescribed in the Vedas are temporary and limited. Such a person, who begins to conceive of the desire for release from the samsaric cycle of action and reaction, is now ready to begin a study of Brahman, as expressed in the Vedanta. 8. Vinabhaku states that Brahma, the secondary creator god of Hinduism, is said to have uttered Atha along with O in the beginning of creation, quoted by Madhav from the Amarakosa, Traditional Dictionary, 87. Madhav, in his doxography, notes that, among its many meanings, Atha is also an auspicious particle, Sarva, Darsana, Sagraha 43 ff. 9. Sanskrit and English are members of the Indo-European language family and thus share many cognate terms. 10. Mamavayasi yudvavam, engaged in yoga, you will come to me. This sense of union is common in the Upanishads, E.G. Kina 1.1. 11. Sarva, Darsana, Sagraha 150 ff. 12. First of all, the notion of uniting or joining requires the existence of two entities that come into contact. While this might work somewhat in certain Vedanta traditions where the Atman might be conceived as uniting with Brahman, in the Yoga tradition, Atman, Purua, does not come into contact with anything other than itself, and hence union is problematic, unless used very loosely. Second, yoga is more accurately a process of disunion, that is, of Purua breaking its union with Prakti rather than uniting with anything. 13. In one sense, Vyasa notes, one can argue that samadhi underpins all of these 5 states, since it is inherent in the pure nature of the actual mind itself, and some degree of concentration is evident in any mental state, but it is the last 2 that are relevant in this preliminary definition of yoga. 14. Vyasa states that all obstacles to yoga become loosened by such one-pointed concentration. 15. Vaikaspati Misra defines wondering, kipta, as a state of mind constantly afflicted by rajas toward various external objects, and confused, mha, when the mind is possessed by deep sleep on account of lethargy, tamas. 1-pointed, ekagra, is obtained only when sattva is maximized. 16. Sasanam, from the root sas, means teaching, sastra, another common derivative, means the implement for teaching, namely, sacred texts, and the prefix anu means the continuation of an action. 17. While some of the 12 topics are obscure in connotation, R. S. Bhattacharya, 1985, translates them as follows: I. The 8 limbs of yoga. 2. The impurities of the mind. 3. The obstacles to yoga. 4. The body. V. The bodily regions upon which concentration is directed. 6. The last 3 meditative limbs of yoga. 7. Incomplete samadhi. 8. The highest form of samadhi. 9. 11. Mystic powers, or the 3 means for attaining samadhi. And 12. Liberation. 18. This is a work of the Pancaratra, Vaiyava or Bhagavata, school. 19. C. Ramankrishna Rao, 1966, 292 ff, for discussion. 20. The Puras are a huge compendium of texts that essentially contain most of the ingredients of modern Hinduism: the stories of the great divinities and their devotees, royal dynasties, social duties, yogic practices, etc. The most important of these is the Bhagavata. 21. Or, more correctly, Inskya, the metaphysical matrix accepted by yoga. The introduction describes the difference between these two schools on the matter of the internal body. 22. These two bodies are also referred to as Sthula, Sarara and Sukma, Sarara, respectively. 23. Recall the caveat in the introduction on applying pure subjectivity or subject, aware to the soul in the context of yoga metaphysics. 24. The first reference to yoga itself as a distinct school seems to be the writings of Akara in the 9th century, Bronkhorst 1981. 25. Yoga is also mentioned in 9.1.11 and 13.2.13 of this text. 26. Adhyatma, Yogadhigamina, Hara, Soko Hahati. 27. The difference between the two schools is primarily one of focus. Both accept as their goal the liberation of Purua, the inner self, from Prakti, matter, but Skya mostly concerns itself with a knowledge-based method analyzing what Purua must be extricated from, namely, the manifestations of Prakti and Yoga, with an action-based method the means by which Purua can attain such liberation, namely, the psychosomatic process of Yoga. 28. Although awareness and consciousness tend to imply an object, when speaking about Purua I am using them to refer to objectless awareness, for want of a better user-friendly term. 29. These are known in Skya as the Antakara, or, as noted in the previous sutra, Skma, Sarara. 30. The Yoga tradition also differs from the Vedanta tradition in this regard. 31. The term Adhyavasaya is used in the Skyakarika, XXIII, for the function of buddhi, which denotes determination, resolution, decision, opinion, mental effort. 32. Ahakra is referred to as Asmita in this text. 33. See Skya Sutras I. 50. 34. There are 2 stages involved in sense perception, discussed more fully in other Indic traditions such as Jainism and Nyaya. The first is preconceptual, when a sense object is not recognized or identified but is perceived as raw impression, like a baby's impression of the world, called nirvikalpa, pratyeka. This is followed by the mind's recognition of the object that it categorizes as a certain type of thing, technically considered to be the recognition of it as a member, via, of a class, samanya, in several Indic knowledge systems. This is called Savikalpa, Pratyeka. CI 43 for the 2 types of Pratyeka, and 3.44 for further discussion on Vaya and Samanya. 35. The Skyakarikas define buddhi as containing 8 bhavas, dispositions, knowledge, detachment, dharma, duty, righteousness, and power when its sattvic nature. is manifest, and their opposites when its tamasic nature is manifest. 36. Yatha higramd hyaka kawam hikvyakaramadayavayid hyakya prayakadivayid hyaka ca sarvyakya saca bupatatatha pyandriyasayamane samarpayanti mana ca sakal pyhakraya ahakrakab hamadya budho sarvyaka. Bhta with macron ya with macron tad item ukta puru azert ha prakashya budho prayakanti iti. 37. As Vaikaspati Misra notes in his commentary to I. 1. 38. The question might arise that if mind is made of the same prakrti as matter, then why cannot the Purua become directly aware of gross objects? Why does it require the medium of the mind? The Jains, for example, hold that the awareness of the soul can pervade external objects when all its covering of matter has been removed. According to Yoga, the preponderance of sattva in buddhi, which resembles the consciousness of Purua, is able by its translucence to absorb the light of the latter and reflect it back to Purua. The objects of the world are predominantly made of tamas and thus too dull and opaque to directly absorb the light of consciousness. 39. For a discussion of the merits of the double reflection theory of Vijanabhika vs. the single reflection theory of Vaikaspati Misra, see Introduction, and Kumar, 1981. 40. Brahman is the term for the absolute truth in the Vedanta tradition. 41. See Skyakarika 13, and the Gita 14, 17, and 18. 42. Dasgupta, 1922, I. 242 ff. 43. These cover such things as prescribed duty and its mode of performance, worship, diet, charity, sacrifice, austerity, knowledge, activity, understanding, determination, attainment of happiness, and future birth. See also Manu 12. 24-52, and Mahabharata 12. 301-302. 44. When the mind is overcome primarily by tamas, it becomes inclined to vice, ignorance, attachment, and impotence, and when it is overcome primarily by rajas, it becomes inclined to the opposite types of qualities. 45. Sasra in Indic thought is a cycle of birth and death because every action breeds a reaction, which then eventually bears fruit, provoking rare actions, which cause rare reactions, and so on ad infinitum. Living beings have to return life after life to experience the accumulated store of karmic reactions, but in doing so simply breed more reactions and thus perpetuate a vicious cycle of birth and death. This is discussed in detail in Chapter 2. 46. There is a difference of opinion among Hindu thinkers as to whether full asamprajanata, samadhi can be experienced while alive, or whether it entails the complete abandonment of the physical and cognitive apparatus of the body and mind. For the views of the various schools, see Ford and Mummy, 1996. 47. The five skandhas, sheaths, or aggregates, kandha in Pali, are 1. Aggregate of matter, rupa, skandha, the elements fluidity, solidity, motion, and heat as well as the sense organs and their objects sound, smell, etc. In short, the physical body. 2. Aggregate of sensations, vedana, skandha, all pleasant and unpleasant sensations experienced sensually or mentally. 3. Aggregate of perceptions. Perceptions, saj, skandha, perceptions or recognition of objects through the six faculties. 4. Aggregate of mental formations, saskra, skandha, all volitional activities good or bad. 5. Aggregate of consciousness, vijnana, skandha. This skandha of consciousness is of interest here since, for Buddhists, it requires one of the four faculties, I, etc. including mind, as its basis and an object, I.e. form, etc. including thought, as its support. So consciousness is named according to the means by which it arises: visual consciousness, mental consciousness, etc. The essential point is that consciousness depends on other faculties and objects. It cannot exist separately and therefore is not considered eternal and extractable from its faculties and objects for Buddhists, as it is for the followers of yoga and almost all Hindu sects. This is perhaps the most essential metaphysical difference between Hindu and Jain traditions and Buddhist ones. 48. See, for example, Nagarjuna's Mula, Madhyamaka, Karika, Chapter X. 49. Liberation, for such schools, entails a state of non-consciousness, a prospect that was ridiculed by their opponents. 50. The oldest philosophical texts of India, the Upanishads, typically favor the term Atman for the localized aspect of the self and Brahman for the universal aspect of the Supreme Self, although these terms are sometimes used interchangeably. The Gita uses both these terms, as well as Purua favored by the Yoga school, and other terms usually used in the context of the soul in Sasra, such as Jiva, Dehi, the embodied one, and Ketraja, the knower of the field of Prakti. There are significant differences among schools in the understanding of the nature of the soul, such as those noted previously. 51. Dra occurs in various cases in the sutra and in 2:17, 2:20, and 4:23. Two other derivatives of the same verb with very similar meaning also occur, d, to see, in 2:6, and di, seeing, in 2:20-25. Purua occurs 8 times, I. 16:24, 3:35 twice, 49:55, and 4:18:34. Atman in the sense of self occurs 3 times, 2:5:41, 4:25. 52. The Nyaya and Vaiyika schools hold that consciousness itself is adventitious to the soul and is generated only when the soul comes in contact with the mind. When separated from the mind, the soul remains in a state devoid of consciousness, a view of liberation that was derided as rather unenticing by other schools of Hindu thought, as can be sensed from the way Vijayanabhika frames this perspective. While the Yoga school shares the view that the mind and all mental activities are distinct from the soul, it holds that consciousness itself is at all times inherent and manifest in the soul, and not a property that manifests only when in contact with the mind. It thus differs from Nyaya and Vaiyika in this regard. 53. The followers of Carvaka and other related philosophers were materialists and held consciousness to be a by-product of matter, the body, which is manifest under certain circumstances, and not something distinct from the body in any way, just as alcohol is a by-product generated under certain circumstances from fermented fruit or grain and not something separable from fruit or grain. 54. Depending on the point to be made, sometimes the Purua is compared to the red flower and the Siddha to the crystal, e.g. 4:23, and sometimes the Purua to a crystal and the Siddha to a red flower, e.g. Vaikaspati Misra in I. 4:41. In the former, the comparison illustrates that the mind is infused both with sense objects distinct from itself as well as with consciousness distinct from itself, just as the crystal is infused in its various facets with different colors distinct from itself. In the latter, the comparison illustrates that the crystal remains clear even though it might appear to be colored by an adjacent object, as does the Purua, even though its awareness appears to be colored by the adjacent Siddha with its Vitas. See Murakami 1999 for further references. This metaphor is widely used, for example in Akara's commentary to Vedanta Sutra 3:2.11, where Brahman is correlated with the crystal, which is not transformed due to the reflections of sense objects within it. 55. C. Jacobson, 2005, for a discussion of similes in Skya. 56. The idea of this metaphor, of course, is the Upanishadic notion that the self is in some way one with Brahman, understood variously by different Vedantic exegetes. Since Brahman is the source of all reality, by realizing the self one realizes one's unity with all reality, and in this sense gains the universe. 57. Hariharananda Ray outlines his version of the process by which the yogi can remove the misidentification of the Siddha with Purua in his commentary. Any act of cognition involves the subject of knowledge, the instrument or means of knowledge, and the object of knowledge. The manas aspect of the Siddha is an instrument of knowledge when it has the senses and external things as its objects of knowledge. But the manas can itself become an object of knowledge. One can scrutinize one's mind by introspection. Thus, although an instrument of knowledge, the mind is simultaneously an object of knowledge in its own right. More subtle than the mind is ahakara, ego. This is the aspect of Siddha that produces a sense of personal identity with the vitas of the mind. It lays claim to the mind. According to Hariharananda, through the practice of meditation the mind can be stilled, and one can gain a sense or intuition of this ahakara. One can then realize that the mind itself is actually an object of knowledge, and the ahakara the instrument of knowledge that processes the information of the mind through the I sense. In other words, through meditation, one can determine that the ego, or sense of I, is a different faculty from the knowledge that is presented to it by the manas mind. From this perspective, the ahakara ego, as instrument of knowledge, appropriates the knowledge of the manas as object of knowledge. But one can go deeper into the workings of one's Siddha to the buddhi. By further meditation on the ahakara, the buddhi aspect of the Siddha can determine that the sense of I is different from the real self and therefore to be discarded. Now buddhi becomes the instrument of knowledge and ahakara the object of knowledge. By further concentration still, one realizes that even buddhi, the source of all discrimination, is also not the ultimate source of awareness, and one becomes aware of a purua by which even the discriminatory functions of buddhi are illuminated. Such ability to discern this existence of purua is the final act of buddhi. This is the viveka, khyati that will be discussed in Sutra 2. 26. In other words, buddhi realizes that it itself is not the ultimate self, it deconstructs itself, so to speak. When even this final act of discrimination ceases due to supreme detachment, there is no further object of knowledge and therefore no further function for buddhi to perform. Purua then becomes completely uncoupled from buddhi and, hence, prakti, and exists in isolation, the Kaivalya of 3. 55. Thus separated, buddhi itself can become an object of knowledge, says Hariharananda, in principle, at least, although once purua is disassociated from buddhi, there is no further subject of knowledge to focus on the buddhi as an object of knowledge. 58. Majjhima Nikaya, Sutta 63. 59. However, the various Lokayata materialist schools do not accept the notion of karmic reactions to action. 60. Just as a Brahma living in the village of Sala, which is full of Kiras, a tribe living in the east of India, says Vaikaspati Misra, does not become a Kira, so Sattvic Vitas retain their nature even if surrounded by Rajasic and Tamasic ones. 61. Prama comes from the root pra plus ma, to measure or estimate, in this case, the sources of knowledge or instruments through which it is gained. Relevant and related roots include pramadra, the knower, pramaya, that which is known, prama, that actual state of correct knowledge, cognition, pramaya, the validity of knowledge. 62. The extra pramas posited by other schools are considered by the yoga school to be variants of the pramas mentioned here. 63. Indeed, some philosophical schools such as that associated with the materialist Carvaka accept sense perception as the only prama, arguing that the other means of knowledge are derived from it. 64. In Vaiyika, all manifest reality can be broken down into 7 basic categories, one of which is dravya, substance. There are 9 different types of substances, the minutest particles of earth, water, fire, air, and ether, matter, liquids, energy, gas, space, the mind, the soul, time, and space. The specific aspect of a substance, visa, from which the school gets its name, is that which distinguishes it from another substance, which keeps particles, for example, separate and individual so that one can differentiate between one molecule of earth and another, or between one soul and another. Since one dog, or any object in reality, is different from another by dint of its distinct conglomeration of atoms, via can be applied in a more general manner to refer to the distinctiveness of any object from another. 65. There are two stages of perception as understood by a number of Indic philosophical traditions, c.i. 43 for discussion. Briefly, when a person encounters an unfamiliar object, one first becomes aware of it in a vague sort of way, as raw sense data, without assigning a name or identification to it, like an infant's preconceptual awareness. After this moment, the mind processes the data in terms of its specific name, and the category of thing that it belongs to, and its function, that is, recognizing the object's samanya and its vaya. The first stage of indeterminate awareness is called nirvikalpa, and the second, savikalpa. 66. Technically, the impression of an object is called pratyaya. These are single momentary impressions, while vittas are more a prolonged sequence of different impressions, thus, a number of pratyayas may make up a vitti. 67. Some schools of thought, such as that associated with Carvaka, hold that anumana is not a separate source of knowledge because it is predicated on sense perception. The smoke is seen, even if the fire is not, and thus it is a variant of pratyaka rather than an independent source of knowledge. 68. The variant sruta is used in I. 49. 69. These schools hold that scripture is simply an extension or subcategory of pratyaka, sense perception. 70. The Vedanta Sutras refer to the prakti of skya as established by inference, I. 3.3, 4.1, 2. 2.1, which they consider inferior to truth that can be verified by recourse to agama, scripture. The Vedanta Sutras dedicate a section to refuting skya on the grounds of scripture, and another using anumana. As an aside, that these sutras devote so much attention to refuting skya points to the importance and prevalence of the skya metaphysics. 71. The focus of the MMA with Macron essay with Macron, however, was on the scriptures pertaining to ritual, the Brahmana texts, as opposed to the Mystica philosophical Upaniyad texts, which were of interest to the Vedanta tradition. 72. Grinchpan, 1997, 136. 73. The Yukti, Deepika actually speaks of three types of sense perceptions in this verse: sensual, mental, and yogic. 74. Vijanabhiku, for example, points out that error is considered an action that entails a positive act of misidentification in the yoga school, a position technically known as viparitakyati or anyathukyati, rather than a negative lack of discrimination, a position subscribed to by the skya and MMA with Macron essay with Macron schools, called akyati. 75. Idachi. Tarka, Sagraha 37-38. 76. Vyasa gives some slightly complicated examples, including the arrow stands still, stood still, will stand still. What this actually means in the mind of the listener is that the arrow has ceased, or will cease, to move. Vaikaspati Misra elaborates that in order to understand the meaning of the root to stand still, the listener has to imagine a state of not moving. In actual fact, standing still, absence of motion, is really an imagined state of affairs dependent on the idea of motion, but it is then projected as an actual characteristic of the arrow. Vikalpa is thus verbalization, or the connotative use of words, rather than the denotative. 77. Pratyaya is often translated as presented idea. 78. But see Janacek, 1957, who takes pratyaya in all instances to mean impulses that emanate out from objects, which are then grasped by the mind, rather than the images of these objects in the mind. 79. Since a saskara consists of both an imprint of a sense object and recognition or conceptualization of that object, Vyasa notes that if the former aspect of the saskara is dominant when it activates, then it is memory, if the latter, then it is an act of intelligence. 80. Recognition of, say, a rose, depends on the senses contacting a red rose and then seeing a rose again at a later time, at which point the saskara of the first experience is activated and one recognizes that the rose of the second occasion is similar to the first. In other words, recognition is dependent on the contact of the senses with a sense object. This is not the case with pure memory per se, which is when a rose can be recalled to mind even when one is not physically seeing a rose. 81. The Vedic corpus consists of the four Vedas, the Brahmas, the Rayakas, and the Upanishads. 82. Or, at least, are perceived this way by the Vedanta tradition, Vedanta Sutras 2. 1.1. 83. C. Larson, 1983, for a discussion on the tripartite interconnectedness of Samti as memory, sacred text, and myth, or legendary history. 84. See Vedanta Sutras X. 1.1 and commentaries. 85. C. For discussion, Bryant, 2003, cf. 86. Virgaya Ca Alam, Buddha. Yoga, Sarah, 87. The term occurs also in the Skikarikas, 2, where the commentaries, E.G. Vaikaspati Misra's Tattva, Kaumudi, also take it to refer to the Vedic texts. 88. C. E.G. Sloka, Vartika XXIV, XXVI. 247 ff. 89. In still later Vedic ritualism, as expressed by the MMA with Macron SA with Macron school, the gods became essentially irrelevant, demoted to grammatical categories rather than personified, and the ritual itself construed as paramount in the obtainment of wealth and well-being, rather than being attained due to the pleasure or displeasure of the gods. 90. Yoga, Sarah Commentary. 91. Bhagavata v. 9.10. 92. Praptam Pirpaya with Macron Ketavi Klichinolya per Bavasakrama Yajya Avakadage, Janat Vamriyat Mtva with Macron Caj. Vyasa is being rhetorical here, since, obviously, the yogi at this point has ceased conventional thinking altogether. 93. In the discourse of Asita Devala, Siddha is presented as higher than the sense organs, manas as higher than Siddha, higher than which is Buddha. C. For discussion, Chakravarti, 1975, 45. Also see Bedekar, 1959, for the variety of ways terms such as Siddha, manas, and Buddhi are used in the Mahabharata. In the Abhidharma, Samakya of Asaga, founder of the Yogacara school of Mahayana Buddhism, Siddha forms part of the Vijnana Skanda along with manas. 94. Dasgupta expresses this usefully: the difference of tanmatras or atomic units and atoms, paramua, is this, that the tanmatras have only the potential power of affecting our senses, they must be grouped and regrouped in a particular form to constitute a new existence as atoms before they can have the power of affecting our senses. 1922, 252. 95. C. For discussion, Witcher, 1998, 238 ff, Coelman, 1970, Larson, 2008. 96. Asmita as Klisa and Ahakra of the Skya system are roughly synonymous and correlated by the commentators, E.G. Vyasa in 2. 19, but refer to slightly different functions of the ego as will be discussed in 2. 7. 97. Isvara, Setanatva, Sutras. 98. The same phenomenon is preserved in English, theist/atheist, sexual/asexual, etc. 99. Some scholars, traditional and modern, infer the existence of 8 stages of Samprajanata Samadhi as will be discussed in 42. 100. Cater, Bhajadika va Aragadika va. Yoga, Sarah, 101. For recent examples, see Bronkhorst, 1993, and Sarbacker, 2005. 102. Vitarka/Vitaka in Buddhism has the sense of placing the mind on an object and comprehending its name and form as well as its diverse relations, and Vikara of keeping it there in absorption, although the term has a history of usage in Buddhist scholastic texts. See Cousins, 1992, for discussion. The former is compared to the bee following ascent to a lotus and then dropping down upon it, the latter like the bee wandering over the lotus once it has reached there. Or the former like the hand that firmly grips a dirty vessel, and the latter like the other hand that rubs it with a cloth, or again, the former is like the potter's hand that firmly holds down the clay, and the latter like the hand that moves it here and there to shape it. 103. Curiously, while mentioning the 4 dhyana several times, the discussion in this section of the epic ends at the first dhyana. 104. The term samadadhyan is used here, and another form of this verb is used in the next line, from the same stem samadhi, from which the noun samadhi, the final limb of Patanjali's system, is derived. 105. For a comparative discussion of Vitarka and Vikara in Buddhism and Yoga, see Cousins, 1992. 106. While early Buddhism borrowed much from mainstream Indic meditative practices, the reverse can also be argued. Bhaidma's reference to these states in the Santi, Parvan section of the epic as well as the structure of Patanjali's fourfold schema outlined in the sutra might point to borrowings from Buddhist meditative practices into mainstream Skya, as Bronkhorst, 1993, Chap. 4, has argued. However, in my view it is best to speak of a common substratum of meditative practices rather than hazard estimates at the dates of texts containing similar features and then assume the older text to be the source of any shared notion present in an, even slightly, later text. Apart from anything else, dating the various strata of the epic is a highly speculative and tentative undertaking and can never be conclusive. For a survey of dating attempts, see Brockington, 1998, 130-58. 107. I use self-aware loosely and heuristically, since self implies other, and the ultimate stage of asamprajanata, samadhi, kaivalya, literally, aloneness, 34, by definition, involves the absence of any other. 108. Pines and Gelblum, 1977, 524. 109. Pratyaya here means cause rather than image or idea as it means elsewhere. See I-10 for discussion. 110. See also Vijanabhiku on 3:48 in this regard. 111. See, for related comparison, the reference in the Mahabharata to the residents of the White Island where a form of Nryaa resides, whose bodies do not have gross senses, Pansendriya, Varjit 12. 331.41. Even certain accomplished yogis are held to have transcended mundane foodstuffs, as is the belief in one of the 2 primary strains of the Jain tradition in regard to Mahabharata. 112. Pradhana is prakti prior to creation, full of potential but as yet unmanifest. 113. Yathakasi acid varajyam asti na tattva, Jaina tasmat ajanana, purvad varajyat prakti, lyam to suprakti ulayat pradhana, bhakti, ahakra, 10 matras ulayat. 114. Tatral nitman manyat muddo ham, iti tamo, beda Gaapta to Skikarakas Slayath. 115. Bhava is not found in the Upanishads. It is first used as a philosophical term in Pali texts. C. Dasgupta, 1922, I. 87. 116. The Shivas are identified in the Taittiriya Upanishad as food, breath, mind, discrimination, and bliss. 2 ff. 117. See Rukmini, 1978, for further discussion. 118. There are 14 manas in the life of Brahma, the secondary creator of the universe. According to the Gita, 8. 17. Brahma's one day consists of 1,000 cycles of the 4 yugas, which, added together, correspond to 4.32 billion human years, as does his night. Brahma lives 100 years, so one can thus calculate the lifespan of Manu. 119. Mahihima Nikaya 164-66, repeated in I. 240 and 2. 212. 120. Even in the Kama Sutras, the treatises on eroticism, there are various categories of permissible aphrodisiacs, flirtatious gestures, arousal techniques, and sexual postures. 121. For a history of early Theism, see Gonda, 1975. 122. Bhagwan is a term most popularly associated with Ka, as in the two texts best associated with him, the Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavata-pura, although it can be used for other deities and even noteworthy humans as well. 123. God is not mentioned in the Vaiyaka Sutras. The first mention of God in this tradition is in the Padartha, Dharma, Sagraha by the commentator Prasastapada. See Bronkhorst, 1996. 124. While later doxographies tend to contrast non-theistic Skya with theistic yoga, E.G. The 8th century Jain text Adarana, Samakya by Haribhadra, Ramanuj's 12th century Vedanta commentary I. 4.23 and elsewhere, and Madhav's 14th century Sarva, Darsana, Sagraha. This perception seems based on Ivarika Skikarakas, 4th, 6th century. To be sure, there is no mention of any Isvara here, though that is not quite the same thing as an explicit denial of Isvara. But one must bear in mind that the Skikarakas were to become regarded by later philosophers as the seminal or primary source of Skya purely by default. The earlier, arguably theistic, original sources had become lost. It is not until the Skya Sutras of the 14th century that there is an explicit statement that the existence of God cannot be proven. I. 92, v. 10, 6. 64 Varsid, Pramnan Tad, Siddhi, Karita, Siddhar Nesvara, Kartad Pramv. In any event, the facts seem to indicate that the early Skya tradition, or at least strains of it, did accept the existence of an Isvara, God. Although some scholars find evidence in the Mahabharata, Santi, Parvan 12. 289.3, for a non-theistic Skya the most conspicuous of which is the term Anisvara, which can be rendered as without Isvara, used in reference to Skya in contradistinction to Yoga. Edgerton, 1924, 11, reads the term as a reference to the individual soul. Indeed, in his reading, there is not a single non-theistic passage associated with Skya in the entire epic, a position supported by Ramankrishna Rao, 1966. There are undoubtedly many passages in the epic that explicitly associate Skya with the impersonal monistic absolute Brahman, or with a personal God, adding a 26th ingredient of reality to the more standard 25 ingredients typical of Skya, for example, 12. 295-96 and of course the entire Enraya section. See Ramankrishna Rao for a full discussion. In the Mahabharata's Bhagavad Gita, Ka emphatically states that he is Isvara and that Prakti and her skin evoluts are his lower nature. 7. 5. Thus, at the very least, there were theistic strains of Ska intermingling with non-theistic ones in the epic. Additionally, one of the oldest Ska texts recognized by the later tradition is the Ai, Tantra, Sastra. This is described in the Vaivahirabhutna Sahita, and in this, Kapila, the undisputed founder of Ska in all traditional sources, is stated to be theistic and an incarnation of Vayu. The Mahabharata, too, considers Kapila an incarnation of Vayu, and he is certainly accepted as such and associated with theism in the Puras, e.g. Bhagavata 3:24, where his narrative as an incarnation of Vayu is described and his theistic form of Ska outlined. This tradition of a theistic Ska is thus ancient and widespread, since it pervades a number of Puras as well as the Pancaratra tradition. See Dasgupta, 1922, 4:24 ff, for discussion. For the history of God in Ska texts, see Bronkhorst, 1983. 125. The prefix pra gives the sense of forward, ni the sense of down, and the root dha, to place or put. Thus to put oneself forward and down before Isvara, or prostrate. 126. Saskras are the imprints on the mind of every deed, thought, and sense impression one has experienced. They essentially correspond to memories and behavioral patterns. 127. Karma means action, which in the Indic context involves not just an action per se but also the inherent reaction every action generates. 128. The term avyakta in the Gita is used to describe the Atman, e.g. 2:25. 129. E.g. R. S. Bhattacharya, 1985. See also Larson, 2008, for discussion. 130. Pines and Gelblum, 1966, 319. The translation is from the Arabic. 131. Vijanabhika states that these three bonds are attachment to the sense of I, ego, attachment to the objects of the senses, and attachment of householders to sacrifice, sacrificial fee, gifts, and Vedic study, etc. In other words, ritualism for the sake of its fruits. 132. Of course, different theistic schools had different notions as to the specific role played by Isvara. For example, was Isvara the material and efficient cause of the universe or simply the efficient cause? E.g. Commentaries to Vedanta Sutras 2. 2.37, Contra Nyaya, 2. 2.3 Contra Yoga. 133. See the description of the mystical powers of the yogis that cause them to be referred to as Isvara in Mahabharata 12. 289.24 ff. My thanks to David White for this reference, or as deluded demoniacal character types who consider themselves Isvara in the Gita 16. 14. In the Bhadrayaka Upanishad, the term is used to refer to Atman/Brahman as Lord. 4.22. But such usages are figurative and derivative, and their connotative force implies the normative referent of the term to a supreme being. 134. Vedanta Sutras I. 1.1 ff. 2. 2.1 ff. 135. Ibid. I. 1.3, see also Akara commentary to 2. 2.37. 136. Vedanta Sutras I. 1.2 and throughout. 137. C. E.G. Vyasa I. 25 for implicit acceptance of Isvara's creator role, which seems to be taken for granted in this context. See also Vaikaspati Misra 4. 3, however, in his characteristically eclectic and nonpartisan manner, when writing his commentary on the Skikarikas, LVI, 2, Vaikaspati Misra is quite comfortable representing the Skya view that Prakti is the source of creation and presenting all the standard atheistic arguments against accepting Isvara as cause of creation without refuting them. Interestingly, the commentator Gaupta considers Prakti and Brahman to be synonyms, via to XXII, another interesting twist in blending Vedantic and Skin categories. 138. Athaka Varakivtad, Pradnamu Sayat, Saca, Vedanta, Sutrayar Aea, Vidoamsita. Ado Tradai, Ndriya Sayat. Yoga, Sarah, 139. See, for example, Svetasvatara 6. 6ff, Gita 9. 4 and throughout, Mahabharata 12. 290.110, 333.16, 335.11, Isvaro Hai Jagat, Sra, 336.55, and elsewhere. See also, Nyaya Sutras 4. 1.19. The Nyaya Sutras were composed by Gautama, the reputed founder of the Nyaya school, which specialized in analyzing categories of logic. 140. Akara recognizes yoga as accepting Isvara as efficient cause in 2.37, although in 1.3, Akara seems to state that Prakti is the sole cause of creation in yoga. See Rukmini, 1993, for discussion. 141. The term Isvara is first used in the Gita 4.6, which is also the first instance where the text unambiguously announces Ka as supreme and divine nature. The opportunity is ostensibly framed by Arjuna's question after Ka had informed him that he had come to re-establish the eternal science of yoga, which he had originally imparted to the sun god Vivasvan in primordial time. Given that Ka, his cousin and contemporary, is standing in front of him, how, wonders Arjuna, could he possibly have instructed Vivasvan many eons ago? Ka replies that he is the Isvara of all living entities, birthless, imperishable, and the controller of Prakti, and that his appearances in the world are through his own power, Atmamaya. This is followed by the well-known verses in which Ka states that he comes whenever there is a decline in Dharma and an increase in Adharma in order to protect the pious and destroy the impious. In v. 29, Ka claims that he is Mahesvara, the great Lord, of all the worlds, enjoyer of sacrifices and austerities, and friend of all creatures, and that one knowing him attains peace. Similar language is used in X. 3, where Ka repeats that he is the Mahesvara, great Isvara, of the world, birthless and beginningless, and that the undeluded among men who know him as such are freed from all evils. A few verses further, Arjuna calls Ka the supreme Brahman, supreme abode, Dhamma, supreme purifier, birthless, all-pervading primal God, and, of relevance here, the eternal divine Purua, Isvara, for Patanjali, is a special Purua. In 1861, Ka as Isvara is said to reside in the hearts of all beings, causing them to revolve by the power of illusion, as if fixed on a machine. Although Isvara is used elsewhere in the text with different nuances, the Gita unquestioningly, and, indeed, quite assertively, identifies the Supreme Being with Ka. 142. Of the three occurrences of Isvara in the Upanishads, other derivatives of the root is such as Isa and Isana are used more frequently too, supplemented by the adjective Maha, great, that is, Mahesvara, great Isvara, occur in the Sutta 4, 10, 6, 7, in reference to Shiva, that is, under the names of Hara and Rudra. 143. For a discussion of the Isvara theology of the Bhagavata-pura, see Bryant, 2003, 6. 144. Bryant, 2005. 145. Specifically, Ramankrishna Rao determines that there were 4 traditions accepting the basic Skya categories: Proto, Skya, Vedanta, Yoga, and Pancaratra. These differed primarily in their understanding of whether there were 25 or 26 categories, and whether the 25th or 26th category was Isvara or a more impersonal notion of an absolute. Yoga and Pancaratra accepted the 26th category of Isvara, which they referred to as Vayu/Nryaa. Even Proto, Skya, interestingly, which accepted 25 categories, albeit associating this with a universal rather than an individual self, nonetheless referred to this category as Vayu, 1966, Chapter V. Thus the Vaism of the Proto-Skya Yoga section of the epic is Vayu in orientation. Incidentally, Ramankrishna Rao finds evidence of Skya and Yoga being independent but overlapping strains in this early period, rather than the one system argued by the other scholars. 146. Vayava refers to a devotee of Vayu, Saivite, to a follower of Shiva. 147. C. E.G. 12. 289.62, 290.109 to 110, 291.37, 306.76 and, of course, the entire Nraya section where, for example, 334.17 specifically states that the followers of Skya and Yoga meditate on Nraya, Tad, Skya, Yogibhir, Buddhara, Tabudya Yadatmabhir Vidita Sadatam. 148. For Akara's understanding of Isvara, C. Nelson, 2007. 149. In 15:16-8, Ka states that there are 2 types of Puruas, Kara, Puruas, perishable beings, and Akara, Puruas, imperishable ones. The Kara, Puruas are all living entities, Sarvi Bhutani, and the Akara, Puruas are Kwastha, literally, situated on the top. This latter term is used twice elsewhere in the Gita, 6:8 and 12:3, the former in reference to the enlightened sage and the latter as a quality of the highest truth realized by the enlightened sage. On both scores, we can take the Kara, Purua to refer to the unenlightened being, or, with minor 1982, the being phenomenally considered, and the Akara, Purua as the enlightened being, or, with minor, the true realized self. 15:17 goes on to describe another, highest Purua, the Paramatma, the Supreme Self who pervades the 3 worlds and supports them, and the term Isvara is used for this highest Purua. 15:18 emphasizes again that this Supreme Self is higher than both Kara and Akara Puruas, and 15:19 that one who knows the Supreme Self to be knows all that there is to know. X. 20 goes further and asserts that knowledge of this is the most confidential scriptural teaching. Thus, while more assertive and elaborative than Patanjali, the Gita also articulates a theology of Isvara as a special Purua of a different order from other Puruas, except that the Gita puts a name to the position Ka. 150. E.G. Book 12, Chapters 199, 200, 202, 271, 321, 323, 326, 336. 151. Moreover, 6:8 specifies that the Atman is not Isa and remains bound, because of having an enjoying disposition, until he comes to know God. In short, we have the soul in bondage, the liberated soul, and Shiva, an almost exact Saivite equivalent of the Gita 14:16-18, with parallels to Patanjali's theistic rhetoric. 152. 3:8-11 speak of the yogi sitting in a cave or sheltered place in an appropriate setting, where he should keep the body straight and erect, draw the senses and mind into the heart, and compress the breath and exhale through one nostril. The benefits of this practice are described in 3:11-15. 153. Proto-skin metaphysics are clearly referred to in I. 9 and 4. 5. 154. The text also refers to Rudra as Purua, 3:9-17. However, the reference is more archaic, making a clear association between Rudra and the famous thousand-limbed Purua of the Vedic Purua hymn. 155. Even if, for argument's sake, one accepts Miner's 2005 very late dating of 150 CE for the composition of the Gita, in contrast to his earlier 1982 assignment of 150 BC.E, which is more or less coterminous with the common date assigned to Patanjali, it nonetheless at the very least reflects a major theistic expression current at the time that had long been developing its roots, all the more so given that it was deemed worthy of insertion into the great epic. C minor, 1982, Introduction, for the range of dates assigned to this text. 156. C. E.G. Svetasvatara Upaniyad 4. 11 and 17 for the use of Deva for Rudra, Shiva, which the text presents as the supreme Isvara and, likewise, the Gita 11:38 for Ka. The term is used extensively in the Mahabharata as a reference to Nriaa/Vayu, E.G. 3 times in 12. 331.47-51, and throughout the Puric corpus, E.G. Bhagavata 3. 28.18. 157. C. Bryant, 2005. 158. Older photos of Krishnamacharya as well as Iyengar show them with the tilak, sacred clay, of the Sri lineage, 2 broad white vertical lines on the forehead, with a red vertical streak in between. 159. C. Stern, 2005, and Nevrin, 2005. 160. C. Bryant, 2004, for a range of the post-charismatic problems and challenges faced by the Hare Krishna movement. These are authentic classical Indian spiritual traditions and rich in centuries of philosophical and literary developments. 161. Vaikaspati Misra and Vijanabhiku offer the argument that the scriptures must be absolute, because the mantras and knowledge of herbs, etc. contained in them are seen to work, and no one person, even in 1,000 lives, could have figured out such things independently. 162. Hariharananda discusses a fixed and unfixed mind in relation to Isvara. He states that any yogi can potentially arrest the fluctuations of the mind and extinguish the latent saskras, or subconscious impressions. Consequently, such a yogi can close down the working mind for a specified period and enter into a state of meditative absorption, after which he or she can reactivate the mind if desired. This mind will not be the uncontrolled one of ordinary beings but endowed with knowledge appropriate for the benefit of such a yogi. Thus, voluntarily adopting such a mind, liberated yogis can work in the world for the benefit of other beings. Hariharananda understands Isvara's adoption of a mind at the time of creation and dissolution to be along the same lines, to address a need such as the upliftment of creatures from the world of Sasra. 163. Creation in all Hindu systems except the Amsa school is cyclical. For the Skya school tradition, the universe periodically dissolves into its Skya-tattva constituents and ultimately into primordial Prakti, and remains in a state of dissolution until the next cosmic manifestation, when it evolves forth again. 164. This is the view of the theistic Vedantins, E.G. Ramanuja's commentary to Vedanta Sutras I. 1.21, Baladava's commentary to Vedanta Sutras 3. 2.14 ff. 165. Vijanabhika quotes the Skya Sutras, I. 154, as stating that the supposed Advaita passages of the Upanishads, upon which the Advaita school is predicated, do not in actuality contradict the existence of a plurality of eternal Purus, because, properly understood, they do not point to one ultimate monistic Atman, but refer to the oneness of the category of Atman. In other words, all Atman are the same insofar as they belong to the same category of existence, Atman-ness, they are not ontologically one. 166. Vedanta Sutras 2. 1.3. 167. Mahavira, while not the founder of Jainism according to its own sources, is the primary teacher, Tirthakara, for this age. 168. E.G. Bhagavata Pura 3. 24. 169. Jainana, Dharmopada Kalpa, Pralaya, Maha, Pralayusasriya Purana Rimti. 170. Hindu time is cyclical. There are 4 yugas, or world ages, the Satya, Ekayakta, Yuga, or Golden Age, Treta, Yuga, Dvapara, Yuga, and the present world age of Kali, Yuga, the most degenerate age. Once the cycle is completed, it starts anew. 171. Dharma in the context of the Gita most commonly refers to the various duties incumbent on every human being: social, religious, political, professional, familial, etc. The term has a wide variety of usages in philosophical discourses. See, for example, its usage in 3:13-14. 172. E.G. Sloka, Vartika 16.43 ff. 173. Brahma is the secondary creator of the universe insofar as he creates the forms in the world but does not create the primordial stuff from which these forms are created. He is thus more of an engineer than a creator. The point being made here is that he himself is also a mortal being within Sasra with a finite, albeit immense, lifespan. See Gita 8. 17. 174. Pines and Gelblum, 1966, 321. 175. There are numerous variants or permutations of this basic view of oneness in diversity in post-Akara Vedantic tradition, Dvaitadvaita, Ayadvaita, Sudadvaita, etc. See Note 63. 176. For Vijnabhiku, the famous statements of the Upanishads, such as the Tat Tvam Asi, you are that, Atman equals Brahman, verses of the Chandogya, are to be understood in this light. A series of verses in the Chandogya 6. 8 ff, perhaps the most quoted verses from the Upanishads, point to the oneness of the soul, Atman, with Brahman, a oneness that Vijnabhiku and other Vedantins hold is not absolute but some type of oneness, in difference as exemplified by Vijnabhiku above. 177. See Bedekar, 1964, for a discussion of O in the Mahabharata. 178. Devapasyet. 179. E.G. 15. 17-18, 13. 13, 14. 27. 180. E.G. 3. 7, v. 6, 6. 18. 181. This relationship between designator and designatum, Vaikaka and Vaisaya, is called Abhida. 182. Devdutta is used ubiquitously in the Hindu commentarial tradition to refer to an everyday individual, a janto. 183. The denotative power of all words is eternal, according to yoga, and certain other schools, such as MMA with Macron SA with Macron. 184. For the Chaitanya Gaya tradition, since Ka is the fullest possible manifestation of Godhead who contains and supersedes all other divine manifestations, Bhagavata Parai. 3.28, the name of Ka, as his sonic manifestation, includes and supersedes all other mantras. 185. See, in the Upanishads, Badai. 3.28, 6. 3.6, Shandogyabi. 2.6, Kautaki 2. 2.8, 11. 186. Svadhyaya Yogamasita Yoga Svadhyaya Masate, Svadhyaya, Yoga, Sampatya Paramatma Prakasat. 187. Bhavanam Punasidnivsanam, I. 28. 188. Bhavnatavad Bhavyajya Vyantara, Paririkata Si Punna, Punner, Nivsanam, I. 17. 189. This is to say that, in addition to manifesting the sattvic potential of the siddha, the Bhakti traditions aspire to fill the siddha with saskras centered exclusively on Isvara, E.G. Gita 9. 27, 34, 12. 8. 190. Tatha Ca Prava, Japa, Parmsvara, Dhyana, Sampatyapara Atma Parame Prakasat Yogina Iti. 191. Tajya Pravo Nama Prava, Purvakam Ca Tad, Anusantasak Sat Karapariyavase I prayed Nam Iti. Atta Parmsvar Sayamo Samparjanata, Paryanta, Yojmok Ca Mukya, Kalpa, Jivatma, Sayamas tu Tatranikalpa Iti. 192. The prefix sa means with, the prefix nir means without. This is explained fully in I. 42 to 44. 193. Sigwa, Brahman in the Vedanta traditions points to realms within Brahman that are made of pure consciousness, Brahman, but that nonetheless contain forms, individuals, and personalities. These are non-parictic forms and personalities, not to be confused with the evoluts of Prakti. 194. Tapo, Japati, Sadhanar Drupnkater, Bhujati, Sa with Macron Ka with Macron T Karad Ayastro Vileka. Tehai Tapo, Dhyanadana Twa Paramivaras Vaya Aranir Mayapara Prakabya Vagati, Vyavaharam Kikar. Yoginas tu Yoga, Balina Vakuha, Svedadvapati, Stami Vakater, Bhujati, Sariram Enyatristid. Yoga, Sarah, 195. See commentaries to 2. 50 for Rikeka, where breath is suspended after prasvesa, exhalation, Parika, where breath is suspended after svesa, inhalation, and Kumhaka, the simultaneous suspension of both. 196. Dhyana is the seventh limb of yoga in Patanjali's system, the verbal form abhi, dhya is used here. 197. Srivatsa is a curl of hair on Vayu's chest. All the details here are standardized descriptions of Vayu's form. 198. The Bhagavata school holds that a manifestation of Isvara, the Antaryami or Paramatman, resides in the heart along with the individual Atman. 199. Siddhas are perfected beings who have developed mystic powers, such as flying through the air, which is the term used here, Kikara. 200. This paradoxical relationship of individuality in oneness, Vedabheda, is called by such terms as Ayadvaita, differentiated non-duality, Dvaitadvaita, duality in non-duality, Sudadvaita, pure non-duality, and Asantyabhedabheda, inconceivable difference and non-difference by different post-Akara schools of Vedanta, all with nuances of difference as to how this relationship is conceived of metaphysically. 201. Tasman mumyakosu suk homragasri, vayu, saraya. Sitina sintayaniva vansayat thruvam enyatha. Dhatputativam avida yadi vigna, murdni. 202. Maya pravartak vyau dha with macron bhakti kta with macron na with macron m sukana proctor binas vidarsayatai dipavad. 203. Kapha roughly corresponds to the biological fluid system of the body and provides the material for its physical structure and lubrication, vata, to the bodily air principle and is primarily associated with movement, and pitta, to the body's energy and is especially associated with metabolism. 204. In Nyaya, doubt arises when no distinguishing characteristics are available to differentiate between things. For example, if one sees an object in the distance that is the same size as both a post and a man, one might not be able to make out which of the two it is in the absence of a distinguishing characteristic, such as movement, which would indicate the object is a man. Nyaya Sutras I. 1.23-25. 205. R. S. Bhattacharya, 1985, 157, takes it to be weakness of discrimination. 206. This is the classic Vedantic metaphor for ignorance, mistaking the apparent world, which is illusory and temporary, to be what it is not, real and ultimate. The nature of error is discussed extensively by all Hindu schools since, as with the Yoga Sutras, 2.4, it is the fundamental cause of embodied existence. 207. Vyapara 4. 2.124. 208. C. Rukmani, 1981, I. 181, 82 and 8, for discussion. 209. Prominent are the Buddhist scholastics Vasubandhu, Dinaga, Dharmakirti, and Tarakita, and Kamalasala. 210. The word Veda is added to a philosophical or ideological concept or category to indicate the school or point of view associated with that concept, and Vadan the follower of such a school. Thus Kaika, Veda denotes the school that believes all reality is momentary, Kaika, and Kaika, Vadan, an adherent to this view, a Buddhist. 211. For example, Buddhayanakariya's Atma, Tattva, Vivka. 212. For example, Kumarila Bhatta Sloka, Vartika 18. 213. For example, Durya S. Vedanta Sutras Chapter 2. 2.18 FF and Commentaries. 214. While Vijnanavada, Yogacara, Buddhism did posit a substratum to thought, the Alaya, Vijnana, it nonetheless held, in accordance with normative Buddhist doctrine, that this Alaya, Vijnana itself was not an inherently durable entity, but it too consisted of a flow or series of moments. Hence that school is only a partial exception to the generic Buddhist position outlined by Vyasa, since the same objections that can be raised against the standard Buddhist notions of mind can be raised against the Alaya, Vijnana. 215. Vijnabhiku also argues here that without a past and future, how can one thought be similar to another? Similarity means that something in the present resembles something in the past, but there is no past thing surviving into the present in a theory of momentariness. 216. Akara on Vedanta Sutras 2. 2.26. 217. Vedanta Sutras 2. 2.25, Nyaya Sutras 3. 1.18 and Commentaries, Sloka, Vartika 18. 115 FF. 218. C. Bronkhorst, 1993, 93. 219. Vaikaspati Misra and Vijanabhika describe how this lotus chakra is situated between the chest and the abdomen. It has 8 petals and faces downward. It must be reversed by controlling one's exhalation, and one must use it as a support upon which to focus the mind. Different sections of this lotus are connected with different luminous objects, with different aspects of the syllable O, A, U, M, and with different stages of consciousness in accordance with Thamkya Upaniyad, I. 9-12. Thus, the middle of the lotus is the sphere of the sun and of waking consciousness, and is connected to the of AU. Above this is the sphere of the moon and of dreaming consciousness, which is connected with the U. Higher still is the sphere of fire and of dreamless sleep, connected with the M. Beyond these 3 spheres lies the highest state of consciousness, connected with the sound of Brahman itself. Within the stalk of the lotus is a channel called the Brahma, Na with Makron with its mouth facing upward, and above that the Suan channel. These 2 channels are the same thing according to Vijanabhiku, and they are one branch of a Mano, Vaha, Na with Makron, mind, bearing channel, that has 1,000 branches. This channel runs through the various spheres of the sun, etc. Noted above. Vaikaspati Misra says the Suan channel is the seat of the mind, so if one concentrates here, one attains direct awareness of the mind. Since the mind is also all-pervading like Buddhi, the intelligence, and Ahakra, the ego, from which it is derived, one attains full awareness of all objects. 220. The all-pervading quality of the Buddhi, Ahakra, and Manas, I.e. The Siddha, in the school of yoga is in contradistinction to the Nyaya, Vaiyika, and MMA with Makron SA with Makron schools, which hold the mind to be minute. 221. It is due to the dense or weighty nature of tamas that the creation of any type of distinct form or delimitation in prakti is possible, even on the level of gross objects. Without tamas, prakti would be buoyant and ethereal, sattva, and / or constantly moving, rajas, no physical forms would take shape. It is tamas that weighs down prakti such that it can take material shapes and manifest as gross objects. The same holds true of the mind. 222. Asmita is usually correlated with the ahakra of skya. 223. See also Shandogya Upaniyad 4. 9.3, 6. 14, Svetasvatara 6. 23 for verses stressing the importance of a teacher. 224. An extraordinary example of intense absorption on the Guru as the object of meditation in the Siddha tradition is the case of Muttananda, as described in his autobiography Play of Consciousness, South Fallsburg, New York, SYDA Foundation, 2000. See also, from other traditions, Sridhar Deva Goswami, Sri Guru and His Grace, San Jose, Guardian of Devotion Press, 1983. 225. The Purua can be aware only of itself, since it is beyond the intelligence and mind and other instruments of cognition, hence the common aphorism of the self knowing itself by itself. 226. See, for example, v. 18-29 for another extended list of qualifications. 227. In the introduction I stated that Akara's Advaita philosophy is not prominent in his yoga commentary, to my eye. However, this view of sleep is an example of classical Advaita. 228. While it has been argued that the state of samadhi is still afflicted by the Vitarkas as defined in 2:33-34, E.G. Kenhi 1970, this seems unlikely, as the yogi should have suppressed all outgoing saskras at this point. If a connection is to be made, it would seem to be that the yogi is still afflicted by awareness of the names and concepts of things, unlike in the Nirvitarka of the next verse, but not by the Vitarkas of 2:33, where the term is used in a different sense. There it refers to thoughts of violence, etc. Technical terms can be multivalent. 229. See, for example, the completely different interpretation given to the Vedanta Sutras I. 1.5-9 by Madhva compared to Akara and Ramanuj. 230. As an aside, Vyasa goes on to make the point that although objects of nirvitarka, like cows and pots, are ultimately assemblages of atoms that are themselves composed of subtle elements, nonetheless objects are coherent wholes. He rejects the notion that such conglomerations are unreal because everything consists of parts, which are ultimately imperceptible, and thus there is only the illusion of a whole coherent object. The commentators take Vyasa to be referring to certain Buddhist positions, which believe in neither whole entities nor partless atoms. For the Buddhists, there are no whole irreducible entities of any sort, because everything consists of parts, and these parts themselves consist of parts, and so on ad infinitum. Of what, asks Vyasa, would perfect knowledge of reality consist of if there were no real objects of perception? If the whole does not exist because it is made up of parts, and yet the parts are imperceptible and therefore unprovable because they themselves are made up of parts and therefore not wholes in their own right, and so on, then there would be no basis to establish true knowledge, and so all knowledge would be false. Rather, the whole is both different from and the same as its parts. The Skya Yoga philosophy is that of Satkarita. All objects, even though they may consist of parts, are essentially transformations of an ultimate all, encompassing reality, prakti. The objects of reality are thus parts of a whole. 231. Idachi. Vaikaspati Misra in his Nyaya, Vartika, Tatparita, Ka. See Clear, 1990, 307 ff, for more detailed discussion. 232. See Vaikaspati Misra's commentary on Skyakarika XXVII. The language used in the Karikas and the Yukti, Dipika for the two types of perception differs from the more standard usage in Nyaya and elsewhere. 233. Technically this process of recognition involves identifying the object's samanya, generality, and via, ci. 7. 234. The earth atom is produced from all 5 tanmatras, subtle elements, with a preponderance of smell, liquid, from the tanmatras excluding smell, with a preponderance of taste, fire, from the tanmatras excluding smell and taste, with a preponderance of sight, air, from the tanmatras excluding smell, taste, and sight, with a preponderance of touch, and ether, from the tanmatra of sound alone. As are the smallest particles in which matter can exist without reverting back to their essential nature of tanmatra. There were variant schemas pertaining to the constituents of the various atoms circulating in different Skya or Skya-related traditions. The Vedanta tradition, for example, held that each atom was constituted of half its own element and an eighth of the other 4, thus the fire atom, for example, was made up of half the fire element and an eighth portion of ether, air, water, and earth. 235. Idachi. Larson, 2000, Koelman, 1970, and Tamny, 1961, in support of Vaikaspati Misra's schema, and Feuerstein, 1980, Witcher, 1998, and myself against. 236. Recall from I-17 that Ananda refers to being aware of the graha, the instruments of cognition, the senses themselves and/or the mind, and asmita to the grahit, the grasper of cognition, the buddhi aspect of the siddha. Very briefly, in Koelman's analytical schema, 1970, 197 to 224, Sananda occurs when one's awareness of these instruments of cognition includes the registering of a feeling of bliss, a quality of sattva that is the primary guna manifest in the instruments of cognition. When one goes beyond this emotional veil, one has attained Narayana. Subsequently, Susmitha is awareness of buddhi when still stained by ahakra and narasmita when one transcends the I, am, ness of ego and is aware simply of Buddhai's reflecting nature of his ness. 237. Liga, common in Nyaya, literally means a sign and indicates that Buddhai's existence is inferred by its signs, that is to say, its characteristics. In Hindu logic, an inference, I7, is made on the basis of a sign or characteristic, E.G. The presence of an unperceived fire is inferred based on the perception of smoke, which is the sign, Liga, of fire. Primordial, pre-creation prakti is aliga, since, being a state in which the guas are completely latent, it has no signs or characteristics. Any characteristics in the form of its evolutes come later, once the guas have been activated. 238. C. Tamni, 1961. 239. Prajna, Prasada Maruyaso Sayasokato Janan / Bite Mean Eva Sala, Sthasarvan Prajano Anupajyati. 240. C.G. Veda X. 190.1. 241. C. Taittiriya Upaniyadai. 1.1, I. 9.1, 2. 4.1, 3. 10.6, Kaha 3. 1. 242. Agamina Nimananadhyanabhyaza, Rasana Ca/Tridha Prakalpayan Prajnalabhate Yogam Uttamam. 243. The other five are Dravya, substance, Gua, quality, Karma, motion, Samavaya, inherence, and Abhava, absence. 244. Witcher, 2005, 626. 245. Nara, Sthiti, Kala, Krimanuphavana. 246. The length of time one remains in samadhi, says Vaikaspati Misra, depends on the yogi's complete desirelessness and practice. Chapter 2, Practice 1. Sarva, Darsana, Sagraha 353 ff. 2. Indic philosophical traditions in general consider the soul's sojourn in Sasra to be anadi, without beginning. There is no point at which it fell into Sasra, it has always been there, and early Indian philosophers considered it a fruitless intellectual endeavor to speculate as to how this state of affairs came about. Better, rather, to reflect on how to bring it to an end. 3. See, for example, the austerities of Hirayakaipa from the Bhagavata-pura, 7. 3, in 4. 1. See also the account of the ascetic in the Buddhist Kisapasihanada Sutta. 4. The term occurs in the Mahabharata 3. 2.23 and 13. 14.22. 5. Carpenter, 2003, Pundit, 1985. 6. This is not Akara's overall position in the Vedanta Sutras, E.G. 3. 4.12 ff, where knowledge is clearly prioritized over any type of activity. See also his Gita, Bhya 10, 3. 0, v. 16, 12. 12, 18. 11, 60. 7. According to the Bhagavad Gita 2. 62, from contemplating the objects of the senses, one becomes attached to them, and from attachment, anger aversion arises, which in turn produces further undesirable consequences. Vyasa is indicating a similar sequence of events. When attachment is present, aversion has not yet manifested. 8. As discussed previously, the prefix a negates the noun to which it is added. Along very similar lines, the prefix tu denotes an unpleasant state of a noun in opposition to su, which denotes the pleasant state. 9. Considering the temporary mentioned in this verse to be eternal, says Vyasa, is to think that entities like the earth or the sky, along with the moon and stars, are permanent. 10. Navava Akka, Lekakamani yam kanya madv, amtvayava, nirmitavakandra pitva nistava janaid nilatpala, patriatkava, garbide p lokan p jiva, lokamas vasayan taveti. 11. Mahasatapana Sutton Tat, verse 5. T. W. Rhys Davis and C.A.F. Rhys Davis, Dialogues of the Buddha, 1910, Delhi, Motilal Banarsi Das, 2000. 12. Ibid. Verses 7 and 9. 13. Vyaktam avyakta va satvam atmat venabhipradhidyatasya sampadamanunandati atma, sampada manvanastasya vyapadam anasokati atma, vipada manyamna sa sarvopradabhuta 14. E.G. Siskya Sutras v. 74. 15. Yatu Navina Vedanti, Brahvaniti Nandpti Parama, Moka Kalpayanti, Tad Eva Cava Na Mahi 16. See Ford, 1988, for discussion of and references to Akaras equating of Sukha and Ananda in his commentary to various Upanishads. 17. The genitive case draw is used in I. 3. 18. Buddhita Parapuru Amakara, Sila, Vidyadapir Vibhaktam Apasian Kuriyat Tatratma, Buddhai Mohanadi. This verse is attributed to Pankasikakarya by the commentators. 19. Generally the ta, nes, suffix is used only with nouns. It is very unusual in Sanskrit for it to be affixed to a conjugated verb form. 20. Desire produces anger because either the object of desire is not obtained and one is frustrated, or it is obtained but fails to satisfy for very long and one is again frustrated. 21. Nyaya Sutras 3. 1.18, 21. 22. In Satkaryavada, all physical reality is a transformation of one reality, in Skya, Prakti. Thus manifestations or evolutes of Prakti are never destroyed but simply dissolve back into their more subtle matrix. 23. This particular meditation is called Prasakina by the commentators. This is considered to be the highest type of meditation and will be discussed in 4. 29. 24. Bhagavata Parade. 21 ff. 25. Dve Havai Karma Veda Tavi Pe Pakasya Eko Ripwaya, Dopahanti. Tadakasva Karmai Sukni Kardami Hiva Te Karma Kaveo Vadanti. Unattributed quote. 26. The, in suffix appended onto a noun indicates the possessor of the noun in question. Thus Vivkan is the possessor of Vivka. 27. Pre-Socratic Greek sources contain resonances on this perspective of life. Count no mortal happy until he has reached the very end of his life free from misfortune and pain. Sophocles, Oedipus Tyrannus. 28. These are the ancient law books for the followers of the Vedic civilization, outlining various specificities pertaining to dharma, socio-civic and religious codes of conduct. 29. In other words, insects are killed involuntarily even when engaging in innocuous household chores such as cooking, sweeping, or grinding spices. 30. Sutta, Nipata 3. 12.361. 31. Carvaka, who was evidently not a vegetarian, argued vigorously that the goal of life is the pursuit of sensual pleasure and minimization of discomfort. 32. C. Wessler, 1984, for an excellent discussion. 33. Time, in Hindu cosmography, is cyclical. At the end of every great cycle, the manifest universe devolves into its subtlest ingredients and ultimately back into its matrix, undifferentiated Prakti, from which it again evolves when the new cycle begins. See Gita 8. 17-19 for an expression of this. 34. Although it seems acceptable to suppose that the mind can exist only if the Purusha exists, the reverse need not hold true. After all, Purua can exist without the mind upon attaining liberation. 35. Hariharananda argues at length that the union between Purua and Prakti cannot be a temporal or spatial relationship, it is beyond time and space. 36. Maya, in Hindu thought, is the power of illusion that is the cause of ignorance, the root of the kleshas. In the more developed theistic traditions, it is a power of God, Isvara. 37. Although Patanjali uses the term sattva, 3. 35, 49, 55, as a synonym for buddhi, and specifically when he refers to the immediate relationship between buddhi and purua, he never uses the terms tamas and rajas. 38. When the gunas are in equilibrium, a state called pradhana, there is no creation. This occurs at the end of one new cycle and prior to the evolution of a new one. 39. According to the Skya view of the unparticularized subtle elements, upheld by Vyasa here, sound has one property, touch 2, sight 3, taste 4, and smell 5. This is because each progressively grosser evolute of these subtle elements contains the properties of all the previous evolutes. Thus taste contains sound, sight, touch, and smell contains all 5 properties. As noted in the Yukti, Deepika, however, there are 2 schools or views on the matter, that of Prakaya, articulated by Vyasa, and the other holding that each tanmatra has only one property, the principal one associated with it. 40. The ahakra ego, which produces these 11 items, was defined in 2. 6, where it was termed asmita, as the misidentification of purua with buddhi. 41. Vijanabhika points out that only through the mind can one absorb sounds, etc. And thus if one is distracted, one doesn't hear or see things. 42. In his commentary to the Skya-Karikas, XX, Vaikaspati Misra takes Liga to refer to any evolutes from Prakti, not merely buddhi. 43. Idachi. Vedanta Sutras I. 4.1, 2. 2.1. 44. 1922, 246. 45. Knowledge of anything requires change. Vaikaspati Misra reminds us knowledge is directed from one object to another, from one thought to another, etc. and is thus constantly changing, and purua, in the yoga school, is considered to be constant and changeless. Therefore, purua does not actually know anything in its pure state except its own unchanging, eternal self. 46. Each saskara in this primordial pradhana would appear to still be connected in some way with its specific owner, the individual purua, since saskaras are reconnected with their previous owners at the time of the next creation. Therefore, they do not dissolve entirely into the primordial soup of pradhana. 47. 3. 50, 55, 4. 26, 34. See also Skya Sutra v. 20, which states that liberation is the removal of obstacles. 48. Yathahema, Vipakva na virajate tatha pakva, kayasya vijana na prakazat. 49. Bijanyani, Yupadagdhani na rohanti yathapuna janana, dagdayas tatha klesar natma sampadyate puna. 50. The Mahabharata refers to 7 dras, but these are explained differently from the descriptions given by Vyasa here, see Hopkins 1901, 351 ff. Also, it is worth noting that Chappell, 1994, compares verses 2:15 to 27. Here, the content of which deals with Skya metaphysics, with the Skya-Karika, and finds reason to suggest that the 7 pranta, bhumis mentioned here are the 7 bhavas inherent in buddhi according to Skya. In this latter tradition, buddhi has 8 total modes, 4 sattvic and 4 tamasic. The sattvic modes are jnana, vairagya, dharma, and isavirya, knowledge, dispassion, duty, and power, and their opposites are tamasic. Only the first, jnana, is conducive to liberation, the remaining 7 have to be transcended by the yogi. These 7 stages manifesting prior to liberation might be what Patanjali is referring to here, according to Chappell. 51. For differing views, see Ford and Mummy, 1996. 52. See Kane, 1977, 1390, for discussion. 53. See, for example, Akara's commentary on the Vedanta Sutras I. 1.4. 54. Such heroism may not be exclusively altruistic, but it is connected with the